courting death. Facing the crowd, Lu Jiuyuan's face did not show the slightest trace of fear. Under his control, the Shura behind him in the span of a mere blink swung out a Shura spear, bursting with world-ending power, sweeping toward a peak Earth Immortal expert. What? Terror filled the face of that peak Earth Immortal as he hurriedly raised his defenses, yet his body was still pierced straight through by the horrifying Shura spear, after which dim, eerie patterns quickly spread across his entire body. Before the others could react, that peak Earth Immortal mighty as he was dissolved into a thick plume of smoke and vanished completely, falling utterly into death. Yet they could all sense that Lu Jiuyuan could at most slay Earth Immortal experts. If he encountered a Celestial Immortal, he would surely die. Everyone attacked together. There is no way he alone can be a match for so many of us. At this moment, an early stage Celestial Immortal expert roared. At his command, the experts present surged forward, charging to kill Lu Jiuyuan. They seemed to have already forgotten that it was under the pressure of the Demon Emperor Fengma that they had made a move against Lu Jiuyuan, thus they attacked with particular zeal. Facing the 10,000-strong tide of experts rushing to slay him, among whom were even peerless beings who had broken through to peak Celestial Immortal, Lu Jiuyuan's expression did not waver in the slightest. This subtle display naturally fell into the eyes of the Demon Emperor Fengma. Could it be that this boy still has some hidden trump card, he mused inwardly. Lu Jiuyuan's eyes flickered slightly as he prepared to directly draw out his Immortal Emperor weapon and forcibly suppress and slay all the experts present. Yet at that very moment, an unimaginably terrifying pressure descended upon this heaven and earth. In that instant, all things seemed to have been frozen by a paused frame. Nothing could move, including the Demon Emperor Fengma. He did not even notice when a figure appeared standing in front of Lu Jiuyuan. You dare lay hands on a heaven-favored scion of my Lu family. Your courage is truly astounding. The mysterious figure spoke, his face devoid of expression. He then slightly raised his hand, and before the Demon Emperor Fengma could react, everyone present collapsed to the ground with an even more terrifying force naturally, including the Demon Emperor Fengma himself. How is this possible? What kind of expert are you? You are definitely not a terrifying existence that a small Tianling prefecture should possess. The Demon Emperor Fengma's face was filled with raw fear. From the expert before him, he sensed an aura terrifying to the extreme. In the other party's eyes, he seemed no different from a slightly larger ant. The faces of the experts present likewise showed expressions of fear. It was obvious they could all see that this mysterious expert seemed to have come because of Lu Jiuyuan. They all knew that just moments ago they had attacked Lu Jiuyuan, and none of them knew whether this mysterious expert would spare their lives. In contrast to their shock, Lu Jiuyuan appeared rather composed. Although he did not know exactly who this person was from the others' words, Lu Jiuyuan could still tell that barring accidents, this should be one of his Lu family's ancestral elders. With this thought, Lu Jiuyuan cupped his hands and bowed slightly. Lu family's Lu Jiuyuan pays respects to ancestor. May I ask ancestor's honored name? Haha, you are quite interesting. This old man is Lu Daotian, your ancestor Lu Shi's grandfather. Lu Daotian laughed loudly as he stroked his beard. The more he looked at Lu Jiuyuan, the more satisfied he became. Never before had he seen such a terrifying heaven-favored genius. To slay a peak Earth Immortal while still at the divine transformation stage. Who could possibly accomplish such a feat? Even those above the Immortal Emperor realm might not be able to do so. This junior pays respects to ancestor Lu Daotian. Lu Jiuyuan spoke neither humble nor arrogant. Though his surface appeared extremely calm, it was not hard to tell from deep within his heart that he was exceedingly excited at this moment. After all, ancestor Lu Shi was already a peerless powerhouse at the peak Immortal Emperor realm. If Lu Daotian was above him, would that not make him an expert of the Immortal Emperor level and beyond? Enough. These people laid hands on you. How do you think they should be dealt with? Lu Daotian asked with a smile, turning his gaze toward Lu Jiuyuan. Before Lu Jiuyuan could respond, the experts present burst into wails. Young master, we were merely coerced by the other side. Otherwise we would never have raised a hand against you. We beg the young master to spare our lives. Yes, young master, we are victims as well. Please show mercy. We are willing to atone for our crimes with deeds. Young master, I have elders above and children below. Please spare my life. I am willing to submit beneath your banner and exert myself for you. Young master, so long as you spare this concubine, I am willing to become your plaything. One after another the experts put on pitiful displays. Among them many beautiful female cultivators even began to seduce Lu Jiuyuan with their charms. Lu Jiuyuan, however, maintained a calm expression. Only after they finished speaking did he open his mouth. Ancestor, kill them all. I do not need the loyalty of those who have raised their hands against me. Today they act against me under the coercion of a stronger power. Tomorrow they will, under the coercion of an even greater one, stab me in the back. I will never leave threats alive. Hearing Lu Jiuyuan's words, Lu Daotian could not help but burst into loud laughter. Ha ha ha, worthy indeed of being a heaven-favored genius of my Lu family. This is the kind of decisive, blood-steeped ferocity you should possess. As for the consequences, you need not concern yourselves. If someone is offended, then they are offended. What of it if they are slain? Your ancestor will shoulder everything for you. As Lu Jiuyuan's words fell, all the experts present turned into drifting smoke and slowly dispersed. For an immortal emperor, slaughtering them required no more than a single thought. What? Fengma Demon Emperor's face turned ghastly at the sight, his voice cracking with terror. Moments ago he still harbored doubts about Lu Daotian's true cultivation realm, but now he was utterly certain. Lu Jiuyuan was undoubtedly a celestial emperor. Even if a peak celestial sovereign were to make a move, he would at the very least sense a trace of energy fluctuation. Yet from Lu Jiuyuan he could not perceive even the slightest imprint of an attack. There was only one possible explanation for such a phenomenon: words that become law, the hallmark of a celestial emperor. With a single utterance he can reshape heaven and earth. With a single word he can overturn the very fabric of the cosmos. This was a true celestial emperor. Watching this scene, Lu Jiuyuan felt little surprise. After all, she had already reached the peak of the celestial sovereign realm. For Lu Jiuyuan to stand at the level of celestial emperor was hardly strange. In the distance, the experts of the Gu family were all visibly astonished, yet at the same time secretly rejoiced that they had never made a move against Lu Jiuyuan. Even setting aside the fact that Lu Jiuyuan seemingly possessed the power to slaughter them, even if they had somehow managed to kill him, a celestial emperor could easily reverse the heavens and bring Lu Jiuyuan back from death. Gu Xuan and the others wore extremely grave expressions, yet they could not help exhaling in relief. It seemed they might live to see the end of this day. Young one, you said you wanted to decide how to deal with him, did you not? At that moment Lu Jiuyuan looked at Lu Jiuyuan with a kindly smile, speaking in a gentle tone. In that instant he seemed a completely different person from the ruthless figure he had been just moments before. Before Lu Jiuyuan could respond, Fengma Demon Emperor suddenly dropped to his knees and shouted, "Senior, please spare my life. I am willing to submit to you, willing to become your slave." To become a slave of the Lu family was not necessarily a misfortune for Fengma Demon Emperor. To serve under a power guarded by a celestial emperor, if word spread, even celestial sovereign experts would flock to such a position with fervent eagerness. Moreover, he had already offended a celestial emperor. If he could somehow survive, that would be more than enough. Silence. It is not your turn to speak. Lu Jiuyuan merely snorted, and Fengma Demon Emperor felt his mouth clamped shut by an invisible force. No matter how he struggled, he could not utter a sound, and could only stare pitifully at Lu Jiuyuan, hoping for a merciful reprieve. Yet Lu Jiuyuan was hardly soft-hearted. He merely bent slightly at the waist toward Lu Jiuyuan in a respectful bow, and said, "I will obey ancestors' will in all things. Since that is the case, then let him be killed. A single demon cultivator is of no consequence to our Lu family. Moreover, for a mere early-stage celestial sovereign to dare harbor murderous intent toward our young clan master, he shall die for it." Lu Jiuyuan snorted coldly and prepared to directly erase Fengma Demon Emperor from existence. At that instant, Fengma Demon Emperor summoned all his strength and finally broke through Lu Jiuyuan's restraint, roaring, "Senior, I am the offspring of Jiuyuan, Demon Emperor. Please give my ancestors some face. One day I will repay this favor 100-fold. And what of Jiuyuan, Demon Emperor? You dare brandish his name to intimidate me? Even if Jiuyuan, Demon Emperor himself were to make a move, I would not hesitate to cut him down." Lu Jiuyuan had never been one to yield to threats. He only responded to genuine humility. Besides, the so-called Jiuyuan Demon Emperor Fengma spoke of was merely an early-stage celestial emperor. In Lu Jiuyuan's hands, surviving even a single exchange would already be a remarkable feat. Witnessing this, utter despair spread across Fengma Demon Emperor's face. A heartbeat later, his body began to crumble into drifting ash, slowly dispersing. Yet just as his form was about to vanish entirely, a brilliant radiance suddenly erupted from within him. Before Lu Jiuyuan could react, a vast phantom silhouette surged out from Fengma Demon Emperor's dissolving body. "Who dares lay a hand on my offspring?" The apparition was a restriction Jiuyuan Demon Emperor had left within Fengma Demon Emperor's body, designed to awaken only when his descendant suffered a mortal blow. Seeing his father's manifestation, Fengma Demon Emperor clutched at this lifeline like a drowning man grasping straw, joy and relief overflowing upon his face. "Oh, that would be me. And what do you intend to do about it?" Lu Jiuyuan looked toward Jiuyuan Demon Emperor with undisguised mockery in his eyes. Hearing this, Jiuyuan Demon Emperor glared at Lu Jiuyuan, fury boiling over as he prepared to strike him down. In his understanding, the highest cultivation realm that the Emperor Xian continent could accommodate was merely the peak of Celestial King. The restriction he had embedded in Fengma Demon Emperor's body, though containing only a sliver of his power, was more than enough to easily slay a peak celestial sovereign. And even against a half-step celestial emperor, it had the strength to put up a fierce battle. Yet when his gaze fell upon Lu Jiuyuan, terror seized him like a mouse caught beneath a cat's stare. Before anyone present could register what was happening, they saw Jin, Demon Emperor's phantom, rapidly dissipating even as it begged for mercy. Senior Jiuyuan, my apologies for the disturbance. Humph. I had not yet bothered to seek you out, and yet you deliver yourself to my doorstep. In that case, you will leave your life behind. Lu Jiuyuan had no intention of letting Jin, Demon Emperor, go. At their level of existence, there was little true distinction between righteous and demonic paths, yet he would never allow such a hidden threat to linger. With that, Lu Jiuyuan raised his hand and cleaved a single strike through the void, sending it streaking after Jin, Demon Emperor's fading phantom. The remnant body of Fengma, Demon Emperor, left behind by Jin immediately crumbled entirely into ashes and vanished. Had it not been for the delay caused by Jin, Demon Emperor's intervention, Fengma, Demon Emperor would already have perished. Though he still died in the end, his passing had merely been postponed by a fleeting moment. Meanwhile, in the depths of the star sea within a black hole, where Jin, Demon Emperor, sat in seclusion, his eyes snapped open as he shouted, "Not good." Before he could react, he saw an invisible force rushing toward him along the Grand Tao. Gritting his teeth, he could only reach within himself and draw out a massive piece of ancient wood. Jijin Tree Shield. The instant Jin, Demon Emperor, raised the Jijin Tree Shield, the invisible power slammed into it, hurling Jin, Demon Emperor, violently away. Yet that was far from the end. The Jijin Tree Shield, sturdy enough to easily withstand a full power strike from an early stage Celestial Emperor, shattered under Lu Jiuyuan's blow that spanned innumerable starfields, the remnants of the force slamming directly into Jin, Demon Emperor. Grinding his teeth, Jin, Demon Emperor, spat a mouthful of essence blood. Buddha Demon Tao Body. Countless strands of eerie power coursed across Jin, Demon Emperor's skin, forming layers of protection that barely managed to block the force of the strike. Even so, he suffered grievous injuries. Without careful recuperation, his cultivation realm would likely plummet. Despite this, Jin, Demon Emperor did not dare feel even a flicker of desire for revenge. Senior Jiuyuan, I beg you to show mercy and spare my life. I am willing to swear an oath upon the Tao itself that I will never seek retaliation. As Jin, Demon Emperor's words fell, violet lightning erupted from the void, and he felt an unseen binding force coil around him, sealing him in an intangible restraint. The Great Tao is an existence far more terrifying than the heavenly Tao of a world like the Dishuan continent. It could be said that even peak immortal emperors do not dare to lightly violate an oath sworn upon the Great Tao, or else they must pay a grievous price. All the more so for someone like the Shade Demon Emperor, who is only at the early immortal emperor realm. Once he breaks such an oath, he will almost certainly die, without any hope of survival. Sensing that Lu Jiuyuan had no intention of making another move, the Shade Demon Emperor finally let out a breath of relief, even as he silently cursed Fengma Demon Emperor as a fool in his heart. Originally, he had been delighted that his descendant Fengma had broken through to the immortal emperor realm, but since Fengma had offended Lu Jiuyuan, he could only steel himself and sacrifice the Fengma Demon Emperor. Yet once he came back to his senses, a trace of apprehension involuntarily surfaced on the Shade Demon Emperor's face. Did not the Daotian Immortal Emperor leave the Dishuan continent long ago? Why has he appeared again on the Dishuan continent? Still, this is not something I should dwell on. If this being sets his sights upon me, even a peak Immortal Emperor might not be able to protect my life. Within the circle of immortal emperors, the Daotian Immortal Emperor possessed an exceedingly high reputation, not merely because he had stepped into the Immortal Emperor realm within a mere 100 million years, but because even at the late Immortal Emperor stage, he could fight evenly against peak Immortal Emperors without falling into disadvantage. No one harbored the thought of becoming enemies with the Daotian Immortal Emperor, for once he escaped and broke through to the peak Immortal Emperor realm, even 10 peak Immortal Emperors combined might not be able to stop him. At this moment, the Shade Demon Emperor felt waves of pain surging from within his body. He could only force himself not to dwell on Daotian Immortal Emperor, transforming into a billowing cloud of black smoke and departing from this place. What a pity, I did not manage to kill him. I never expected him to possess something like a weaving gold tree shield. Since that is the case, I shall spare his life for now. On the other side, Lu Jiuyuan could clearly sense the condition of his own strength, yet he had not imagined that the Shade Demon Emperor would still have a weaving gold tree shield. Since that was so, he could only concede that the man's luck was rather good. In any case, the Shade Demon Emperor was already gravely wounded. It was likely he no longer had any desire to seek revenge against them. On the other side, when Lu Jiuyuan heard mention of the weaving gold tree shield, a look of surprise surfaced upon his face. Lu Jiuyuan was far from unfamiliar with it. The weaving gold tree shield is crafted from bark shed by the weaving gold tree, one of the 10 divine trees. The tree's primary function is to forge immortal artifacts, while the shield wrought from it possesses an exceptionally formidable defensive power. for a weaving gold tree shield to withstand a single strike from an immortal emperor, moreover from Lu Jiuyuan himself. It was likely that this shield had been forged from a supreme-grade weaving gold tree. Since even the old ancestor did not wish to bother with it, Lu Jiuyuan naturally would not concern himself further. After all, the old ancestor had already said that the Shade Demon Emperor was severely injured. If in the future the Shade Demon Emperor tried to settle the score afterward, by that time Lu Jiuyuan would likely be able to tear an immortal emperor apart with his bare hands. Coming for revenge then would be no different from delivering himself as a mere offering. Boy, since the matters here have been resolved, I shall take my leave first. Let me leave you with a word: when you walk the world, you need not fear causing trouble. The Lu clan stands firmly behind you. If anyone seeks to provoke you, this old ancestor does not mind paying them a visit. As he spoke, Lu Jiuyuan's gaze unintentionally swept toward Gu Xian and the others in the distance, causing them all to shiver involuntarily. Hearing this, Lu Jiuyuan also smiled, then answered with a solemn expression, "Yes, old ancestor. Should anyone insult the Lu clan, this junior will surely cut them down." Lu Jiuyuan was momentarily stunned, then burst into cheerful laughter. "Excellent. Then the rise of our Lu clan in this era shall rest upon your shoulders." With that, before Lu Jiuyuan could react, Lu Jiuyuan vanished without a trace. Beside Lu Jiuyuan, Li Qingdi and the others could no longer hold back their curiosity and approached him, asking with faces full of wonder, "Palace Lord, just now that was nothing much, merely the immortal emperor, old ancestor of my Lu." Lu Jiuyuan's casual words left Li Qingdi and the others with expressions of speechless disbelief flashing across their faces. Yet thinking back, this did indeed match Lu Jiuyuan's nature, for when Lu Shi had appeared before, his face had likewise remained placid, as though everything lay firmly within his grasp. As for their shock, Lu Jiuyuan had no intention of explaining. An immortal emperor was nothing more than that. To him, it was hardly worth mentioning. At this moment, he was already beginning to look forward to it. If he were to provoke an enemy at the immortal emperor level, what sort of powerful old ancestor would be generated for him? After all, within the Dishuan continent, and among the myriad known cultivators, the immortal emperor realm was regarded as the highest known boundary. As for realms beyond the immortal emperor, no one had ever taken that step. It was a pity that the Shade Demon Emperor had truly no desire to become enemies with the Lu clan. Otherwise, a new old ancestor beyond the immortal emperor realm might already have been generated. Lu Xiaoyu, in the earlier matter, it was our Gu clan that acted wrongly. We hope Lu Xiaoyu can forgive us. We are willing to expel all those clansmen who offended you and hand them over to you for punishment. At this time, Gu Xiuyuan stood before Lu Jiuyuan, his face brimming with respect as he spoke. After all, even the Fengma Demon Emperor had fallen at the hands of the Lu clan's old ancestor. If he still failed to recognize the situation, the next clan to be annihilated might very well be the Gu clan. Lu Jiuyuan, however, merely waved his hand carelessly. The matter is already in the past. There is no need to dwell on it. If I truly bore a grudge, your Gu clan would not have survived until now. These words were no empty boast. If he had truly taken it to heart, the Gu clan would likely have already been wiped from existence. The reason he had not annihilated the Gu clan was first because Lu Jiuyuan was no demonic fiend. He would not exterminate an entire clan over the actions of a mere junior, then declare that the Gu clan had sought their own deaths. Secondly, Gu Tianla had already joined the Human Emperor Hall, and Gu Qingsha could be considered one of Lu Jiuyuan's friends. Lu Jiuyuan would not put them in a difficult position. Thus one could say that the Gu clan had picked up a life this time. Hearing this, a faint joy rose on Gu Xiuyuan's face, and he cupped his hands in salute. Since that is the case, then on behalf of those few ignorant clansmen, I offer an apology to Lu Xiaoyu. Once they learn of your magnanimity, they will surely respect you from the depths of their hearts. Lu Jiuyuan responded with a careless nod. At this time, with the death of the Fengma Demon Emperor, the small world he had forged began to slowly dissolve. Before long, the previously dark world reverted back to the Gu clan's ancestral grounds, as they had been. Only now the Gu clan's grounds had already been corroded and shattered by the Fengma Demon Emperor's power, lying in complete ruin. Still, as long as we are alive, everything else is no true problem. Almost a month has passed since the Demon Emperor of the fateful encounter was slain, and during this time the reputation of the Lu family has echoed throughout the entire Tianling continent. After all, while they are unsure whether Lu Jiuyuan is truly a celestial emperor, the fateful encounter Demon Emperor was undoubtedly a genuine celestial emperor. Even if Lu Jiuyuan is not an emperor, he is definitely not someone they can provoke. Oh, I never expected such a terrifying force to appear in Tianling continent. It seems it's time to pay a visit. In the central region's Tianling city, the Tianling Taoist, upon hearing the news of the Lu family, couldn't help but reveal a glimmer of light in his eyes. He has been trapped at the peak of the golden immortal realm for nearly 1,000,000 years. If he could receive assistance or guidance from the Lu family, he might just step into the realm of the celestial king. Similarly, he was not the only one with such thoughts. Among the peak golden immortals in Tianling continent, while the Tianling Taoist may be the strongest, he is not the only one. Such terror that even the Tao cannot contend with that strong person must be infinitely close to the Celestial Emperor. If that's the case, then a visit to the Lu family is a must. Me too. Since that's the case, let's go together. As the instigator, Lu Daotian has now returned to the secret realm of the Lu family. Grandpa, it seems quite a few people are planning to come here for your guidance. Lu Shi teased beside Lu Daotian. Lu Daotian could only shake his head helplessly. Guidance is certainly possible, as it would raise our Lu family's reputation significantly. Moreover, if anyone wishes to join the Lu family, that would be even better. In that case, why not give a lecture? Many members of our Lu family have confusions in their cultivation, and if you were to lecture Grandpa, they could probably break through several small realms right on the spot. Thinking of something, Lu Shi quickly spoke up. A lecture is a way for cultivators to share their insights on cultivation to help others break through. In the past, there was a celestial emperor who gave a lecture that attracted 30 million celestial kings, and on the spot thousands of celestial kings stepped into the celestial emperor realm. If others knew that Lu Daotian, a celestial emperor, was giving a lecture, countless people would surely flock to it, including celestial emperors. Having made up his mind, Lu Daotian spoke directly. My name is Lu Daotian, the ancestor of the Lu family. I will give a lecture in the Lu family 1 year from now, lasting for 3 years. Those fated may come to listen. Without leaving the secret realm, Lu Daotian's words spread throughout the entire Tianling continent, as he did not intend to be overly ostentatious, only accommodating the Tianling continent. As soon as Lu Daotian's words fell, the entire Tianling continent was thrown into an uproar. What? Is it that supreme being of the Lu family? If that's the case, we must go take a look. All sects obey my command. Follow this sect master to Nanyun Qingfeng City to listen to the lecture. Damn it, a year is too rushed. Let's set off now. Many strong cultivators and powerful forces immediately began their journey upon hearing the news. After all, this is likely a celestial emperor giving a lecture, and they must set off early to secure a good position. Lu Daotian clearly felt this, and his brow furrowed. If the entire Tianling continent were to come to listen, the current Qingfeng City could not accommodate them. In response, she took a step down, waved her hand, and the space in her hand began to crack rapidly and sweep outward. Moments later, the entire Qingfeng City was enveloped by a crack in space. Looking at Lu Shi, she snapped her fingers, and the crack in space disappeared. Looking outside of Qingfeng City, an entrance to another space had unexpectedly appeared. Don't worry, Grandpa, I have created a space large enough to accommodate all beings of Tianling continent. Just walk right in. Lu Shi said proudly. Hearing this, Lu Daotian nodded in satisfaction. With his latest celestial emperor power, he could achieve this, but he was not specialized in the Tao of space, so it was more convenient for Lu Shi to handle. Meanwhile, on the Dixin continent, the Tao of heaven had taken on the form of a young man. Is that strong person going to give a lecture? Although he really wanted to go, it seemed that listening would be of no use, as surpassing the original body in cultivation was akin to dreaming. Thinking of this, a trace of melancholy flashed across the Tao of heaven's face before disappearing. At the same time, in the Gu family, Lu Jiuyuan also heard this and couldn't help but smile. The ancestor really loves to stir things up. However, he had no intention of returning, as it was not an easy task to hear the ancestor's lecture, so he did not rush. The strong ones in the Gu family had long begun to become anxious. Ancestor, this is a celestial emperor. If we could go to listen to the lecture, you might step into the celestial king realm, and then our Gu family could return to the ancient emperor state. Exactly. Even if you cannot step into the celestial king realm, listening to a celestial emperor's lecture will greatly enhance our Gu family's overall strength. Moreover, that esteemed person is not holding a grudge against our Gu family. If that's the case, we should go listen to the lecture. The higher-ups of the Gu family discussed among themselves. Hearing this, Gu Ziyuan's face also revealed a hint of helplessness, but he quickly made up his mind and slowly spoke to the family cultivators present. Foolish. Do you really think that the other party will not hold a grudge against us? If we go to listen to the lecture, it may provoke that esteemed person's displeasure. In my opinion, we still need to apologize. Upon hearing Gu Ziyuan's words, the Gu family cultivators fell silent. The next moment, Gu Shuyuan gave Gu Wanxian a glance. Having followed Gu Shuyuan for so many years, how could Gu Wanxian not understand what Gu Shuyuan wanted to do? However, despite this, a trace of hesitation flashed across Gu Wanxian's face, but in the end he gritted his teeth and stood up, saying, Leader, if that's the case, why not give that item to young Master Lu as our Gu family's apology? Hearing Gu Wanxian's words, the people present clearly had not yet reacted. However, someone quickly understood their face, showing a hint of shock. Leader, you mean that item? Indeed, it is that item. I'm going to lose my mind. Oh, what are you all talking about? Many people still looked confused and couldn't help but ask curiously. Hearing this, Gu Shuyuan slowly stood up and began to speak. You all should know why the demon emperor of Fengmo came to our Gu family back in the day and waged war against us, right? Of course I remember, wasn't it, because... Hiss. Are you referring to that thing, clan leader? Someone finally reacted and couldn't help but gasp. Gu Xuan merely nodded at their eager expressions and then spoke slowly. Indeed, that thing is of no use to our Gu family now. If it were to leak out, it would likely attract more powerful beings to target us. Moreover, nurturing it to the highest level is an absolute burden for our Gu family, so giving it to young Master Lu is the best choice. Gu Jiuyuan's resolute words silenced many, and after a moment they slowly nodded in agreement. After all, they were well aware that if word got out, their Gu family would surely face annihilation. In such a situation, it was better to let the Lu family owe them a favor. At the same time, Lu Jiuyuan had just emerged from his meditative state. A faint frown appeared on his face. After breaking through to the late stage of transformation, the speed of my breakthroughs has started to slow down. At this rate, it might take me 2 more months to reach the peak. As for the void refinement stage, it might take about 2.5 years. If this information about Lu Jiuyuan were to spread, it would surely infuriate countless people. You should consider what you are saying. Lu Jiuyuan has been cultivating for less than 10 years, and has already reached the late stage of transformation, and not just any late stage. The subsequent breakthroughs are even more difficult. Typically, a simple retreat could take more than a decade, or even several decades, let alone reaching the level of a golden immortal. Usually after a simple retreat, the outside world would have changed dramatically. During this time, Li Tian and the others also began their retreats one after another. They all comprehended a lot from Lu Daotian's actions that day, believing that this retreat would elevate their strengths to another level. Just as Lu Jiuyuan was about to continue his retreat, he noticed the arrival of Gu Xuan. Greetings, clan leader Gu. Lu Jiuyuan stood up and performed a bow. Although with his background, he could have skipped this, it was a matter of etiquette. At the same time, he was curious why Gu Xuan had come alone without the members of the Gu family. Startled by Lu Jiuyuan's bow, Gu Xuan quickly said, "Young friend Lu, need not be so formal. If you could give me a favor, just call me old Gu, and no need for formalities." From the events of that day, it was clear that Lu Jiuyuan held a significant position in the Lu family, otherwise how could a mighty immortal emperor have acted for him? Moreover, he couldn't assure whether that immortal emperor was watching them now. If displeased, a single word could lead to his demise. Regarding Gu Jiuyuan's demeanor, Lu Jiuyuan merely frowned slightly, and inferred that he was probably worried about his ancestors' displeasure. Returning to the main topic, Lu Jiuyuan asked seriously, "What business does old Gu have with me?" Ahem. As the conversation returned to serious matters, Gu Jiuyuan's expression also turned solemn. "Regarding what happened that day, I believe that a mere apology is insufficient to compensate for the harm caused to your mind and body, so I have come today to offer my apologies to you." Hearing this, Lu Jiuyuan was at a loss for words, but could only wave his hand and say, "I have already completely put that incident behind me, no need for any apologies." "No, you must accept this gift, or I won't feel right about it." Gu Jiuyuan sighed, quickly adding before Lu Jiuyuan could refuse, "As for whether to refuse or not, my suggestion is that you take a look first." With that, Gu Jiuyuan took out a small luminous orb from his storage ring. The moment the orb appeared, Lu Jiuyuan's words of refusal halted, and his expression grew grave. He could feel that as the orb appeared, his body reacted intensely, as if it desperately wanted the orb before. "Old Gu, what is that?" "This is a sapling of the golden weaving tree, which we of the Gu family obtained by chance." As Gu Jiuyuan spoke slowly, Lu Jiuyuan gradually learned about the history of the Gu family. Countless years ago, the 2 great immortal kings of the Gu family found a sapling of the golden weaving tree in a secret realm. Upon obtaining the sapling, they were ecstatic at their peak. However, after regaining their composure, their expressions turned serious. This was because the sapling they obtained was of the inferior grade, yet even so, if this were to spread, it would surely attract many powerful beings to fight over it. In this situation, the Gu family would undoubtedly face annihilation. After all, the golden weaving tree is one of the 10 ancient divine trees. If nurtured to the highest level, it could withstand even the attacks of a peak immortal emperor. Though the Gu family tried hard to conceal it, strong beings still cast their eyes upon it, among them the demon emperor of Fengmo. To protect the Gu family, the 2 great immortal kings could only seal the demon emperor of Fengmo at the cost of their lives, and send their family to Tianling Prefecture to preserve their lineage. As for the golden weaving tree sapling, it was hidden by the Gu family, and no news about it ever spread. If it weren't for Lu Jiuyuan, the Gu family would have planned to hide the sapling, but now they have realized that a treasure of this level is absolutely beyond what their Gu family can handle. Thus they decided to give it to Lu Jiuyuan as a favor. Upon hearing Gu Jiuyuan's words, Lu Jiuyuan's expression turned extremely grave. How could he not understand the preciousness of the golden weaving tree sapling? However, he knew he could not refuse, because he could feel that the sapling before him would be of great use to him. With that in mind, Lu Jiuyuan took a deep breath, and then spoke up. Since that's the case, I will accept the golden weaving tree sapling. However, I have never been fond of owing favors. I promise you I will owe the Gu family a favor, and when necessary you can ask me to act. Soon the promised ancient blood abyss led the strong members of the Gu family towards Qingfeng City to listen to the teachings. Meanwhile, Lu Jiuyuan waved his hand to set up a barrier isolating everything around him. I wonder what kind of help the golden silk tree seedling will bring me. It must be significant. Otherwise my body wouldn't react so intensely. Lu Jiuyuan gazed at the small light sphere before him, his expression turning curious. He then waved his hand to slowly break the seal on the golden silk tree seedling. The golden silk tree seedling is divided into lower grade, middle grade, upper grade, and supreme grade. The Shadow Demon Emperor barely managed to withstand a strike from Lu Jiuyuan with just a piece of bark that fell from a supreme grade golden silk tree, demonstrating just how terrifying a completed golden silk tree is. Although the current golden silk tree seedling is merely of lower grade, it can grow to supreme grade with proper nurture. At the moment Lu Jiuyuan broke the seal of the golden silk tree seedling, Lu Jiuyuan and Lu Shi and the Lu family simultaneously opened their eyes and appeared before Lu Jiuyuan in an instant. Is this the golden silk tree? A trace of seriousness flashed across Lu Jiuyuan's face, but he soon noticed that the golden silk tree seedling in Lu Jiuyuan's hand was merely of lower grade. Just as Lu Shi was about to say something, she barely had time to react before the golden silk tree seedling in Lu Jiuyuan's hand shot into his body with lightning speed. Not good. A look of surprise crossed Lu Jiuyuan's face as he appeared before Lu Jiuyuan, extending his hand to probe into Lu Jiuyuan's body. After a moment he slowly opened his eyes, incredulously stating, "The golden silk tree has actually merged." As the initiator, Lu Jiuyuan felt nothing unusual. If he had to describe it, he sensed that his physical body was slowly becoming stronger, seemingly due to the influence of the golden silk tree. Jiuyuan, now that the golden silk tree seedling has merged with you, try to sense if you can find the golden silk tree. Lu Jiuyuan said. Hearing this, Lu Jiuyuan quickly sat down, closed his eyes, and began to explore within his body. As he introspected, he sensed a massive golden tree floating deep within his soul. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be the golden silk tree. Moreover, Lu Jiuyuan could also feel that a golden energy continuously emerged from the golden silk tree within his soul, assisting in strengthening his physical body. Ancestor, the golden silk tree has taken root deep within my soul, and I can sense that it seems to pose no. At this moment, Lu Jiuyuan slowly spoke. Even without invoking the background passive skill, Lu Jiuyuan was certain that he would be fine, so this must be one of his opportunities. Upon hearing this, Lu Jiuyuan and Lu Shi exchanged glances before slowly speaking. The golden silk tree can actually merge with you. That surely counts as one of your opportunities. It is said that the golden silk tree is the Xianhuang tree and possesses supreme defensive capabilities. It is rumored that even the strongest beings at the peak of the immortal emperor cannot shake its essence. Although the golden silk tree is currently only of lower grade, given our Lu family's background, nurturing it to upper grade is not a problem. As for supreme grade, it can be managed with some effort. In that case, take these resources to refine the golden silk tree and strive to elevate it to upper or even supreme grade as soon as possible. After saying this, Lu Jiuyuan tossed Lu Jiuyuan a storage ring. After receiving the ring and examining the resources within, Lu Jiuyuan couldn't help but be astonished. The resources were plentiful indeed. However, he also recalled that the ancestor seemed to be a peak immortal emperor. Having a bit of resources was not excessive after all. Thank you very much, ancestor. Lu Jiuyuan hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Lu Jiuyuan and Lu Shi waved their hands and said slowly, "In that case, we will not stay any longer. You should refine the golden silk tree as soon as possible." After speaking, Lu Jiuyuan and Lu Shi vanished from Lu Jiuyuan's sight. Once the two left, Lu Jiuyuan sat down to absorb the resources entrusted to him by the ancestor. The moment the resources entered his body, he felt the golden silk tree deep within his soul slowly draw the resources towards it. After a while, the golden silk tree began to grow gradually. These resources should elevate the golden silk tree to upper grade, but for supreme grade it might be a bit challenging. It seems that further improvement is necessary. Lu Jiuyuan thought to himself. Moreover, judging from the current situation, it might take the golden silk tree over 100 years to absorb these resources. Currently, Lu Jiuyuan could feel that with the help of the golden silk tree, his physical body was continuously strengthening, at least more than twice as strong as before, and this was just the beginning. He could sense that if he nurtured the golden silk tree to supreme grade, his physical strength could potentially reach the level of tearing apart a peak immortal emperor. Of course, by then Lu Jiuyuan might be able to do that with his own strength. However, from the current situation, it seems that I need to enter seclusion. Lu Jiuyuan shook his head helplessly. Having obtained the golden silk tree, he felt he had touched the bottleneck of the peak of transformation, so it was time to break through. Soon a month had passed. During this month, all the notable forces in Tianling Prefecture had arrived in Qingfeng City. However, just as they were about to enter, they were stopped by Lu Jiuyuan. "Who are you?" The crowd glared angrily at Lu Jiuyuan, who had blocked their way. Most of them were powerful beings above tribulation transcendence, while Lu Jiuyuan was merely a peak nascent soul cultivator. On ordinary days they would probably not even have a chance to meet him. If it weren't for the fact that this was the Lu family's territory, they would have easily annihilated Lu Jiuyuan. In contrast, while Lu Jiuyuan felt a bit intimidated facing so many powerful beings, he still maintained a calm expression and spoke. "You are all here to attend the lecture of the Immortal Emperor, right? I am the envoy sent by the Immortal Emperor to lead you into the secret realm established by him." As he spoke the latter part, Lu Jiuyuan couldn't help but lift his head proudly. Indeed, his identity was that of the envoy arranged by Lu Xian. Earlier, Lu Xian sought out Lu Jiuyuan and entrusted him to lead the forces coming to listen to the Tao into the secret realm. After all, most of the Lu family members are direct descendants and many are in seclusion. In this situation, it is most suitable for the Li family, who have a good relationship with the Lu family, to handle this matter. However, what Lu Xian did not expect was that Lu Jiuyuan would come personally. Upon hearing Lu Jiuyuan's words, the group of experts present immediately retracted their angry expressions and replaced them with flattering smiles. "So it's the messenger of the Lu family. Thank you for your efforts. Since there's nothing to offer, please accept these items as a token of our first meeting." Yes, please be sure to accept. "This gesture is my gift to you, please take it." Looking at the numerous experts, including Earth Immortals and even Celestial Immortals, handing him storage rings, a smile on Lu Jiuyuan's face was hard to suppress. But he still forced a calm expression and said, "Since that's the case, I will accept it. Please follow me, as there are too many of you. The Lu family's experts have opened another secret realm for the teachings." With that, Lu Jiuyuan led the gathered experts to a secret realm gate outside Qingfeng City. Following Lu Jiuyuan into the secret realm, they entered one after another. As for being deceived by Lu Jiuyuan, that was a joke. The people present were all notable figures from Tianling Prefecture. Moreover, this was the Lu family's territory, and they did not believe anyone would dare to commit unlawful acts under the name of the Lu family. Meanwhile, deep within the Lu family, with a series of flashes of lightning, Lu Xian officially stepped into the refinement void stage. After all, he was not like Lu Jiuyuan, who could achieve such a breakthrough in a short time. Stepping into the refinement void stage was already quite impressive. During this time, the overall cultivation level of the Lu family members had also improved significantly, but today they did not enter seclusion. Instead, they all gathered in the main courtyard of the Lu family. "Everyone, today is the day when our ancestor Lu Jiuyuan shares the Tao. I hope you will listen attentively and strive to break through to a higher realm." Lu Guang looked at the crowd of Lu family disciples with a serious expression. After Lu Shi revived him, he naturally resumed his position as the head of the Lu family. Of course, the main reason was that the several ancestors did not intend to take on the head of the family role, as it was. During this time, Lu Guang's cultivation had also soared, advancing from the early golden core stage directly to the early nascent soul stage, barely gaining the strength to manage the Lu family. Upon hearing Lu Guang's words, the faces of the Lu family disciples present couldn't help but lift in pride. After all, they had an immortal emperor in their Lu family. However, before they could think too much, the world before them suddenly shifted, and by the time they reacted, they had already appeared within the secret realm. Listen carefully to the teachings, and strive to break through to the golden immortal stage as soon as possible. Lu Shi appeared before them, smiling gently. She then sat down and began to listen attentively. After all, Lu Jiuyuan was a powerful figure at the late immortal emperor stage. Even though he did not specialize in the Tao of time and space, it still had significant benefits for her. Seeing Lu Shi, the ancestor, they couldn't help but feel excited. After all, she was their ancestor of the Lu family, a powerful immortal emperor, and had rescued them from the brink of death. How could they not respect Lu Shi? Looking around, they saw a vast world that appeared to be shrouded in a gray mist. Although Lu Zai's Tao of time and space was powerful, it was still insufficient to create a true world. At best, it could only be considered a space, but not a world. To create a world, at least an immortal emperor-level expert would be required. In the center of the space, Lu Jiuyuan radiated golden light 100,000 times more terrifying than the sun, making his figure appear incomparably sacred. Of course, being an immortal emperor, the prestige was naturally present. Looking around, they were packed tightly by a crowd, but they dared not show any dissatisfaction. After all, it was an immortal emperor sharing the Tao, and simply being able to listen was already quite fortunate. The so-called sharing of the Tao is merely expressing one's understanding of the Tao and emanating one's Tao charm to allow others to absorb it for breakthroughs. Indeed, only an immortal emperor possesses the light of the myriad Taos. Lu Jiuyuan, who was closest to Lu Jiuyuan, felt an inner excitement and exclaimed. Having seen much of the world, how could Lu Jiuyuan not know that the light of the myriad Taos was a unique effect of the immortal emperor? Although it was an effect, it was still extremely useful. just by emanating at Gu Xiuan, could feel his own cultivation slowly rising, albeit only by a thread. But this was enough to indicate that Lu Jiuyuan was indeed a powerful immortal emperor. Soon the time for the teachings arrived. As the moment came, Lu Jiuyuan slowly opened his eyes and began. The sharing of the Tao begins now. As Lu Jiuyuan spoke, a series of insights regarding the Tao flowed from his mouth, accompanied by the effect of the light of the myriad Taoists gradually reaching the ears of the experts present. At that moment their cultivations began to rise slowly. Before long some began to experience breakthroughs. However, since this space was created by Lu Shi and not under the control of the heavenly Tao of the Emperor Xian, continent tribulations could not descend here. They would have to wait until they were outside to face the tribulation. Even so, they were still enjoying themselves, although facing the tribulation outside would involve multiple trials. The opportunity to hear the immortal emperor share the Tao was priceless. During Lu Daotian's teachings, everyone's cultivation levels without exception began to rise slowly. Among them those closest to Lu Daotian, including the experts from the Gu family, and the Lu family felt the effects even more strongly, with some experiencing a breakthrough of an entire major realm in a single day. However, none of this had any relation to Lu Jiuyuan in the Gu family. Currently Lu Jiuyuan was diligently cultivating, sensing that he was on the verge of breaking through to the peak of the transformation god stage. In the next moment, Lu Jiuyuan, still in the midst of his cultivation, suddenly opened his eyes, gazing at the approaching tribulation brought about by his breakthrough, his expression turning grave. It's time to break through to the refinement void stage. As Lu Jiuyuan took a step down, the previously pitch-black sky instantly brightened again, and the tribulation had already been drawn away by Lu Jiuyuan. Above the heavens, countless terrifying lightning tribulations surged towards Lu Jiuyuan, yet he remained completely unperturbed, allowing the tribulations to strike his flesh. It is no exaggeration to say that with Lu Jiuyuan's current cultivation and foundation, the lightning tribulations he faced far exceeded those of practitioners at the same realm. Based on the current scale, the power of the lightning tribulation Lu Jiuyuan faced had likely reached a level that only Earth immortals could withstand. However, the current Lu Jiuyuan could easily slay even Earth immortals, so how could he possibly fear a mere lightning tribulation? Countless bolts of lightning capable of reducing celestial immortals to ashes surged towards Lu Jiuyuan. But as they approached Lu Jiuyuan, they were completely absorbed by the exposed golden weaving tree within his open divine soul. By utilizing the power of the lightning tribulation, I can accelerate the refining speed of the golden weaving tree's resources while effortlessly transcending the tribulation. Lu Jiuyuan thought to himself. This idea was not a whim. Throughout history, many had utilized the power of lightning tribulations to temper weapons, enhancing their rank. While he was unsure if this principle could be applied to the golden weaving tree, the current situation appeared to be quite under the continuous bombardment of the lightning tribulation. The refining speed of the golden weaving tree's resources had increased significantly. According to Lu Jiuyuan's calculations, it would likely reach a medium grade within a year's time. However, the lightning tribulation would not strike for long. After 3 months, the chaos of the lightning tribulation gradually dissipated. Lu Jiuyuan's cultivation successfully advanced from the late stage of divine transformation, surpassing the pinnacle of divine transformation, and leaped into the void refinement stage. If facing a peak Earth immortal was somewhat challenging before, now I should be able to slay them with ease. Clenching his fist and feeling the terrifying power within him, if someone were present they would undoubtedly be horrified, questioning how anyone could exist in the Sea of Stars with a cultivation of void refinement. Indeed, Lu Jiuyuan had come to the Sea of Stars to undergo his tribulation. Given the overwhelming power of his lightning tribulation, if he had transcended it, in Tianling Prefecture, countless nations would likely be destroyed. After checking his condition, Lu Jiuyuan began to investigate the golden weaving tree deep within his divine. Under the bombardment of the lightning tribulation, the golden weaving tree had grown approximately tenfold, and its enhancement speed for Lu Jiuyuan's flesh had also increased by about double. It's time to return. Wait, what is that? Lu Jiuyuan was about to head back to the Gu family when he noticed a terrifying aura coming from not far away, originating from Tianling Prefecture. Upon closer inspection, he couldn't help but exclaim, "That's in the direction of my Lu family. Could it be that someone has broken through to become a celestial king?" Lu Jiuyuan gazed at the world-destroying lightning tribulation and couldn't help but call out in surprise. The scale of the distant lightning tribulation had already surpassed that of his previous tribulation. He could think of nothing else beyond the lightning tribulation of a celestial king. And indeed, the reality was just as Lu Jiuyuan thought. Oh, is someone actually about to break through to celestial king? However, there is no Tao power in this space for you to absorb, so you should leave. Lu Daotian, who was in the midst of teaching, looked at the ancient blood abyss, whose aura had surpassed the peak of golden immortal, and couldn't help but shake his head. This space was created by Lu Shi and lacked the support of Tao power, and breaking through to Celestial King required the enhancement of Tao power. To easily use the powers of Tao, one must be a powerful being at the Celestial Emperor level. Now was a prime opportunity for the ancient blood abyss to break through, so, without hesitation, in just a thought, Lu Jiuyuan directly transported the ancient blood abyss to the Sea of Stars. Just as he sent the ancient blood abyss away, Lu Jiuyuan was about to continue teaching when his brow furrowed in surprise. Another one. It's the Tao Lord of Tianling Prefecture. Indeed, the one about to break through to Celestial King was none other than the Tianling Taoist. Without hesitation, Lu Jiuyuan transported the Tianling Taoist to the Sea of Stars as well. At this time, Lu Jiuyuan had also returned to the Gu family. Upon his return, Li Tian and the others who had been in seclusion gradually emerged from their retreats. Their cultivation had stabilized at the mid-stage of divine transformation, while the stronger ones like Li Qingdi had already stabilized at the mid-stage of integration. Hall Master. Seeing Lu Jiuyuan appear, Li Tian and the others hurriedly bowed. Lu Jiuyuan waved his hand to quiet them down before speaking. I have finished dealing with matters here in the Gu family, and it is time for us to head to the next destination. I wonder if you have any good ideas. Upon hearing this, a thoughtful expression flashed across Li Tian and the others' faces. After a moment, Li Tian was the first to speak. Hall Master, most of the people in Tianling Prefecture are currently in Qingfeng City listening to teachings. Even if we head to the other forces in Tianling Prefecture, we won't encounter many people, so why not go to another Tao continent? Li Qingdi and the others nodded and spoke. Indeed, Hall Master, Li Tian's suggestion is viable. Since you have spoken, you must have made a decision, so just say it. Having spent time together, Lu Jiuyuan knew at least a general understanding of everyone in the Human Emperor Hall. Upon hearing Lu Jiuyuan's words, Li Tian smiled sheepishly and said, "As expected, Hall Master, you understand me well. Indeed, I have an idea. How about we head to the Divine Sword Continent?" The Divine Sword Continent. That's one of the upper Tao continents, primarily centered around sword cultivators. However, given our current strength, would it be too much to go there? Li Tian's words caused Qin Yuan to look somewhat troubled. The others also nodded in agreement. After all, the overall strength of the Divine Sword Continent is significantly stronger than that of the ancient Imperial Continent. Most of the forces there are backed by Celestial Kings, and many of them even have Celestial Emperors existing, but the Celestial Emperors are merely hiding in the depths of the Sea of Stars. However, it is still possible to intervene in matters concerning the Emperor Xin continent. Lu Jiuyuan appeared quite unconcerned. As far as I know, the Hongmeng Celestial Emperor also has forces in the Divine Sword Continent. My Hongmeng sword intent needs to be refined, so let us head to the Divine Sword Continent. If those forces wish to bully the weak with their might, I believe my ancestors from the Lu family would not stand by idly. Hearing Lu Jiuyuan's words, Qin Yuan and the others couldn't help but agree, especially considering how terrifying Lu Jiuyuan had become now. With this thought, Li Tian and the others couldn't contain their curiosity and spoke up. "Master, have you now broken through to the peak of the transformation stage?" "Something like that, a bit higher than the peak of transformation stage." Lu Jiuyuan pondered for a moment and slowly said, "Mainly because it wasn't something worth hiding." Upon hearing Lu Jiuyuan's words, they couldn't help but gasp in shock. For others, cultivation becomes increasingly difficult as they reach higher realms, so why was it that for Lu Jiuyuan it seemed to be speeding up? This instilled a strong sense of crisis within them. If they didn't hurry to grow stronger, they would truly be unable to keep up with Master. However, they soon felt reassured. Lu Jiuyuan could easily slay those in the early Earth Immortal stage during his late transformation stage, and now that he was in the Void Refining stage, he should at least be able to easily slay those at the peak of the Earth Immortal stage. Therefore, their journey to the Divine Sword Prefecture would probably not encounter any too difficult matters. Qian Gui, take out the celestial vessel and set a course for the Divine Sword Prefecture. "Let's go," Lu Jiuyuan said softly. In an instant, the masked Qian Gui appeared before him, summoning a holy-grade celestial vessel from his storage ring with a wave of his hand. Qian Gui's strength had also significantly improved, having broken through to the mid-Earth Immortal state. As for him now, he felt he could no longer be considered Lu Jiuyuan's protector, but rather more like Lu Jiuyuan's servant, specifically clearing obstacles for him. Yet despite this, Qian Gui held no dissatisfaction in his heart. After all, the Lu family now had an immortal emperor overseeing them, and being Lu Jiuyuan's servant was indeed a tremendous benefit. For instance, regarding his current cultivation, if he had remained in the Demon Wanderer sect, he would likely never have broken through in his lifetime, let alone acquire the Refining Source Breakthrough Art. With the Refining Source Breakthrough Art, Qian Gui was confident he could step into the Immortal King realm, and if Lu Jiuyuan were to further elevate his grade, he might even break through to the Immortal Emperor realm. As the celestial vessel was summoned, Lu Jiuyuan and the others soon appeared on the deck. "Let's go, our target is the Divine Sword Prefecture. It will take nearly 10 years of flying to reach." Lu Jiuyuan spoke. The expressions of the others also grew somewhat serious. After all, they had already flown for nearly 5 years to reach the ancient Emperor Prefecture, and the Divine Sword Prefecture seemed to require even more time, especially considering they were using a holy-grade celestial vessel. As Qian Gui infused the spirit stones into the celestial vessel, it vanished above the Gu family in an instant, arriving at the spatial barrier in a mere moment. Without any effort, they passed through the spatial barrier and entered the Star Sea. Gazing at the vast Star Sea, Lu Jiuyuan couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Once again, he was seeing the Star Sea, though he wondered if this time he would gain any insights from admiring it. With this thought, Lu Jiuyuan sat down where he was beginning to comprehend the Star Sea. Seeing this, Li Tian and the others followed suit, sitting down to contemplate the Star Sea. Meanwhile, Lu Daotian and the others realized immediately when Lu Jiuyuan and the others left Tianling Prefecture, but they weren't particularly affected. After all, given the current situation, no one in the Emperor Xian continent could harm Lu Jiuyuan. Moreover, to put it bluntly, even if Lu Jiuyuan were truly killed, Lu Daotian was confident he could resurrect. As for now, the most important thing for Lu Daotian was to give teachings which would need to last for a full 3 years. Is this the Divine Sword Prefecture? Indeed, its scale is even more prosperous than the ancient Emperor Prefecture. After entering the Divine Sword Prefecture, Lu Jiuyuan and the others directly stored the celestial vessel. A holy-grade celestial vessel, if word got out, would surely attract a lot of trouble. Although Lu Jiuyuan was not afraid of trouble, it was better to avoid it if possible. After all, these forces could not possibly summon a more powerful ancestor for Lu Jiuyuan now. Let's find a force first to understand the situation in the Divine Sword Prefecture. After pondering for a moment, Lu Jiuyuan slowly spoke. Given that they were unfamiliar with the area, finding a force to explain the situation in the Divine Sword Prefecture would be ideal. Upon hearing Lu Jiuyuan's words, the crowd was about to disperse to look for a weaker force when they noticed a playful expression appear on Lu Jiuyuan's face. It seems someone is delivering themselves to us. Let's go. Saying this, Lu Jiuyuan flew off in a certain direction, prompting Li Tian and the others to hurriedly follow. Boom, boom, boom. In a massive mountain range, several cultivators were chasing a young girl in a blue long dress whose garments were already stained with blood. She was weak, unable to stop, and was fleeing frantically ahead. Damn it, what benefits did the Shuriwa sect give you to mobilize you to assassinate me? The girl in the blue long dress turned her head and shouted in anger. Before her stood 5 black-clad cultivators wearing ghostly masks who remained silent, their expressions cold as they gazed at the girl as if she were already dead. The girl also knew that her chances of survival today were slim and couldn't help but let out a wretched laugh. She was Qin Yuanming, the elder of the Qianji sect at the initial transformation stage. Her outing was precisely because the sect leader of the Qianji sect was afflicted with cold poison and needed the flame elixir for detoxification, which is why she had taken the risk of going to the Divine Pill Pavilion for medicine. Little did she expect that after obtaining the flame elixir, she would be pursued by assassins sent by the Shuriwa sect. Faced with 2 transformation stage cultivators and 3 half-step transformation stage assassins, she had no power to defend herself. Moreover, she had been ambushed by the 2 transformation stage assassins at the outset, leading to her current predicament. Although you remain silent, I, Qin Yuanming, will make sure you pay for this, even if I die. Seeing no way to escape, a resolute look flashed across Qin Yuanming's face. She was about to fight desperately. Upon seeing this, the expressions of the 5 assassins grew extremely grave, but thinking of the rewards the Shuriwa sect had promised them, they felt somewhat reassured. But at that moment, a playful voice came from nearby. I didn't expect that my first time in the Divine Sword Prefecture would allow me to witness such a spectacle. It's quite an eye-opener. A young man in white, who was none other than Lu Jiuyuan, walked out smiling and clapping his hands. With Lu Jiuyuan's appearance, the expressions of those present suddenly turned extremely serious, for they could not sense Lu Jiuyuan's aura at all. Your Excellency, this is a matter of Tianying. Please do not interfere. One of the masked men with a ghostly appearance stepped forward, advising in a vague tone. After hearing the other party's words, a flicker of despair crossed Qin Yuanming's face. She naturally knew what kind of force Tianying was. It was an assassination organization capable of killing even those at the Tribulation Transcendent stage, claiming that as long as the payment was sufficient, they could take down even those at the Mahayana stage. Just when Qin Yuanming thought that Lu Jiuyuan would flee upon hearing about Tianying, she was surprised to find him laughing instead. Interesting, Tianying. But I don't know them, and let me say it again, I will protect this person, Lu Jiuyuan said, pointing at Qin Yuanming. The expressions of the 5 assassins were inscrutable, clearly pondering whether to continue their attack. However, they soon made up their minds and rushed towards Qin Yuanming. It seems you have chosen to seek death. It will leave these 5 to you, Lu Jiuyuan said calmly. The next moment, Li Tian and others behind him charged directly at Qin Yuanming. My life is over. Qin Yuanming saw a long knife growing larger in her vision, and just as it was about to strike her, it was blocked by a long sword. Sorry, your opponent is me. Li Tian said with a grin revealing his white teeth. Then with a slight exertion he sent the attacker flying. The remaining 4 assassins changed their expressions slightly at this sight. Unexpectedly, he is at the mid-stage of the transformation realm. After their seclusion, Li Tian and others had all reached the mid-stage of the transformation realm. Although they were not on par with someone like Lu Jiuyuan, they were certainly not inferior compared to top talents. Upon sensing that Li Tian was at the mid-stage of the transformation realm, they immediately lost their desire to fight. After all, if Li Tian had reached that level, it was needless to say how much stronger Lu Jiuyuan was. Just as they were about to concede, Zhang Chengfeng appeared before them, easily slaying them with a single sword strike. After all, Zhang Chengfeng and Li Tian were both top geniuses capable of being invincible within the same realm, so it was normal for him to slay 5 assassins of lower cultivation with one sword. I already told you don't go against me. I didn't expect you still chose the path of death. Lu Jiuyuan shook his head helplessly at the tragic scene before him. Without thinking much, he turned to look at the dazed Qin Yuanming. Hey, you there, come here. Lu Jiuyuan waved his hand, and Qin Yuanming finally seemed to awaken from her stupor. After swallowing hard, she jogged to Lu Jiuyuan's side and respectfully said, "This little girl thanks you for saving my life, but you probably don't know about Tianying. They can even assassinate Mahayana cultivators, so you should leave here as soon as possible." Before Lu Jiuyuan could respond to Qin Yuanming's words, Chun Yuan, who had returned to his side, casually said, "Don't worry, Tianying is nothing to us. The human Emperor Hall is not afraid of them. If they seek death, we won't mind acting on behalf of the heavens." Hearing this, Qin Yuanming was even more shocked internally, and she couldn't help but wonder what kind of background Lu Jiuyuan and the others had to disregard even Tianying. Lu Jiuyuan was also disinclined to explain. He merely shot Qin Yuan a glance before saying, "This is our first time in the Divine Sword Prefecture. Could you please tell us about the current situation there, and where the Hongming Immortal Emperor's faction is located?" Upon hearing Lu Jiuyuan's words, Qin Yuanming couldn't help but gasp in shock again. As a native cultivator of the Divine Sword Prefecture, she naturally knew that the Emperor Xian continent was not just comprised of the Divine Sword Prefecture. The fact that Lu Jiuyuan and the others came from outside the Divine Sword Prefecture meant that at least someone among them had reached the Mahayana stage. However, recalling something, a difficult expression flashed across Qin Yuanming's face as she said, "I'm sorry, young master, but I don't know everything about the situation in the Divine Sword Prefecture, let alone about the Hongming Immortal Emperor. However, the Supreme Elder of our Qinji sect should know." Seeing a hint of anger appear on Lu Jiuyuan's face, Qin Yuanming quickly spoke up. Upon hearing this, a trace of hesitation flashed across Lu Jiuyuan's face, but he still agreed. After all, since they had come to the Divine Sword Prefecture, they needed a place to settle down. Moreover, Lu Jiuyuan had another idea: to establish the Human Emperor Hall in the Divine Sword Prefecture. "In that case, where is your Qinji sect? Please point us in the direction," Lu Jiuyuan said. Although Qin Yuanming was curious about what Lu Jiuyuan wanted to do, she obediently pointed towards the northern position. The next moment, she realized what Lu Jiuyuan intended. Lu Jiuyuan simply waved his hand, and in an instant, everyone flew northward. In just a flash, they arrived above the Qinji sect. This must be the Qinji sect. The distance of thousands of miles was nothing for Lu Jiuyuan at his current cultivation level. At this moment, Qin Yuanming also expressed no more thoughts. She was used to it, as she had already gotten accustomed to it. "Senior, this is indeed the Qinji sect." After sensing Lu Jiuyuan's strength, Qin Yuanming instinctively changed her address for him to a respect. Seeing this, Lu Jiuyuan nodded, extending his divine sense. The next moment, he brought everyone before a cave dwelling. "This person should be your Qinji sect's Supreme Elder, right?" Looking at the white-bearded old man sitting cross-legged before him, Lu Jiuyuan spoke. Qin Yuanming nodded in response. The old man only opened his eyes after hearing the voices of Lu Jiuyuan and the others. "Who are you?" "Elder." The Supreme Elder furrowed his brow, immediately becoming alert and ready to act. However, upon seeing Qin Yuanming, he halted. Qin Yuanming hurriedly stepped forward to inform the Supreme Elder of what had transpired. After listening to Qin Yuanming's account, the Supreme Elder quickly stood up and bowed to Lu Jiuyuan and the others. "Thank you, several seniors, for saving our Qinji sect's elder. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me, and I will certainly share everything I know." Lu Jiuyuan came for this matter, and upon hearing Lu Jiuyuan's account, the Supreme Elder's brow furrowed. He then began to explain the general situation of the Divine Sword Prefecture. The current Xinjiang sect, like the other Dao states, is divided into 5 regions: southeast, southwest, northeast, northwest, and central. Our Qinji sect is located in the southern region, while the central region possesses the strongest power among the 5 regions, with the other 4 regions not differing much in strength. In the 4 regions, there are no fewer than 10 powers led by immortal emperors, while the central region is home to 3 major sects under the leadership of immortal emperors, namely Ling Tian's sect, Qingyun sect, and Deri sect. The force you mentioned, where the Hongming Immortal Emperor resides, is the Hongming Immortal sect, which has more than 10 immortal emperors stationed. Aside from the three major sects led by immortal emperors, the Hongming immortal sect is the most powerful. Upon hearing the words of the elder of the Qianji sect, a thoughtful expression flickered across Lu Jiuyuan's face. He did not expect that even the immortal emperor of the ancient Huang state would not have as many as 3 immortal emperors in the Xinjiang state, but he also thought that these 3 immortal emperors should be like his own ancestor, not often showing themselves. Otherwise, with the current spatial conditions of the Emperor Xian continent, it would be impossible to withstand the power of an immortal emperor or immortal sovereign. This is interesting. If that is the case, I must visit the Hongming immortal sect. Lu Jiuyuan murmured to himself. He must go to the Hongming immortal sect, for he wished to experience the level of the Hongming sword intent of the Hongming immortal emperor. His own Hongming sword intent had already reached the pinnacle level, while the Hongming immortal emperor was only one step away from achieving the perfect sword intent. If he were to achieve the perfect sword intent, it was likely that the Hongming immortal emperor would step into the realm of immortal sovereigns. Thinking of this, Lu Jiuyuan firmly resolved to head to the Hongming immortal sect. Just then the elder of the Qianji sect spoke up. If you plan to go to the Hongming immortal sect, I would suggest waiting for a year. The Hongming immortal sect will be recruiting disciples in a year, and you will have the opportunity to go then. A year? I'm not short on time. In that case, does your Qianji sect have a place for us to stay? Lu Jiuyuan replied casually. The elder of the Qianji sect's face lit up with joy, for he had intended to have Lu Jiuyuan stay at their Qianji sect. With Lu Jiuyuan's presence, their Qianji sect might just experience a transformation in strength. Of course we have accommodations. Grand Elder, please take them to Tianya Peak. Qin Yueming felt a surge of joy in her heart. Having been rescued by Lu Jiuyuan and the others, she was immensely grateful to them. Just as Qin Yueming was about to take Lu Jiuyuan and the others away, Lu Jiuyuan paused his steps and casually tossed a storage ring to the elder. Consider these as our payment for temporarily staying at the Qianji sect. Without waiting for the elder to respond, Lu Jiuyuan led Qin Yueming and the others away. The elder hurriedly opened the storage ring, and upon seeing the resources inside, he couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha, the heavens have blessed our Qianji sect. Sect master, come quickly to see me. Elder, what did you give to the elder just now? On the way, Qin Yueming couldn't help but ask curiously. Lu Jiuyuan replied nonchalantly. Just something useless to me. Upon hearing this, Qin Yueming had to suppress her curiosity and did not inquire further. What she didn't know was that the useless items Lu Jiuyuan referred to were taken from a cultivator of the Huang family he had annihilated. The owner of the storage ring, which Lu Jiuyuan found valuable, had at least reached the tribulation transcendent stage. Moments later, Qin Yueming brought Lu Jiuyuan and the others to the top of Tianya Peak. There, Tianya Peak stood tall within the Qianji sect, only slightly shorter than the sect master's peak. However, in terms of scenery, the sect master's peak could not compare to Tianya Peak, which was precisely the place the Qianji sect used to host distinguished guests. Elder, do you like this place? Qin Yueming observed Lu Jiuyuan's expression and asked. Lu Jiuyuan nodded. After all, he had stayed in many places and the conditions in the mine were far worse than he, but he had managed to endure it, and the environment here was greatly improved compared to the mine. Seeing that Lu Jiuyuan was not displeased, Qin Yueming sighed in relief, and then spoke. Since you have no objections, I will go back to recuperate. Having said that, Qin Yueming intended to take her leave, but was stopped by Lu Jiuyuan. Just as Qin Yueming was about to say something, Lu Jiuyuan flicked his fingers and shot out a pill that landed steadily in Qin Yueming's mouth. This pill should help you fully recover from your injuries and may even assist you in breaking through to the pinnacle of the transformation stage. Go back. Without waiting for Qin Yueming to respond, Lu Jiuyuan waved his hand and entered the palace with Li Tian and the others. Only Qin Yueming remained filled with gratitude and then decisively knelt down to express her thanks. Thank you, Elder. If you ever need anything in the future, Qin Yueming will do her utmost to fulfill your requests. Having said that, she felt the pill refining instantly within her body and her injuries were completely healed in an instant. At this moment, her cultivation also began to loosen. Mid-stage transformation, latest-stage pinnacle, and it didn't stop there. With a bang, Qin Yueming's cultivation directly stepped into the void refinement stage. Instantly, the sky above the Qianji sect darkened, and such a terrifying aura caused the elder, who had just gathered the high-level members of the Qianji sect, to wear a grave expression. Is someone about to break through to the void refinement stage? However, before he could react, that terrifying aura vanished without a trace, as if the thunder tribulation had never appeared. This was all because Lu Jiuyuan had taken Qin Yueming away from the Qianji sect. He did not wish for the thunder tribulation to affect his outing. Elder, what on earth happened? The high-level members of the Qianji sect who had been summoned asked with reverence. The elder recalled something and couldn't help but laugh heartily. This time our Qianji sect is going to rise. Having said that, the elder recounted the previous events. The high-level members could no longer sit still, their faces filled with uncontainable joy. If what the elder said was true, then their Qinji sect was truly going to rise. The cultivators coming from other Dao states had at least reached the Great Ascension stage. Indeed, that elder also gave me a storage ring saying it was for our accommodation fees during our stay at the Qinji sect. Therefore you all must pass this message. If anyone provokes that elder, kill them on the spot. Saying this, a fierce killing intent flashed across the elder's body. The other high-level members naturally understood the importance of this matter. If handled well, it would mean the rise of their Qinji sect. If handled poorly, it would mean their destruction. Senior Elder, you have broken through to the nascent soul refinement realm. While the Supreme Elder was preparing to distribute the resources bestowed by Lu Jiuyuan among the sect master and others of the Qinji sect, of fluctuation in spiritual energy swept across the hall. The Supreme Elder, whose cultivation was the highest among them, immediately sensed it, his expression shifting instantly as he spoke, voice trembling with excitement. Though he himself stood merely half a step away from the nascent soul refinement realm, he felt from Qin Yuanming an aura of lethal threat, a phenomenon explicable only if she had already ascended to that realm. Qin Yuanming made no attempt to conceal it. She simply nodded and spoke. Indeed, that venerable elder, moved by my grievous injuries, granted me a pill, yet I never imagined its effect would be so overwhelming. It propelled me directly from the early nascent soul realm to the nascent soul refinement realm. Hearing this, all present instinctively drew a sharp, chilling breath. A single pill casually bestowed had elevated Qin Yuanming to such a pinnacle, deepening their awe and reverence for Lu Jiuyuan beyond measure. Swiftly the sect master recalled something and was the first to speak. If my memory serves, the ancient ruin is soon to awaken. With our Qinji sect's current strength, we may lack the capacity to enter, but what if we inform the elder? Perhaps this gesture might earn us his favor. At these words, a flicker of hesitation crossed the Supreme Elder's face, only to vanish as resolve hardened in his gaze. If it were that elder, perhaps he truly possessed the authority and power to enter that fabled ruin. Yet the other elders, excluding the sect master and Supreme Elder, wore expressions of quiet confusion, clearly unaware of the significance behind their exchange. Qin Yuanming, however, her seniority and insight far exceeding theirs, suddenly grasped the implication and could not suppress a gasp. Master, do you mean that ruin? Precisely, the legendary Tun Tian ruins. The sect master's face grew solemn as he confirmed it with a firm nod. At the very name, Tun Tian ruins, every elder present stiffened their breath, catching anew as forgotten legends surged back into memory. After brief contemplation, Qin Yuanming deemed the proposal viable. After all, having accompanied Lu Jiuyuan closely, she knew well of his earlier intention to pay homage to the Hongming immortal sovereign, suggesting that such a ruin might pose no obstacle whatsoever to him. With that realization, she stepped forward. Master, allow me to deliver this news to the elder. I am already acquainted with him, and thus least likely to offend him. The sect master and others naturally acquiesced. They knew nothing of Lu Jiuyuan, and offending him risked not merely their own deaths, but the utter annihilation of the entire Qinji sect. Having secured the sect master's consent, Qin Yuanming departed swiftly from the grand hall. Only after her departure did the Supreme Elder finally speak. Prepare yourselves. Distribute these resources among the disciples. Let them cultivate without delay. And you too must advance. Within 1 month we march upon the Shuriwa sect for retribution. At his words, the other elders' faces tightened with grim gravity, and yet they bowed their heads in silence. For the Shuriwa sect stood equal in stature to the Qinji sect. Yet, while the Shuriwa sect's Supreme Elder remained in the prime of his life, there stood on the very threshold of mortality. But now, with Lu Jiuyuan's aid, ascension to the nascent soul refinement realm seemed imminent. And judging by the magnitude of those resources, the Qinji sect could forge at least one peerless expert at the peak of the Union Body realm. Meanwhile in Tianying, with a thunderous crack, 5 soul lamps shattered simultaneously, startling the elder who guarded the soul hall. Moments later, a master at the peak of the Union Body realm arrived before the shattered lamps. If my memory does not fail, these 5 were dispatched to assassinate the Qinji sect's senior elder. Why have they perished? The speaker was a Tier 3 assassin of Tianying, ranked among its elders. Within Tianying, assassins were classified into 9 tiers, from 9th tier Qi cultivation realm to 1st tier Great Ascension realm. Above them stood the celestial tier assassins corresponding to the human immortal realm. Elder Lin, I cannot say, but I can confirm their soul lamps extinguished almost simultaneously. The soul hall elder spoke grimly. The loss of 2 5th tier and 3 6th tier assassins constituted no trivial blow to Tianying. To slay them all at once, the killer must possess strength rivaling late nascent soul realm cultivators. It seems the Shuriwa sect has deceived us. Go to them. Demand increased payment, or Tianying shall erase the Shuriwa sect from existence. With a cold snort, Elder Lin vanished, leaving the Soul Hall Elder wiping sweat from his brow. The Shuriwa sect, perhaps dreaming in blissful ignorance, had unwittingly dug its own grave by hiring Tunying. Meanwhile, atop Tianya Peak, sensing Qin Yuanming's approach, Lu Jiuyuan opened his eyes, slightly puzzled. 3 days had passed, it was time to stir from seclusion. In a flash of light, he appeared before her. Though both now stood at the early nascent soul refinement realm, her strength paled to less than a billionth of his. Qin Yuanming recoiled in startled surprise, then quickly composed herself and performed a deep bow. I pay my respects to the elder. No formalities are needed, Lu Jiuyuan waved gently. You've come with purpose, haven't you? Lu Jiuyuan gestured lightly, and Qin Yuanming immediately recounted the matter in full detail. Long ago in our southern domain reigned the Tun Tian immortal sovereign. A sovereign who even at early immortal sovereign realm slew a mid-tier sovereign in defiance of all precedent. Yet eons ago he mysteriously perished within the southern domain. His dying Dao resonance coalesced into a new secret realm, the Tun Tian ruins. Reliable intelligence holds that his legacy lies hidden within, yet for millions of years none have ever located it. A wistful gleam shimmered in Qin Yuanming's eyes as she spoke. For such a legacy, if claimed, would guarantee ascension to immortal king realm, if not beyond. Lu Jiuyuan's expression shifted subtly at her words, and he murmured softly, the Tun Tian ruins. Now that is intriguing. Since that's the case, when will the Tun Tian ruins be opened? Lu Jiuyuan suppressed his curiosity and slowly inquired. Qin Yuanzhen quickly replied, 3 months from now, but... A hint of hesitation flashed across her face as she spoke. Lu Jiuyuan naturally noticed this and asked, is there some trouble? Yes, the Tun Tian ruins have been monopolized by various major forces. To enter one must be led by a celestial-level powerhouse. Qin Yuanzhen spoke, while observing Lu Jiuyuan's expression. Lu Jiuyuan was taken aback, but after a moment of thought, he found it reasonable. After all, it was a legacy left by an immortal emperor. How could powerful forces allow those with lower cultivation to enter? It is no exaggeration to say that Lu Jiuyuan even felt this requirement was a bit low, at least a golden immortal would be needed. I understand this matter. Since you from the Qinji sect have informed me, you can select 10 disciples to accompany me into the ruins. Lu Jiuyuan thought for a moment, and then spoke, considering it a good opportunity to establish a connection. Hearing this, Qin Yuanzheng's face lit up with joy as she hurriedly expressed her gratitude. In that case, thank you, senior. It should be noted that this was the legacy of the Tongtian immortal emperor, and many of his subordinates were at least at the Great Ascension stage. When the Tongtian immortal emperor fell, their legacies remained within the Tongtian ruins. Lu Jiuyuan nodded and waved his hand to send Qin Yuanzheng back. He pondered for a moment, and then spoke, Lu Daodian. In the next second a smack landed on his forehead. Lu Daodian appeared looking displeased and said, don't you have any respect for the ancestor? Once one breaks through to above golden immortal, they belong to a level beyond the flow of time, and breaking through to immortal king allows one to be sensed by merely whispering their true name. Not to mention that the one being whispered about is Lu Daodian, a peak immortal emperor. Lu Jiuyuan smiled wryly and said, I thought this would be a quicker way to summon the ancestor. Alright, enough chatter. You're planning to go to the Tongtian ruins, right? I also know a bit about this ruins. I initially thought the Tongtian immortal emperor had great talent and was likely to become an immortal emperor, but I never expected that she would fall. Lu Daodian certainly paid close attention to every move of Lu Jiuyuan. After all, he was the most talented prodigy in their Lu family's history, and they couldn't afford any mistakes. Thus, everything discussed earlier between Lu Jiuyuan and Qin Yuanzheng reached Lu Daoshan's ears. I want to go through some training, and naturally, I need to explore the various secret realms and ruins. After all, growth without battle is meaningless. Lu Jiuyuan shrugged and displayed a helpless expression. Lu Daodian rolled his eyes, and then there's no need to call me for such trivial matters. Just send Lu Shixian over. Lu Shixian had recently stabilized his cultivation at the early golden immortal stage, making him quite suitable for this occasion. Hearing Lu Daoshan's words, Lu Jiuyuan nodded in realization, but quickly thought of something and said reluctantly, but the ancestor has not yet broken through to immortal king, who whispering his true name would be useless. You really are something else. Lu Daodian shook his head helplessly, then stretched out his hand and instantly shattered the space on his left side, reaching in. When he reappeared, he was holding a bewildered Lu Shixian. Lu Shixian, huh? But after hearing the entire story, a hint of excitement flashed across Lu Shixian. Ancestor, I can act freely on this matter, right? As long as you don't cause trouble and others don't provoke. Lu Daodian rolled his eyes at Lu Shixian. Upon hearing this, Lu Shixian looked as though he had been doused with cold water and felt utterly disheartened. However, after thinking it over, he felt it was fine. After all, this was his first time coming to the Divine Sword Prefecture, and he could explore a bit. Alright, I have things to attend to. Don't cause any trouble during this period. After saying this, Lu Daotian was about to leave, but was stopped by Lu Jiuyuan. Ancestor, do you have something important to attend to? It's nothing. Young ones should not meddle in adult matters. Lu Daotian stated without reservation. He then disappeared without a trace. For some reason, Lu Jiuyuan felt that what Lu Daotian was going to do was related to him, but after much contemplation, he couldn't figure it out, and could only let it go, turning to look at Lu Jiuyuan beside him. Ancestor will be relying on you during this time. But it seems that my presence is not urgently needed here, so let's meet before entering the Tantian ruins. Lu Jiuyuan then vanished in a manner similar to Lu Daotian, leaving Lu Jiuyuan speechless. It's true that not everyone in the family enters the same door, but he said nothing, as it was indeed not necessary for Lu Jiuyuan to be here right now. In that case, I'll just wander around the Qinji sect. Lu Jiuyuan sensed that Li Tian and the others were in closed-door training, striving to break through to the late transformation stage, and after some thought, he headed down the mountain. Meanwhile, Qin Yuanzheng had already informed the Supreme Elder and others of the situation. This left the Supreme Elder and the others quite excited. After all, if 10 people could enter the Tantian ruins, it meant that at least 10 powerful beings at the tribulation stage would emerge from the Qinji sect. For the current Qinji sect, this was undoubtedly something that would make everyone fervently excited. We need to make a decision quickly. After all, the Tantian ruins will open in 3 months. However, in my view, the Grand Elder must have a position. If it weren't for the Grand Elder, our Qinji sect might not have such a great opportunity. The master of the Qinji sect spoke first. The others nodded in agreement, and soon the Supreme Elder, the master of the Qinji sect, and 7 early transformation elders were selected. Finally, 10 individuals were confirmed to accompany Lu Jiuyuan into the Tantian ruins. The Tantian ruins is a secret realm formed by the fall of an immortal emperor, and the beasts within are incredibly powerful, including fearsome beings at the celestial and golden immortal levels. Moreover, there are even demon kings at the immortal king level, so those entering must be exceedingly cautious. Sister Lu, I heard that your frost palm has reached great mastery. Could you give me some guidance? Lu Wanqing was practicing in her cave when she was interrupted by her suddenly intruding junior sister, causing her to frown. However, considering that this was her junior sister, she couldn't help but sigh. Ning Shuang, you never knocked before. Isn't this just a sign of our good relationship? Ning Shuang giggled. Lu Wanqing merely shook her head, choosing not to respond, and then stood up to walk outside the cave. Let's go to the training ground. I will guide you. Okay, sister, you're the best. Meanwhile, Lu Jiuyuan had left Tianya Peak and was wandering around the Qinji sect, finding everything around him quite interesting. After all, he had never experienced such a life. In just 1 short year after leaving the mine, his strength had reached a level capable of contending with those in the tribulation transcendent stage, especially with the elders' constant support. Thus, he found life in the Qinji sect merely amusing. Unknowingly, Lu Jiuyuan arrived at the entrance of the training ground. He looked at the Qinji sect disciples practicing spiritual techniques inside, observing everything with keen interest. As they unleashed their spiritual techniques, Lu Jiuyuan's extraordinary insights were automatically triggered, generating numerous techniques in his mind. However, for Lu Jiuyuan at this stage, this didn't provide much assistance, as he already possessed sacred techniques, and therefore looked down on these basic spiritual techniques. Meanwhile, Lu Wanqing and Chu Ning Shuang had also arrived at the training ground. Lu Wanqing approached a small hill, and then spoke seriously to Chu Ning Shuang. The so-called frost palm is about transforming one's own spiritual energy into ice attribute power, circulating it throughout the body, and then gathering it in the palm to strike out. For example, like this. Frost palm. As Lu Wanqing finished speaking, a glimmer of icy blue flashed in her eyes, and a chilling aura gathered from her palm. In just a second, a thin layer of frost appeared in Lu Wanqing's palm. Without hesitation, she struck out a palm at the small hill. Under this palm, the entire small hill was enveloped in terrifying frost. As Lu Wanqing lightly touched the hill with her fingers, a cracking sound emanated from the ice. Then the small hill collapsed with a loud crash. On the other side, the disciples in the training ground were astonished by Lu Wanqing's power and couldn't help but exclaim, "No wonder she is the chief disciple of our Qinji sect. Her strength is formidable. Not only has she reached the peak of foundation establishment at just 20 years old, but she has also mastered the frost palm, a profound spiritual technique. I can't even imagine how great it would be if my partner were Sister Lu. Coward, I dare to think that." Hearing the disciples' praises around her, Lu Wanqing remained composed, and turned to Chu Ning Shuang, instructing her, "Did you understand? Now it's your turn to demonstrate, and I'll guide you." Upon hearing this, Chu Ning Shuang nodded earnestly, and in the next moment a small hill slowly emerged from the spot where the previous one had been shattered. At the same time, Lu Jiuyuan in the training ground observed this scene, and a hint of interest flashed in his eyes. A formation, huh? By harnessing the power of the earth, the shattered hill can quickly regenerate. Only a formation could have such a function, and for Lu Jiuyuan, who was now a heavenly ranked formation master, this was easy to discern. In fact, Lu Jiuyuan could even improve upon this formation, making the hill sturdier to withstand attacks from even more powerful cultivators. However, there was no need for that, as the current disciples of the Qinji sect already found the hill to be a good training. On the other side, under Lu Wanqing's guidance, Chu Ning Shuang was performing somewhat adequately, but her power was nowhere near Lu Wanqing's. After all, the difference in their strengths was evident. Lu Wanqing had already reached the peak of foundation establishment, while Chu Ning Shuang was merely at the peak of qi refinement, making their frost palm techniques incomparable. After all, even within the same yellow-tier spiritual techniques, the power unleashed by a qi refinement cultivator could not be compared to that of an immortal emperor. Meanwhile, Lu Jiuyuan, watching this scene, couldn't help but shake his head. He could see that Lu Wanqing's guidance method was incorrect. Thinking of this, he slowly walked forward. "Sister, is my talent really that poor?" Chu Ning Shuang said with a bitter expression. Lu Wanqing smiled and patted Chu Ning Shuang's head. "Junior sister, you're only 15. How could your strength be compared to mine? Moreover, I have trained day and night to master the frost palm to great mastery. So don't be discouraged, keep practicing. I believe that by the time you reach my age, you will be able to match my achievement." Lu Wanqing's words warmed Chu Ning Shuang's heart, causing her to leap into Lu Wanqing's embrace and rub her face against her affectionately. "Sister, you're so great. I will definitely surpass you. You practiced incorrectly, the frost palm is not used like this." Just then Lu Jiuyuan's voice floated over. This startled both Lu Wanqing and Chu Ning Shuang, causing them to quickly separate. "Who are you? And where are the others?" Chu Ning Shuang looked at Lu Jiuyuan with an unfriendly expression, but soon noticed that the crowd around them had long since disappeared. Lu Wanqing's expression was also serious, prepared to strike at any moment. However, Lu Jiuyuan merely walked towards them. As he approached, Lu Wanqing and Chu Ning Shuang readied themselves for action. To their surprise, Lu Jiuyuan passed right by them and approached the small hill. "Let me show you how the true frost palm is used." "Frost palm," Lu Jiuyuan said flatly. Then, as Lu Wanqing and Chu Ning Shuang looked on in shock, a terrifying frost began to sweep out from Lu Jiuyuan. But Lu Jiuyuan ignored them and calmly waved his palm, instantly freezing the small hill into an. Feeling the power behind that palm, Lu Wanqing and Chu Ning Shuang nearly dropped their jaws to the ground. Among them, Lu Wanqing was the most shocked. After a moment, Lu Wanqing stammered, "This power is a perfect level frost palm. Ordinary celestial techniques are categorized into intra-level, minor achievement, great achievement, peak, and finally perfection. However, most people can only master them to the peak level. As for perfection, only the creator of that celestial technique can achieve it." Even though Lu Wanqing had already mastered the frost palm to great achievement, it would take her a century to reach the peak level. With a single strike from Lu Jiuyuan, the small mountain was instantly transformed into a frozen sculpture. Unlike Lu Wanqing, the small mountain did not collapse with a thunderous crash, but instead turned into swirling snowflakes that filled the sky. This was truly a manifestation of mastering the frost palm to perfection. Imperfection would merely freeze the surface, while perfection would freeze everything from the inside out. "So how was it? Did you learn anything?" Lu Jiuyuan asked nonchalantly, turning to Lu Wanqing and Chu Ning Shuang. Only upon turning did he realize that they were both utterly stunned. However, it was Lu Wanqing who spoke first. "Something is amiss, very amiss. Who exactly are you? If such a powerful figure exists within the Qinji sect, I would have surely heard of you." "Yes, who exactly are you?" Chu Ning Shuang quickly reacted, her expression grave. Lu Jiuyuan shrugged his shoulders. "I am not a disciple of your Qinji sect, merely residing here for a short period." With that, Lu Wanqing and Chu Ning Shuang finally relaxed their defenses. Lu Wanqing soon recalled something, narrowing her eyes and saying, "If I am not mistaken, you must be a guest from Tianya Peak." Though surprised at how Lu Wanqing had deduced this, Lu Jiuyuan nodded. In any case, he would not linger long in the Qinji sect. Offering guidance to others was a pleasant task. Mainly, he had found himself once again trapped in a bottleneck, making no progress in his cultivation. Upon hearing Lu Jiuyuan admit this, Lu Wanqing and Chu Ning Shuang couldn't help but gasp in shock. Among them, Lu Wanqing quickly knelt down. "What are you doing?" Lu Jiuyuan asked in confusion. Lu Wanqing looked up at him solemnly. "Master, please take me as your disciple." With that, Lu Wanqing bowed her head to Lu Jiuyuan. This scene left Lu Jiuyuan speechless, and before he could respond, Chu Ning Shuang also knelt down. "Master, please take me as well. I am quite capable and have good talent." "Alas, you both should get up. I do not take disciples, though I can offer some guidance, but taking on disciples is out of the question," Lu Jiuyuan said without a moment's hesitation. It would be ridiculous, considering his age was not much different from Lu Wanqing and the others. Taking her as a disciple would only invite trouble for himself. Upon hearing Lu Jiuyuan's words, Lu Wanqing and Chu Ning Shuang sighed, but could only reluctantly stand up. They dared not guarantee whether Lu Jiuyuan might become angry later, as the sect master had already instructed them that if they provoked Lu Jiuyuan, they would be expelled from the Qinji sect. Seeing them rise, Lu Jiuyuan finally sighed in relief. He certainly did not wish for a disciple who would trouble him daily. Alright, I can provide some guidance for your cultivation. You can come find me at Tianyao Peak. As Lu Jiuyuan's words fell, Lu Wanqing and Chu Ningxuang paused slightly. The next moment, Lu Jiuyuan vanished from before them, while the surrounding disciples appeared once more as if they had never vanished. Observing Lu Wanqing and Chu Ningxuang's dazed expressions, the surrounding disciples curiously inquired, "Sister Lu, what happened?" Nothing. We have some matters to attend to, so we must take our leave." Lu Wanqing and Chu Ningxuang exchanged a glance. Just that one look was enough for them to understand that what had just occurred was not a figment of their imagination. They hurriedly dashed outside. This scene left the other disciples feeling somewhat bewildered, yet they dared not say too much. Meanwhile, Lu Jiuyuan had already returned to Tianyao Peak. With a wave of his hand, Lu Jiuyuan crafted a dojo atop Tianyao Peak, and with another wave he set up several formations within, prepared to guide Lu Wanqing and Chu Ningxuang. These two are quite interesting. If possible, it would be worthwhile to offer them some guidance. Sensing the approaching Lu Wanqing and Chu Ningxuang, Lu Jiuyuan couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. If one were to ask him why he did this, it could be considered a peculiar delight of the strong. Of course, Lu Jiuyuan had his own thoughts on this. He could sense that Lu Wanqing and Chu Ningxuang were fated to meet him, and it was precisely because of this fate that he would offer them his guidance. Meanwhile, after just half an hour, Lu Wanqing and Chu Ningxuang rushed to Tianyao Peak. "Sister Lu, is this really Tianyao Peak? It truly is magnificent." On the way, Chu Ningxuang couldn't help but exclaim. Being a place for the Qinji sect to welcome distinguished guests, they rarely visited such places. This was also Chu Ningxuang's first time at such a place, and she couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. However, Lu Wanqing was not in the mood to address her question, her brow furrowed. She was very curious as to why Lu Jiuyuan would choose to guide them, but now was not the time to ask that question. Soon after a relentless journey, they finally reached the summit of Tianyao Peak. Before they could react, Lu Jiuyuan's voice reached their ears. "Come in." Is that the dojo?" Guided Chu Ningxuang and Lu Wanqing arrived before the dojo, exclaiming in shock. They could sense a terrifying aura emanating from the dojo, an aura that seemed capable of tearing them apart in an instant. But this was Lu Jiuyuan's order, and Lu Wanqing and Chu Ningxuang could only step inside. Just as they entered the dojo, the world before them turned into a vast dark void. "Where is this? Junior sister? Senior?" Lu Wanqing instantly became anxious, but before she could react, a wave of weakness washed over her, causing her to faint. Could it be that all of this is a deception? This was the last thought in Lu Wanqing's mind before she closed her eyes. Meanwhile, outside, Lu Jiuyuan sat in the center of the dojo, watching this scene with great interest. In his eyes, Lu Wanqing and Chu Ningxuang stood at the entrance of the dojo, as if they had not moved at all. Their mental fortitude is still too weak. I should first temper them using the heart refinement array, making the subsequent assessments easier. Wow. Miss, it's a little princess. In a bustling estate, a midwife smiled at a kindly-looking noblewoman as she cradled the newborn. The noblewoman lying on the bed was drenched in sweat and extremely weak, yet a hint of joy still graced her face. "Hurry, bring her to me." The noblewoman waved her hand anxiously, prompting the midwife to quickly bring the infant. Watching the baby wailing loudly, the noblewoman felt somewhat at a loss, only able to press her hand gently against the infant's forehead and soothe her. "Don't cry, mommy's here." Under the noblewoman's comforting words, the baby soon fell into a deep sleep, sinking into sweet dreams. At that moment, a middle-aged man rushed in from outside. "Madam, are you all right?" "Darling, I'm fine. Come see our daughter," the noblewoman quickly said, and as her words fell, the couple nestled together, gazing at the peacefully sleeping infant, smiles blooming on their faces. After a moment, the noblewoman suddenly remembered something and spoke up. "Darling, since it's a girl, what name should we give her?" The middle-aged man pondered for a while, then exclaimed, as if struck by inspiration. "I hope her future will be as bright as a sunny day, so let's name her Lu Wanqing. This is my parents." What the couple failed to notice was another figure standing nearby, and thus the origin of Lu Wanqing was revealed. At this moment, Lu Wanqing was numbly observing everything happening around her, and finally realized she was in an illusion. Within the Qinji sect, the origin of Lu Wanqing had always been a mystery. It was said that the sect leader in Wanshan discovered Lu Wanqing floating in a wooden basin in a stream and found a pendant engraved with her name. Later in Wanshan, unable to bear it, took Lu Wanqing as his disciple and was astonished to find her talent remarkably outstanding. However, regarding Lu Wanqing's past in Wanshan, knew nothing at all. Whenever Lu Wanqing inquired, he never revealed anything, which left her extremely curious about her origins. If you want to know about your origins, you must become stronger quickly. Only by growing stronger can you uncover your divine sense. Upon seeing her parents in the illusion, Lu Wanqing's heart was filled with excitement. Now that she knew what her parents looked like, she could seek them out. In the illusion, Lu Wanqing also witnessed how much her parents loved her as a child, filling her heart. Unfortunately, this warmth did not last long. When Lu Wanqing was 6 months old, an unexpected visitor arrived at the Lu family home. Damn it, they actually found us. Madam, take Wanqing and leave, or I will hold them off. And remember to tell her father's name is Lu Kuan. Lu Wanqing's father Lu Kuan shouted. Lu Wanqing's mother Chen Yue wore a look of anguish, but could only hold Lu Wanqing and raced toward the exit of the Lu family home. Meanwhile, Lu Wanqing saw her father facing several enemies in a battle he could not win. He had no choice but to self-destruct, sacrificing himself to buy time for Lu Wanqing's escape. After Lu Kun's sacrifice, Lu Wanqing's perspective shifted back to her mother. She saw her mother take her to the riverside, leaving behind a barrier, placing Lu Wanqing on a wooden basin, and tearfully saying to her, "Child, I'm sorry, but to ensure your survival, I can only do this. I hope you live safely." With that, Shun Yu could only watch helplessly as the wooden basin containing Lu Wanqing disappeared swiftly down the river. She gritted her teeth and ran in the opposite direction, releasing her aura as she fled. As for what happened next, the despairing Lu Wanqing had already witnessed. The pursuers caught up and killed her in an instant, and at this point Lu Wanqing's consciousness began to fade. But just before her consciousness completely vanished, Lu Wanqing finally noticed an unremarkable star-shaped scar on the left arm of the person who killed her parents. On the other hand, Chu Ningxiang had already awakened and watched Lu Wanqing trapped in the illusion, feeling an unbidden sense of worry. After all, she knew what Lu Jiuyuan was aiming for. She too had experienced the fears that resided within her heart. At that moment, a hint of determination appeared in her gaze. After a moment, amidst her worried gaze, Lu Wanqing's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and in the next second her eyes slowly opened. "Senior sister, are you alright?" "I'm fine." Lu Wanqing waved her hand at Chu Ningxiang, and then knelt down. "Senior, please take me as your disciple. I can offer everything." Having witnessed the terrifying power of Lu Jiuyuan, Lu Wanqing knew that only he could help her seek vengeance. A look of seriousness flashed across Chu Ningxiang's face, but she did not kneel alongside Lu Wanqing. She knew that even if she did kneel, the senior might not accept her. Meanwhile, in the center of the dojo, Lu Jiuyuan slowly opened his eyes and began to ponder. With his current strength, he could naturally see what Lu Wanqing had experienced in the illusion. Even he was astonished that this girl had such a past. However, this was not a reason for Lu Jiuyuan to accept Lu Wanqing. "However, I do have a plan to establish a human emperor hall in the Divine Sword Prefecture. If she is capable, she can be brought into the hall to manage it." Thinking of this, Lu Jiuyuan glanced at Lu Wanqing, but at present Lu Wanqing did not possess the strength to join the human emperor hall. With that thought, Lu Jiuyuan said lightly, "If you can come to see me, I can offer you an opportunity." Lu Wanqing's heart was filled with determination, while Chu Ningxiang looked on in surprise, without feeling much jealousy. After all, she knew that the senior might not accept her. "I understand, senior." Lu Wanqing rose her tone, filled with seriousness. In front of her, Lu Jiuyuan's figure was nowhere to be seen. She could only follow the source of his voice and rushed. In fact, Lu Jiuyuan had set up 3 formations for them, the first being the heart-refining formation. As for now, watching them struggle forward, it was the second formation, the standing formation, which could strengthen their physical bodies. However, for them this formation was not a significant challenge. After about 2.5 hours, both of them were drenched in sweat, and finally broke through the standing formation. As soon as they emerged, Chu Ningxiang exclaimed excitedly, "Senior sister, my physical body has become stronger. I now possess at least the strength of a peak chi refining stage. I feel it too. I can now fight with peak foundation establishment cultivators using just my physical body." Lu Wanqing's face also beamed with joy. Since ancient times, cultivators have primarily focused on spiritual energy before refining their physical bodies, and very few techniques can balance both, as doing so would significantly slow down their cultivation speed. However, now with the aid of the standing formation, their physical strength had finally caught up with their spiritual energy realm. How could they not be excited? At this moment, Chu Ningxiang suddenly pointed ahead and exclaimed, "Senior sister, look." Following Chu Ningxiang's words, Lu Wanqing quickly turned to see a shadow appearing before them. Through the shadow, it was not difficult for the two to discern that it was Lu Jiuyuan from earlier, though his face remained unclear. However, there was no trace of displeasure on Lu Wanqing and Chu Ningxiang's faces. They could sense that they were getting closer to Lu Jiuyuan. "Senior sister, let's go." Lu Wanqing stood up and followed Chu Ningxiang into the next formation. In the next moment, with a whirl of the surroundings, Lu Wanqing and Chu Ningxiang were separated again, and before them appeared a suit of black armor. The instant she saw the armor, an overwhelming sense of danger surged in Lu Wanqing's heart. This is a being at the golden core level. Lu Wanqing still did not understand what the formation before her meant when she saw the armor move slightly. It then appeared right before her. Not good. Lu Wanqing hurriedly summoned her sword from her storage ring and blocked it in front of her, but she was still struck away by the armor's great sword. Meanwhile, outside the formation, Lu Jiuyuan watched everything with great interest. To catch my eye, one must at least possess the strength to defeat an enemy of a small realm higher. If you can achieve that, then you may join my Human Emperor Palace. The Human Emperor Palace has never accepted waste. Aside from himself, every member of the Human Emperor Palace possesses the ability to defeat enemies of a higher realm, especially Su Yang, whose tribulation transcendent strength can even slay those at the Great Ascension stage. Thus, if Lu Wanqing wishes to become a disciple of the Human Emperor Palace, she must at least have the strength to defeat an enemy of one small realm higher. On the other side, after the illusion, Chu Ningxuang quickly defeated her opponent. Of course, her opponent was at the peak of the qi refining stage. Meanwhile, on the other side, bang. Someone's come knocking. Deep within the star sea, a figure slowly opened his eyes, surrounded by reality and illusion. If an ordinary person were here, just a glance would be enough to draw them in, unable to extricate themselves. In the next moment, as he stood up, countless dreams shattered. He was none other than the renowned master of dreams, the dreaming, immortal emperor. With his profound accomplishments in the path of creation, the dreaming immortal emperor, even with mid-level immortal emperor cultivation, could stand out among countless immortal emperors. Of course, this is also due to the extremely limited number of immortal emperors these days. If counting all those mingling deep within the star sea, they would likely number less than 300. Dreaming, it's been a long time. Looking at the figure that had arrived, the dreaming immortal emperor couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and spoke lightly. Dao Tian, what brings you here? Indeed, the one searching for the dreaming immortal emperor was Lu Daotian. Upon seeing Lu Daotian, a careful observer would notice that the dreaming immortal emperor's body trembled slightly. It was evident that Lu Daotian's strength among the immortal emperors was at least top tier. It's nothing, I just heard that the partner of our Lu family's young master is with you, and I've come to ask for her. Lu Daotian said with a cheerful smile. As his words fell, the dreaming immortal emperor's expression darkened, and he spoke. Cut the nonsense, who exactly is it? Li Qingping. At this moment, Lu Daotian's expression was also extremely serious, and he spoke up. After returning to the Lu family, he had naturally heard about Li Qingping. After all, Lu Jiuyuan was the successor he valued most, and it was absolutely necessary for the partner of Lu Daotian to be quickly transferred to the Lu family. In his view, having this fellow dreaming guide Li Qingping would be slower than his own guidance for her breakthrough. Originally, Lu Daotian thought the dreaming immortal emperor would readily hand over Li Qingping, but he did not expect the dreaming immortal emperor's expression to become serious. If you want someone else, I can still hand them over, but Li Qingping. Sorry, she has already become my personal disciple, and I will not hand her over. Are you sure? An unfriendly aura emanated from Lu Daotian, giving off the impression that he would resort to violence at any moment. However, the dreaming immortal emperor maintained a serious expression and said, that girl possesses a dream god body on par with mine. Only I can guide her for her to break through quickly. Upon hearing the dreaming immortal emperor's words, a hint of surprise flashed across Lu Daotian's face. The dreaming immortal emperor achieved the status of an immortal emperor in just 10 billion years, and his innate talent was a significant factor, but even more importantly, the dreaming immortal emperor's physique is the dream god body. The so-called dream god body allows one to enter dreams as a method of cultivation, comprehending combat within dreams to enhance one's abilities. The dreaming immortal emperor achieved the status of immortal emperor within his dreams. Of course, the dreaming immortal emperor is the first of the dream god bodies, and over the years no second has been discovered. Lu Daotian did not expect that the partner of the young master of the Lu family would actually be the legendary dream god body. Upon learning that Li Qingping was a dream god body, Lu Daotian's expression became serious. In that case, I will let Li Qingping remain in the dream realm, but if I find out she has suffered any grievances, do not blame me for taking action. As he said this, Lu Daotian snorted coldly. The dreaming immortal emperor also followed suit with a cold snort, but said nothing further. After all, in terms of strength, he was completely unable to contend with Lu Daotian. However, I am quite curious to what realm has Li Qingping cultivated under your guidance. Lu Daotian spoke at this moment. As he spoke, a void appeared before him. In the scene of the void, Li Qingping was quietly trapped in slumber. Her cultivation level evidently indicated to Lu Daotian that she had now reached the early stage of tribulation transcendence. Seeing this scene, Lu Daotian couldn't help but feel astonished. The dream god body really is remarkable. The speed of cultivation is simply astonishing. However, despite Li Qingping having cultivated for only a short time within the dream, she had already cultivated for nearly 10,000 years. The so-called dream god body is actually quite similar to the time god body. Both can accelerate one's cultivation speed, yet they possess significant differences. When the dream god body is fully cultivated, it can trap opponents in a dream merely with a glance, while the time god body can freeze the opponent's time in a state of stasis. Both can similarly slay cultivators of the same realm without special physiques, illustrating the tremendous enhancement that special physiques provide to one's strength. If that's the case, then leave her here for your guidance. However, if anything happens to Li Qingping, I will not spare you. Lu Jiuyuan coldly snorted and spoke. Hearing this, the sleeping dream emperor frowned slightly, and then replied. As Qingping is my only direct disciple, I naturally would not allow her to encounter any mishap. I am however quite curious about what kind of genius the young master of the Lu family is to warrant such great effort from you. You need not know this. Farewell. Upon realizing that Li Qingping was a dream god body, Lu Jiuyuan understood that he would likely be unable to take her back today. He did not respond to the sleeping dream emperor's inquiry, instead turning and directly tearing through space, vanishing before the sleeping dream emperor. Go and find out exactly what kind of genius the young master of the Lu family is. If he is not compatible with Qingping, return and report. The sleeping dream emperor spoke with an authoritative expression. The figure slightly bowed and then disappeared from the presence of the sleeping dream emperor. Lu Jiuyuan could naturally sense the actions of the sleeping dream emperor, but he chose not to pay it any mind. After all, as the master of Li Qingping, the sleeping dream emperor should not be offended too much. Moreover, the sleeping dream emperor is at least at the mid-stage of the emperor realm, and he may still be useful in the future, so it is unnecessary to make a deadly enemy. Boom. Damn it, why is he so strong? Lu Wanqing charged towards the armored figure, stabbing fiercely with her sword, only to be blocked by the large sword of the armor, which then sent her flying back. As she landed, Lu Wanqing plunged her long sword fiercely into the ground to stop herself. She looked up at the pitch-black armor with an extremely grim expression. Just moments ago, she had been battling the armor for nearly half an hour, but was unable to defeat it. Instead, her internal spiritual energy had already been depleted by nearly half, and the situation was dire. Senior, can my sister really do it? Outside the formation, Chu Ningshuang stood by Lu Jiuyuan's side, her face etched with deep concern. Lu Jiuyuan's expression was calm as he replied, "This is her only opportunity. If she cannot achieve this, then there is no need for her to stay by my side." Hearing the calmness and serenity in Lu Jiuyuan's tone, Chu Ningshuang could only quietly watch everything unfold, hoping that Lu Wanqing would successfully eliminate her opponent. Meanwhile, within the formation, Lu Wanqing was being chased by the armor. Countless fireballs erupted from the armor's body and rushed towards Lu Wanqing, who could only dodge wildly, seeking an opportunity to get close to the armor. Lu Wanqing's mind was racing, searching for a breakthrough method. The hardness of the armor in front of her is terrifying. Relying solely on the Qingjia sword likely won't break through its defenses. In this situation, I can only do this. Quickly, Lu Wanqing formulated a plan in her mind. The next moment, Lu Wanqing charged towards the armor, dodging countless fireballs. When she got close enough, the armor stopped releasing fireballs and raised its large sword to attack Lu Wanqing. Seeing this, Lu Wanqing did not hesitate for a moment. Countless streams of spiritual energy were infused into her Qingjia sword, which she then hurled fiercely at the armor, the sword carrying terrifying power as it reached the armor's face. The armor leisurely raised its large sword to block the strike, but just as it reacted, Lu Wanqing's figure had already appeared before it. Ice Frost Palm. Lu Wanqing shouted. Countless chilling energies erupted from her body, condensing into her palm in the next moment. Without any hesitation, her palm, infused with countless frost powers, slammed into the body of the armor. In an instant, countless frost enveloped the armor. However, Lu Wanqing knew that this single strike would not be enough to completely take down the armor. She was aware that this strike was merely to buy time. Without hesitation, Lu Wanqing kicked off and quickly moved to a safe position. Crackling sounds erupted as numerous tiny purple lightning bolts burst forth from Lu Wanqing's body. Looking at Lu Wanqing's eyes, they had inexplicably turned purple. Heavenly thunder punishment. Lu Wanqing said expressionlessly, and in an instant the sky above the entire formation darkened. As Lu Wanqing gently waved her hand downwards, a thick lightning bolt about half a meter wide crashed down from the sky, engulfing the ice sculpture that had already developed cracks. After completing all this, Lu Wanqing's face turned pale. Even though her strength had received a tremendous boost, the consumption of such a high-level spiritual technique was still extremely terrifying for her, not to mention that her internal spiritual energy was now down to about half. If the enemy was not defeated after using these two moves, then she would be waiting for death. As the lightning gradually dissipated, seeing the armor completely shattered into pieces, Lu Wanqing's body suddenly collapsed, as if paralyzed. Phew, I finally won. Lu Wanqing breathed a sigh of relief, secretly thinking to herself. But at that moment a chill ran down her spine, and the feeling of death enveloped her. Not good, Lu Wanqing thought inwardly. The next second she saw a large sword flying towards her at high speed, and by the time she reacted her body had already been pierced by the great sword. Is this how I fail? Lu Wanqing's consciousness was gradually dissipating between life and death. She only saw a figure appear before her, and then she lost all awareness. Senior cultivator, is my senior sister going to be all right? Chu Ningxuang stood beside Lu Jiuyuan, her face etched with anguish as she gazed upon Lu Wanqing, pierced clean through by a colossal sword. Lu Jiuyuan remained utterly serene, replying with quiet detachment, naturally. As his words faded, the massive sword impaling Lu Wanqing dissolved gradually into mist. At that moment, the horrific wound upon Lu Wanqing's body began healing at a visible pace, flesh-knitting veins reweaving, until within moments she appeared wholly unscathed. Her ashen pallor softened, subtly suffusing with the faintest flush of life. Soon after, Chu Ningxuang noticed the delicate tremor of Lu Wanqing's eyelashes. Without hesitation, Chu Ningxuang rushed forward. Senior sister, you're unharmed. Thank the heavens. Huh, what happened? Didn't I just die, eh? Lu Wanqing slowly opened her eyes, her expression one of disbelief as she beheld Chu Ningxuang. By then Lu Jiuyuan had approached Lu Wanqing and spoke calmly. I had assumed you would overcome the puppet, but instead you chose mutual annihilation. Frankly, it disappointed. Hearing his words, Lu Wanqing suddenly recalled the battle, and a flicker of shame crossed her features. She had not anticipated that even while encased in ice, the puppet would release its great sword, allowing it to still wield the blade mid-frost, and strike her down in her immobilized state. That lapse had left her defenseless against the puppet's flying sword, her demise instantaneous. The thought that she might never become this senior cultivator's disciple stirred a quiet ache in her chest. Yet she was no quitter. She had already resolved. She would become his disciple. However, given your combat prowess matches that of an early golden core cultivator, I shall accept you as a probationary disciple of the human sovereign hall. Should you break through to nascent soul realm within 1 year, I will formally admit you into the hall. Just as Lu Wanqing believed all hope was lost, Lu Jiuyuan spoke again, measured, unhurried. At his words, a spark of elation lit her face, and she dropped instantly to her knees in solemn acceptance. Many thanks, Your Eminence. I pay homage to the Hall Master. You do not even ask what the human sovereign hall is, eh? Lu Jiuyuan raised an eyebrow, mildly astonished by her decisive demeanor. Lu Wanqing's expression turned grave. I need only know that it is your domain. Ha ha ha, how intriguing. Very well, return for now. There is nothing more to teach you today. From now on, report here daily at 8 o'clock sharp. I shall guide your cultivation for 1 hour. Lu Jiuyuan smiled faintly and spoke. Chu Ningxuang opened her mouth to speak further, but Lu Wanqing gently silenced her. Then we are deeply grateful, Hall Master. With that, Lu Wanqing led Chu Ningxuang away. Once outside, Chu Ningxuang could no longer contain her curiosity and asked softly, Senior sister, why did we not stay longer? Lu Wanqing merely shook her head before replying. This is no place for us to linger. That he accepted me, even as a probationary disciple of the human sovereign hall, is already extraordinary grace. What remains is clear: cultivate diligently. Saying nothing more, she drew Chu Ningxuang swiftly onward. From the training ground, Lu Jiuyuan watched them depart, and shook his head with a soft, knowing chuckle. He then settled cross-legged upon the floor and resumed cultivation. For the next 3 months, Lu Wanqing and Chu Ningxuang visited the training ground daily, seeking Lu Jiuyuan's counsel on cultivation matters. Lu Jiuyuan patiently addressed each of their questions, though to him such dilemmas were trivial, mere ripples upon a vast sea of Tao. Under his guidance, both advanced rapidly. Chu Ningxuang successfully completed foundation establishment and entered the early foundation establishment realm. Lu Wanqing in turn coalesced her golden core and ascended to the early golden core realm. Time flowed swiftly, and soon the day of the heaven-devouring ruins opening drew near. By the way, you two shall accompany me to the heaven-devouring ruins, Lu Jiuyuan said, halting Lu Wanqing and Chu Ningxuang after one session of practice. Chu Ningxuang's eyes shimmered with sudden brilliance. May we truly go too? Of course. You are after all half my disciples. Bringing you inside poses no difficulty whatsoever, Lu Jiuyuan replied, as if stating the most self-evident truth. Chu Ningxuang nearly leapt for joy. Lu Wanqing composed, as ever, bowed deeply. We owe you our deepest gratitude, Hall Master. Very well. Return and prepare. Rest well for 7 days. We depart on the 8th. With that, Lu Jiuyuan waved them off. Meanwhile, atop Tianya Peak, Li Tian and his peers emerged from seclusion, ending their intensive cultivation. Sigh. Only one minor breakthrough. A rather underwhelming result, Li Tian remarked in the courtyard, though his grin betrayed how hard he struggled to suppress it. Zhang Chengfeng retorted dryly, as if anyone else fared better. As he spoke, a torrent of late divine transformation realm aura surged forth from his being. Su Shirwei and the others mirrored this. After all, their ages were nearly identical, and so too were their realms of cultivation. What surprised Lu Jiuyuan most, however, was Xiao Tai. He had broken through to early nascent soul realm. Remarkable given that Xiao Tai was nearly his own age, reaching nascent soul so young was no small feat. Still, Lu Jiuyuan had no intention of hastening Xiao Tai's advancement. Longevity alone was sufficient. All else would unfold naturally guided by his hand. Enough! Gather your focus. In 1 week we journey to the ruins of an immortal emperor. Within lie legacies and inheritances of countless ancient masters. Claim them if you can. Yes, Hall Master. Li Tian and the others could not conceal their exhilaration. Though most already possessed inheritances from golden immortal level masters, no cultivator ever scorned abundance, especially when resources were entrusted to their own initiative. Indeed, since Lu Jiuyuan offered no direct provisions, they knew full well the greater their effort, the richer their spoils. Meanwhile, across the Divine Sword Prefecture unseen currents churned. Tension thickened in anticipation of the heaven-devouring ruins' imminent opening. Sword Master, the swallowing of the sky relic is about to open. Are you interested in representing our Wujian sect to go? Yes, or dare? Daozi, please strengthen our Dao sect on this journey. Of course. Young Master, this time the swallowing of the sky relic is likely to be extremely dangerous. Please be very careful. That is natural. Countless powerful prodigies emerged from their respective forces, all aiming for the swallowing of the sky. Not only because the swallowing of the sky relic is a secret realm left behind by the immortal Emperor of Heaven during his ascension, filled with countless heavenly materials and treasures, but more importantly, over the years it has become a place for the disciples of various forces to vie for superiority. Interesting, the swallowing of the sky relic actually has such a use. I wonder if the Jiuyuan kid can become the #1 prodigy among them. Forget it, why would I think of such a foolish question? In a tavern in the southern region, disguised as immortal Lu Jiuyuan had gathered the news he needed. Suddenly a ridiculous thought arose in his mind, and he couldn't help but shake his head and smile wryly. How could I come up with such a question? After all, Jiuyuan is still under 100 years old, yet possesses terrifying combat power capable of slaying human immortals and even earth immortals. How could he possibly be compared to an ordinary prodigy? Thinking of this, Lu Jiuyuan left a spirit stone behind and vanished from the tavern. Meanwhile, everyone, you should all be aware of the recent matters regarding Lu Wanqing and Chu Ningshuang. The leader of Qinji sect sat in the leader's position, lightly tapping the armrest, his expression appearing somewhat serious. Upon hearing this, the other elders also grew serious. In fact, over the past 3 months they had learned from Lu Wanqing and Chu Ningshuang that Lu Wanqing had been accepted as an intern disciple in the Imperial Palace by Lu Jiuyuan, and Chu Ningshuang was also receiving guidance from Lu Jiuyuan. With this development, the status of Lu Wanqing and Chu Ningshuang within Qinji sect will inevitably rise, even though their status was already quite high. Leader, if Lu Wanqing and Chu Ningshuang are favored by that esteemed person, they will likely be taken to the swallowing of the sky relic, which would be a good thing for our Qinji sect. Yes. Lu Wanqing and Chu Ningshuang are our Qinji sect's disciples. If they become stronger, it will be a great joy for our sect. Leader, let's gather everyone and prepare to set off for the swallowing of the sky relic. The elders present couldn't contain their excitement, as the strengthening of Qinji sect would only bring benefits and no harm. Why not be joyful? Hearing this, the leader of Qinji sect's smile grew even brighter. After a moment, he waved his hand, preparing to say something. However, he sensed something, and his expression slightly changed as he looked towards the back mountain of Qinji sect. In the sky above the back mountain of Qinji sect, terrifying tribulation clouds were slowly gathering. This is the Grand Elder about to break through to the void refinement stage. The leader of Qinji sect couldn't help but feel excited. With this, their sect would have 2 powerhouses of the void refinement stage, making it the right time to eliminate the previously formidable Shirua sect. Not long after, the Grand Elder, who successfully broke through to the void refinement stage, arrived at the sect's main hall, his face brimming with spirit. Congratulations to the Grand Elder for achieving the position of void refinement. Qinji Daoist spoke first, and the other elders echoed in agreement. The Grand Elder waved his hand, barely suppressing a smile. Stay low-key, it's not something to boast about, you all can achieve it too. By the way, bring Qin Yuan Ming over, we will go and eliminate the Shirua sect together. The Grand Elder seemed to have remembered something and spoke up. He had originally planned to eliminate the Shirua sect early, but he sensed an opportunity to break through to the void refinement stage. One must know that such opportunities are extremely rare, and if missed it would be unknown when another would arise. Thus he chose to postpone waiting until he broke through to the void refinement stage before eliminating the Shirua sect for safety. Hearing the Grand Elder's words, Qinji Daoist's face showed a hint of hesitation, and then he spoke. Grand Elder the Senior said, we will gather tomorrow to head to the swallowing of the sky relic. Will heading to eliminate the Shirua sect now cause us to be late? Don't worry, the Shuriwa sect is merely a small sect with only one peak of the transformation god stage. With both me and Elder Qin in the void refinement stage, eliminating the Shuriwa sect will be a piece of cake. The Grand Elder said calmly. Only upon breaking through to the void refinement stage could he perceive the terrifying power gap between the peak of the transformation god stage and the void refinement stage. It is no exaggeration to say that 50 peak transformation god cultivators combined might not even be a match for a single early stage void refinement cultivator. Since the Grand Elder had said this, Qinji Daoist naturally wouldn't say anything more. The other elders also nodded in agreement. Let's go, Grand Elder. If we set off now, we can return before nightfall. Qin Yuanming stood up at this moment, speaking with an icy expression. The Grand Elder also accepted Qin Yuanming's demeanor, as she seemed to maintain a cold exterior in front of ordinary people. With Qin Yuanming's words, soon the two early-stage void refinement cultivators headed towards the location of the Shuriwa sect. This scene did not escape Lu Jiuyuan's eyes, but he did not intervene. If two early-stage void refinement cultivators couldn't eliminate a Shuriwa sect comparable to the previous strength of Qinji's sect, then he wouldn't need to give Qinji's sect any opportunities. Alright, everyone, prepare. Tomorrow we will enter the swallowing of the sky relic together. By the way, Shina, you stay here. After all, your strength is still too weak, and I haven't found a suitable technique for you yet. Lu Jiuyuan spoke to Li Tian, and the others then remembered something, and looked at the excited Lin Xiner. Upon hearing this, the previously excited Lin Xiner immediately lost her spirits visibly. During this time, Lu Jiuyuan had not found a suitable technique for Lin Xiner to practice. After all, Lin Xiner's physique is the frost divine body. Practicing an ordinary technique would severely impact her future cultivation. Although she could practice a random technique for now and wait to find a suitable one later, it would still affect her strength, and considering Lin Xiner is still young, it's better to take it slow and not rush. Seeing Lin Xiner's disappointed appearance, Lu Jiuyuan couldn't help but smile wryly, then patted Lin Xiner's head and said, "Don't worry, I have a feeling that your technique will come to you soon." Really? Lin Xiner looked up, her face showing a glimmer of hope. Before Lu Jiuyuan could respond, a voice from the side interrupted. "It's true. Ancestral Patriarch." A flicker of mild astonishment crossed Lu Jiuyuan's face as Lu Daotian appeared. Lu Daotian said nothing, but with a casual reverse of his hand, he produced a cultivation manual. Upon its appearance, the very space around them seemed to ripple with faint creeping frost. In an instant, Lu Jiuyuan sensed the manual's extraordinary rank, surely divine tier. His gaze instinctively shifted toward Lu Daotian. Without hesitation, Lu Daotian spoke. "This manual was obtained from the Frost Glacier Divine Temple. I call it the Divine Ice, Chaos Ancient Scripture." His tone carried effortless ease. The next moment, Lu Shixian's astonished voice rang out from the side. Could it be the Frost Glacier Divine Temple, the supreme sect of the Frigid Prefecture? Lu Shixian's arrival did not surprise Lu Jiuyuan greatly. After all, they were to enter the devouring heaven ruins tomorrow. His return now was hardly unexpected. At the name Frost Glacier Divine Temple, even Lu Jiuyuan's expression flickered with quiet awe. He knew of it. Not intimately, yet well enough. Any sect presided over by a celestial emperor commanded his attention. Legends held that across the frigid prefecture, temperatures plunged into unspeakable extremes. Its warmest regions hovered at a bone-searing -50 degrees Celsius, while its deepest reaches remained forbidden even to celestial kings, for once entered none could ever depart. As the preeminent power of that land, the Frost Glacier Divine Temple stood unshaken. Founded by the Frost Glacier Celestial Emperor, whose cultivation had ascended to the apex of celestial emperorhood, standing but one step away from the threshold of semi-divine emperor. "Correct," Lu Daotian affirmed, calmly nodding. "What price did the Ancestral Patriarch pay to acquire the Divine Ice, Chaos Ancient Scripture, from the Frost Glacier Divine Temple?" Lu Shixian asked, curiosity alight in his eyes. Lu Daotian replied, mildly surprised. "Price? Was any required? To spare the Frost Glacier Divine Temple from annihilation was the greatest price I granted them." "All right." Lu Shixian suddenly recalled. His Ancestral Patriarch was no mere celestial emperor, but a divine emperor. When a divine emperor wielded defiance was unthinkable. Without delay, Lu Daotian approached Lin Xiner with a gentle, benevolent smile. "Take this manual and cultivate swiftly. You must grow stronger, for weighty destinies await you." Though she did not yet grasp the depth of his words, Lin Xiner nodded resolutely, her youthful face firm with quiet resolve. Yet beside Lu Daotian, Lu Jiuyuan's expression subtly shifted. Did his Ancestral Patriarch already know something more? But seeing that Lu Daotian showed no sign of revealing it, Lu Jiuyuan chose silence. When the cart reaches the mountain, a path will appear. When the boat meets the bridge, it will pass naturally. What must come will come. No need to dwell upon it. Having received the Divine Ice, Chaos Ancient Scripture, Lin Xiner swiftly engraved its essence into her mind, then settled into meditation, and began cultivating without pause. In that very instant, spiritual energy across 1,000 miles, centered on the Qinji sect, surged toward Lin Xianer with terrifying velocity. That direction, Tianya Peak. Could that sovereign be breaking through? Qinji Taoist exclaimed, stunned. The Qinji sect's own territory boasted abundant spiritual energy, but for Lu Jiuyuan to draw it at such speed implied a realm far beyond their wildest estimation. They did not realize this tremor stemmed not from Lu Jiuyuan, but from a young novice just beginning her cultivation path. Were Lu Jiuyuan himself breaking through the heavens would roar. Enveloped within the vortex of spiritual energy, Lin Xianer's realm finally stirred. Qi refinement, initial, middle, late, and peak stages collapsed seamlessly into foundation establishment. And still it did not cease. Years of silent cultivation culminated in a single thunderous ascent to golden core initial. Only then did her breakthrough slow, gradually settling. HSS, rising to golden core in a single breath. A divine body truly is awe-inspiring. Lu Jiuyuan murmured, astonished. He recalled his own journey. Had it not taken nearly 3 months to reach golden core? Divine bodies accelerate cultivation exponentially. Even the weakest bearer given the proper manual can ascend to the grand ascension realm within a millennium. Take me, your ancestral patriarch. I bear the rampage war divine body, forging my Tao through battle, reaching grand ascension in 5 centuries alone. Your ancestral patriarch Lu, she is likewise endowed, the space-time divine body, ascending to celestial kinghood in but 1 million years. Lu Daotian added, voice calm and resonant. Only now did Lu Jiuyuan learn his ancestral patriarch's constitution, the rampage war divine body, a form that grew infinitely stronger through combat. Yet Lu Daotian now relied upon it rarely. At his level, finding an opponent capable of forcing him into true grueling battle was profoundly rare. Nor are you lacking. Your stellar saintly body grants cultivation speed unmatched among your peers. Moreover, divine bodies are not always innate. Some are forged postnatally. Should destiny grant you opportunity, you may yet cultivate one yourself. Lu Daotian continued, turning his gaze toward Lu Jiuyuan, who said nothing. He knew with absolute certainty that he would forge a divine body, perhaps even more than one. For he was born not merely to excel, but to reign invincible. Well then, if all matters are settled, I shall depart for the Lu clan. Tread carefully within the devouring heaven ruins. Lu Daotian turned to leave, then paused mid-step as if recalling something. I have visited your young wife. She fares well. I shall not bring her back. When you have grown strong enough, reclaim her with your own strength. Yes, ancestral patriarch, I understand. Lu Jiuyuan blinked once, then instantly recognized the reference, Li Qingping. Her image rose unbidden in his heart. At his current pace, he would surely ascend to grand ascension within a millennium, and then unchained and sovereign, he would bring Li Qingping home to the Lu clan as his bride. With that, Lu Daotian hesitated no longer, dissolving into a wisp of ethereal light, vanishing before their eyes. Meanwhile, Lin Xianer, freshly ascended to golden core initial, rushed to Lu Jiuyuan's side, eyes sparkling, lifting her face toward him. Brother Lu, look. I can cultivate now. Spar with Li Tian. Let us gauge your current strength. Oh, come on, chief. Li Tian grimaced, pitting a nascent soul apex expert against a newly minted golden core cultivator. It felt less like sparring, more like humiliation. Lin Xianer, however, flinched not, immediately assuming a battle stance. What else could Li Tian do but sigh and prepare? Be careful. With a loud bang, Li Tian's sword was pressed directly against Lin Xianer's neck. Lin Xianer's face was filled with a bitter smile. It seemed she was still too weak. However, Li Tian did not think so. His expression was grave as he could sense that despite being in the early golden core stage, Lin Xianer's true strength, bolstered by her ice frost divine body and the support of the divine level skill, the divine ice chaos sutra, could likely annihilate anyone below the nascent soul stage. Even against someone in the early nascent soul stage, she would be capable of putting up a fight. Alright, Xianer, your strength is already quite formidable among your peers. If you continue to work hard, you'll probably surpass Li Tian and the others soon. At this moment, Lu Jiuyuan stepped forward to speak. Hearing this, Li Tian and the others did not refute, as they merely had an advantage due to their earlier cultivation time compared to Lin Xianer. With Lin Xianer possessing a divine body and Lu Jiuyuan providing her with abundant cultivation resources, it was entirely possible for her to reach, or even surpass their strength in a short time. After hearing this, Lin Xianer nodded seriously. Alright, stabilize your cultivation level first, everyone else get ready, we leave tomorrow. Lu Jiuyuan instructed, then began to sit down and adjust his condition while looking towards Lu Shixian, who seemed to have vanished. On the other side above the Shuriwa sect, the Elder and Qin Yuandream were coldly gazing at the Shuriwa sect. Elder Qin, leave the action to me later. You watch out to prevent any fish from slipping through the net. I understand. Qin Yuandream nodded coldly. In the next moment, a golden long spear materialized in the elder's hand. Dragon strike. The elder shouted, and a phantom of a five-clawed golden dragon appeared, twisting around. As he finished gathering his energy, the five-clawed golden dragon opened its massive mouth and surged towards the Shuriwa sect. Meanwhile, inside the Shuriwa sect. Not good. The sect master of Shuriwa sect's face changed, and without any time to react, he was directly swallowed by the five-clawed golden dragon. With this strike, the entire Shuriwa sect was nearly annihilated, which was hardly different from total destruction. Damn it, who dares to attack our Shuriwa sect? As furious voices echoed from the ruins of the Shuriwa sect, several terrifying figures suddenly appeared in front of the elder. Upon closer inspection, all were beings above the mid-nascent soul stage. The strongest among them, the elder of the Shuriwa sect, glared at the elder of the Chenji sect. Su-mo, you dare come to my Shuriwa sect, even with your life nearing its end? Do you wish to send the Chenji sect on its way prematurely? Whether it is the Chenji sect or the Shuriwa sect that meets its end today is still uncertain, but I believe it should be your Shuriwa sect. Su-mo, the elder of the Chenji sect, coldly scoffed. As the strongest combatants of the two major sects, they naturally recognized each other's existence, and Su-mo, having been on the verge of death, was not taken seriously by the elder of the Shuriwa sect. With Su-mo's words, he vanished from in front of the elder of the Shuriwa sect. The moment Su-mo disappeared, the elder of the Shuriwa sect felt a chill run down his spine, as if he was being targeted by some great horror. Without any time to react, he was pierced through by Su-mo's spear that suddenly appeared before him. In just a second, a terrifying force utterly shattered his body. The elder of the Shuriwa sect's nascent soul burst forth from his body, fleeing in the distance, while shouting, "How is this possible? You have actually broken through to the void refinement stage. Spare my life, or we will never cease our conflict." We are already in a situation of never-ending conflict, are we not? Su-mo replied, coldly flicking his finger to unleash a stream of spiritual energy that completely obliterated the fleeing nascent soul. In the wake of the sudden change, it was evident that the people of the Shuriwa sect had not yet reacted. Once they did, the sect master was the first to rush away. Seeing this, the other elders followed suit. However, they had not escaped for long before they were slain by the ghostly Qin Yuan Dream with a single sword strike. You Shuriwa sect sent people from Tianning to ambush me. I have yet to settle the score with you for this. Qin Yuan Dream said coldly. After saying this, she continued to strike, soon leaving only the sect master of the Shuriwa sect. But soon the sect master of the Shuriwa sect came to a halt. Run, why aren't you running? Qin Yuan Dream said with a smile that bore no warmth, gazing at the sect master. The sect master of the Shuriwa sect, as if recalling something hurriedly, began to plead for mercy. This matter is my fault, but you have killed so many of our Shuriwa sect, should this not be settled? Also, the Tianning had previously come to our Shuriwa sect to demand more rewards to act against the Chenji sect. If you spare my life, I will have Tianning withdraw their assassination attempts against your Chenji sect. But what awaited him was Qin Yuan Dream's ruthless sword. Eradicate the roots, and new sprouts will grow. How do you not understand this principle? If Tianning dares to act against our Chenji sect, it will be the end of Tianning. The sect master's eyes were filled with shock, but that moment he was overwhelmed with regret. Had he known, he would not have hired Tianning to act against the Shuriwa sect. After all, Su-mo had a lifespan of over 100 years left. Wouldn't it be better to wait a century or so to destroy the Chenji sect? But no matter how much he regretted, everything had already happened, and the Shuriwa sect had been completely slaughtered by— Let's go back, but it's time to prepare for departure. At this moment, Su-mo approached Qin Yuan Dream and spoke. Hearing this, Qin Yuan Dream did not respond, but instead headed straight back towards the Chenji sect, and Su-mo quickly followed. Meanwhile, within the extreme cold state, damn it, this is the first time our Ice and Snow Divine Hall has suffered such a level of insult. Inside the Ice and Snow Divine Hall, the Hall Master's face was dark, while the elders exchanged glances, not daring to speak. Everyone knew that a mysterious person had recently invaded their Ice and Snow Divine Hall, demanding their supreme technique. Neither the Hall Master nor the elders were a match for him, and even their founding ancestor, the Ice and Snow Immortal Emperor, was unable to deal with him. This incident was seen as a great humiliation for the Ice and Snow Divine Hall. Just then a figure appeared in the hall, and instantly all the elders and the Hall Master fell silent. Elder Patriarch, is that person truly so terrifying? And Master of the Frost Glacier Palace rose involuntarily, her voice heavy with solemnity. And meanwhile, the Frost Glacier Immortal Sovereign merely waved a hand and spoke. Naturally, that individual has already placed one foot upon the apex of the Immortal Tao. If he so wished, erasing our Frost Glacier Divine Sect would be but a trivial matter. Upon hearing the Elder Patriarch's words, all present fell into silence. They well knew what the apex of the Immortal Tao signified. It was the ultimate aspiration of every cultivator. Though many claimed the immortal emperor stood at the pinnacle of power, even among immortal emperors there existed tiers. Among them the apex immortal emperor reigned supreme, revered as the apex of the immortal Tao. If the elder patriarch spoke true, that this figure stood on the threshold of the apex, then he must surely be an apex tier immortal emperor. Such a being need not lift a finger to obliterate the Frost Glacier divine sect. A single thought, a whispered rumor. Countless sects would eagerly rush forth vying to crush the sect in hopes of currying favor. Hearing this, the master of the Frost Glacier Palace could only fall silent. Yet soon a thought struck her. Had that venerable lord already acquired the Frost Sovereign body, the ancient ice-tempered divine physique that had recently emerged, and thus claimed its bearer as his disciple? But such musings remained confined to her heart. Action was unthinkable. Against even an immortal emperor she stood no chance, let alone against an immortal sovereign. Thus the Frost Glacier divine sect could only swallow this humiliation whole. And then let us go? The Qinji sect dared strike against our Tunying sect. Its path to annihilation is now sealed. Under cover of night, several shadowy figures advanced steadily toward the Qinji sect. In their cultivation realms hovered around the nascent soul ascension stage, with 3 having already reached the spirit severance realm. They were assassins dispatched by the Tianying sect to eradicate the Qinji sect, for Tianying operations admitted no failure. Should one attempt falter, stronger killers would follow, relentlessly, unceasingly, until completion. At that very moment Lu Jiuyuan, who had been deep in cultivation, abruptly opened his eyes, a flicker of displeasure crossing his face. So they have come seeking death, have they? Li Tian, you and the others go. Eliminate them. Brother Qingdi, you shall intercept those 3 spirit severance cultivators. Ensure they do not interfere. At Lu Jiuyuan's command, Li Tian and the others stirred from their meditative trances, their expressions alight with eager anticipation. Having long since ascended to the peak of the nascent soul ascension realm, they had rarely engaged in full-force combat. Nor had Li Qingdi, whose cultivation had reached the Union Foundation realm, found any challenge in restraining 3 spirit severance experts. Young master, what of me? Inshang Gongxing gazed at Lu Jiuyuan with hopeful expectation. His own cultivation had surged to the mid-tier of the spirit severance realm. Yet Lu Jiuyuan held no intention of deploying him. Shang Gongxing, a reincarnated soul, possessed battle instincts and foundational depth, far surpassing his peers. Subduing 3 spirit severance cultivators would pose no difficulty whatsoever. You and Wang Changsheng shall remain idle. Sit back and watch the spectacle. Lu Jiuyuan declared without hesitation. Notably, since joining Lu Jiuyuan, Wang Changsheng had grown markedly more cautious. His current realm stood at the latest stage of the nascent soul ascension. And indeed, given Lu Jiuyuan's understanding of him, caution was his nature. Such a confrontation held no true to form. The moment Lu Jiuyuan spoke, Wang Changsheng promptly closed his eyes and resumed cultivation. At that instant, Li Qingdi rose and said, "Let us go. Their arrival is imminent." And with that, Li Qingdi led Li Tian and the other 4 out beyond the gates of the Qinji sect. Outside, the 3 spirit severance apex assassins of the Tianying sect suddenly furrowed their brows. Without warning, an unsettling premonition gripped them. What is happening? None of them demanded first. Before they could react, a streak of sword light erupted from the nearby shadows, severing a latest-stage nascent soul assassin clean in 2, leaving not even his nascent soul time to flee. What a... And the Tianying assassins recoiled in shock. Their sect possessed unique techniques to mask aura, capable of evading detection even by cultivators 2 minor realms above them. Yet now, had the tables turned? Were they the ones unable to perceive their foe? Who exactly are you? The 3 spirit severance apex cultivators stepped forward, shielding the nascent soul assassins behind them. Each nascent soul assassin represented years of painstaking cultivation. None could be lost here. In the next breath, the 3 spirit severance apex cultivators felt the world tilt violently. When their senses reasserted themselves, their surroundings had utterly transformed. What a... Another expert, in their faces paled. Before them stood Li Qingdi, clad in simple azure robes, grinning amiably. Brother Lu entrusted me with keeping you contained, so please remain here quietly for now. Li Qingdi's aura was overwhelming, crushing all will to resist. A Union Foundation cultivator, beyond doubt. Yet in the next heartbeat, their eyes met. Silent resolve passing between them, they would strike together. But before they could move, Li Qingdi flicked his sword with effortless grace, slaying one of them instantly. I warned you not to act rashly, not even a fleeting thought. Your safety is no longer guaranteed. If this ruthless demonstration left the remaining 2 paralyzed, Li Qingdi's prowess made it clear he could slaughter them without effort, not merely outmatch them. Meanwhile, with Li Qingdi having removed the 3 spirit severance apex assassins, the 15 remaining nascent soul cultivators exchanged wary glances. Then crisp footsteps echoed from the darkness. and Li Tian and the others emerged from the gloom. And enough bickering. 4 men each for the rest of you. Su Shirwei takes 3. First to finish wins. Without delay, Li Tian shot forward. His 4 companions surged after him, unwilling to be outpaced. Within moments, the 5 clashed fiercely with the 15 nascent soul apex assassins. Under ordinary circumstances, 1 nascent soul cultivator would stand little chance against 4. But Li Tian and his comrades each bore legacies of golden immortal masters, their foundations immeasurably profound. Slaying 4 at once, or even transcending their realm, was no feat at all. Soon Li Tian, the strongest among them, felled his opponent first. Almost simultaneously, Zhang Chengfeng dispatched his own. Then came Chun Yuan, and finally Su Shirwei. On the other side, the 2 peak refinement stage assassins looked at Li Qingdi, before them unable to muster even the slightest thought of resistance, and could only bow respectfully. Senior, this matter is indeed our Tianying's fault. We are willing to apologize sincerely. Please, Senior, spare us, and let us leave. We Tianying swear we will not retaliate. Hearing the serious words of the 2 peak refinement stage assassins, Li Qingdi couldn't help but smile. He was thoroughly familiar with this act. It was they who swore an oath. What did it have to do with Tianying? From what he had learned earlier, Tianying had a powerful being at the Great Ascension stage overseeing them, and these 2 refinement stage individuals probably didn't even rank among the higher-ups in Tianying. How could such people possibly influence Tianying's decisions? Just as Li Qingdi was about to say something, a figure emanating dark demonic energy, the King of 1,000 Ghosts, appeared before them. Upon seeing the King of 1,000 Ghosts, the 2 peak refinement stage assassins felt an even greater. As assassins, they were naturally ruthless, yet at the moment the King of 1,000 Ghosts appeared, they could feel that their own killing intent was merely a fraction of what it once was, insignificant, like a drop of seawater in the vast ocean. A powerhouse, undoubtedly a powerhouse, and one even more terrifying than the strongest of Tianying. Do you have any business? Li Qingdi looked at the King of 1,000 Ghosts with curiosity. The King of 1,000 Ghosts simply replied, "The young master instructed me to extract their memories, and also to wipe out Tianying." Upon hearing the words of the King of 1,000 Ghosts, the expressions of the 2 peak refinement stage assassins changed drastically. The next moment, without hesitation, their bodies began to swell. Even in death, they would not betray their organization. However, after witnessing this scene, the King of 1,000 Ghosts merely scoffed, saying, "Do you think you can die in front of me?" Simply delusional. With just a stomp of his foot, the King of 1,000 Ghosts interrupted their self-detonation, and their aura began to wane. With just one kick, the King of 1,000 Ghosts not only interrupted their self-detonation, but also severely injured them, rendering them incapable of self-detonation. After completing all this, the King of 1,000 Ghosts merely raised his hand and drew them into his palm. As the King of 1,000 Ghosts exerted a slight force, in an instant the 2 were completely absorbed, including their memories. Alright, they are dealt with. You may return now. Oh, I will go and eradicate Tianying. After saying this, the King of 1,000 Ghosts hurried towards the location of Tianying, guided by the memories. Li Qingdi shook his head at this scene and turned back to Tianya Peak. Meanwhile, on Tianya Peak, Lu Jiuyuan had already witnessed everything unfold, knowing that the King of 1,000 Ghosts could indeed eliminate a Tianying. After all, Tianying was only guarded by a Great Ascension stage powerhouse. If a human immortal intervened, even the King of 1,000 Ghosts might not be a match. You all provoked me first, so don't blame me for wanting to eliminate you, Lu Jiuyuan thought to himself. In his perception, he also sensed that Qin Yuan Meng and the Supreme Elder of the Qianji sect had returned. Shaking his head, Lu Jiuyuan resumed his cultivation, feeling a premonition that he might gain significant rewards within the Tianying ruins. Meanwhile, within Tianying, as over 10 soul lamps shattered simultaneously, the entire Tianying fell into chaos in an instant. In just an hour, the high-ranking members of Tianying gathered together. Alright, let's discuss this. Do you think it's possible that our enemies have intervened in this matter? Just then a figure appeared before them. Upon seeing this figure, all the elite assassins hurriedly stood up. The newcomer was none other than the master of Tianying, the strongest being, a peak Great Ascension powerhouse. Master, it's unlikely. After all, the ones killed this time were merely refinement stage assassins and could not harm the foundation of our Tianying. If our enemies were to strike, they would at least target those at the tribulation stage, or at the very least the integration stage. The elite assassin spoke without hesitation. Seeing this, the master was about to say something, but the next moment a terrifying pressure engulfed the entire Tianying. Who goes there? The master's face darkened significantly, and he rushed outside. The remaining elite assassins hurriedly followed. When they reached above Tianying, they saw the King of 1,000 Ghosts radiating terrifying demonic energy, standing in the sky looking at them with indifference. Upon sensing the aura of the King of 1,000 Ghosts, they dared not make any moves, for the King of 1,000 Ghosts was a genuine peak Great Ascension powerhouse. Who are you? Do you intend to oppose Tianying? The master stood firm confronting the king of 1,000. Both were peak Great Ascension powerhouses, and with numerous trump cards in his hand along with the support of the elite assassins behind him, he didn't believe the other could surpass him. Who am I? I am the one who will destroy your Tianying. The king of 1,000 ghosts spoke fiercely and charged at the master. Seeing the king of 1,000 ghosts attacking, without warning, the hot-tempered master could not let this go. He shouted to the elite members of Tianying behind him. Everyone join me and slay this fiend. The moment he finished speaking, the king of 1,000 ghosts appeared before him, and with a single strike, pierced through his body. What? The master murmured in disbelief. Clearly they were both peak Great Ascension. Why was he so much? Before he could react, he felt a terrifying suction force emanating from the king of 1,000 ghosts' hand, and then his consciousness plunged into an endless abyss. The sudden turn of events left the powerhouses of Tianying unable to react in time. By the time they did, the master had already been completely absorbed. Keek, if I absorb all of you, I should be able to break through to the human immortal stage. The king of 1,000 ghosts looked at the elite powerhouses of Tianying, unable to suppress a cold laugh. The powerhouses of Tianying felt a surge of fear at this sight. After all, the master was the strongest among them. However, if even the master was killed in one blow, did they really stand a chance? Everyone run. One person shouted loudly, and the king of 1,000 ghosts began his slaughter. With each strike, a life was taken. Want to escape? It's not that easy. Boundless demon realm. The king of 1,000 ghosts stomped his foot, and in an instant his body formed a massive cage around him, trapping everyone inside. The only way to escape was to defeat the king of 1,000 ghosts. Everyone fight him together. One person shouted, urging everyone to attack the king of 1,000 ghosts. Yet against absolute strength, numbers held no meaning. Minutes later, the king of 1,000 ghosts felt a wave of comfort wash over him. Sated. Boom. Countless bolts of lightning surged down from the sky towards the 1,000 ghost king, yet he remained utterly fearless, channeling the refining source sacred technique to absorb all the lightning tribulation descending from above. However, once the tribulation had fully descended, the dark clouds above did not dissipate. Noticing this, the 1,000 ghost king's expression turned grim, murmuring to himself. The lightning tribulation hasn't vanished. Could it be the 5 declines of heaven? As soon as the 1,000 ghost king's words fell, the power within him quickly dissipated like the retreating tide, leaving him as weak as an ordinary person. His body also began to plummet rapidly, but fortunately his physique was quite robust, so this height wouldn't cause him any harm. I wonder how long it will last. The 1,000 ghost king wondered curiously within. Based on previous experiences, the decline typically lasts between 1 to 3 days. With this in mind, the 1,000 ghost king could only shake his head helplessly and headed back towards the Chinji. After undergoing the lightning tribulation, the 5 declines of heaven would have no effect on the cultivators within the vicinity, which was why the 1,000 ghost king dared to return. Upon returning to the Chinji sect, Lu Jiuyuan was not particularly surprised by the 1,000 ghost king's performance. Just as he was about to say something, the power within the 1,000 ghost king surged back like a flood, quickly allowing him to ascend to the human immortal stage. Alright, since that's the case, let's prepare. It's time to head to the swallowing heaven ruins. Lu Jiuyuan stood up and gazed into the distance, noticing the sky beginning to brighten. That night, many people were sleepless, for the swallowing heaven ruins were among the most significant relics in the southern region, and even the entire divine sword state attracting countless forces. After all, obtaining the inheritance of the swallowing heaven immortal emperor meant that one could soon break through to an even more powerful realm, potentially reaching the level of the swallowing heaven immortal emperor. Alright, is everyone ready? If so, let's set off. When Lu Jiuyuan stood up, he saw the 10 chosen individuals from the Chinji sect waiting atop the Tianya Peak. Naturally, Lu Jiuyuan would not leave Lu Wanqing and Chu Ningxuang behind. It was simply a matter of convenience. As for Lu Wanqing, Lu Jiuyuan intended to cultivate her to become the master of the Divine Sword State's branch hall. After seeing everyone nod, Lu Jiuyuan turned his gaze to the ancestor of Lu Shixian. Lu Shixian waved his hand, summoning a holy grade celestial vessel. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. A holy grade celestial vessel. What kind of force could have a genius of Lu Jiuyuan's caliber? Once they all boarded, Lu Shixian activated the celestial vessel, flying towards the location of the swallowing heaven ruins. With the speed of the holy grade celestial vessel, they arrived before the ruins in mere minutes. Is this really the swallowing heaven ruins? Lu Jiuyuan exclaimed in surprise as he gazed upon the throngs of people before him. The cultivators below were equally stunned upon seeing the arrival of a holy grade celestial vessel. After all, holy grade celestial vessels are possessed only by forces at the immortal king level or above, which meant that those aboard must be beings of immortal king or higher. In the next moment, Lu Jiuyuan and the others appeared before them. However, sensing that the strongest among them, Lu Jiuyuan, was merely at the early golden immortal stage, and given that they had no prior impression of Lu Jiuyuan's group, doubts began to arise among them. Could it be that this holy grade celestial vessel does not belong to them? Lu Jiuyuan did not care about their gazes. If they intended to attack, he had several ancestors who could intervene. Of course, even without the ancestors, Lu Jiuyuan's fully refined immortal emperor weapon could easily eradicate them. Interesting among them, there are a few intriguing talents. In a glance at the crowd, Lu Jiuyuan quickly sensed several figures not far away. In Lu Jiuyuan's perception, the strength of those 5 figures was comparable to Su Yang, and they seemed even younger. However, Su Yang had only just begun his cultivation, so his weaker strength was quite reasonable. Seemingly sensing Lu Jiuyuan's gaze, the 5 figures turned to look at him. Upon locking eyes with Lu Jiuyuan, the expressions of the 5 became incredibly serious. They couldn't sense Lu Jiuyuan's presence at all. In such a scenario, there was only one possibility: Lu Jiuyuan's strength far surpassed theirs, igniting their combative spirits as they yearned to test who was truly stronger. At that moment, a terrifying tremor erupted from the mountain nearby. That is, the Swallowing Heaven ruins is about to open. Lu Jiuyuan looked at the mountain with a grave expression. In recent days, he had gathered a lot of information about the Swallowing Heaven ruins and knew that it was a relic isolated from the Dishan continent, similar to the space created by the previous demon emperor, but much larger. Moreover, the Swallowing Heaven ruins had its own restrictions. Those above the Tribulation Transcendent stage could not enter, meaning only those below the Great Ascension stage could enter. With that thought in mind, the Swallowing Heaven ruins finally opened. At the moment it opened, countless people surged in. Lu Jiuyuan remained unperturbed. Whether he entered early or late, the opportunities that belonged to him would still be his. Once most people had entered, Lu Jiuyuan calmly led Li Tian and the others towards the Swallowing Heaven ruins. As the world spun around them, they found themselves inside the Swallowing Heaven ruins. The sky within was shrouded in a terrifying blood-red hue, creating an exceptionally eerie atmosphere. It is said that the original Swallowing Heaven Immortal Emperor was a demonic cultivator, which is why the Swallowing Heaven ruins exhibit this kind of appearance. At this moment, Li Qingdi spoke up, causing the faces of the others to grow solemn. Demonic cultivators mean extreme brutality. Alright, Su Yang, take 10 people from the Qingji sect and head out. The rest will follow me. We will act separately. Lu Jiuyuan instructed Su Yang. Hearing this, Su Yang nodded in agreement. After all, based on Lu Jiuyuan's understanding of Su Yang's strength, only those 5 posed any threat to him. As for opportunities, Lu Jiuyuan knew that the Chosen One would naturally not lack any. Soon Su Yang led the 10 members of the Qingji sect away from the area. The remaining members, including Li Tian, couldn't help but sigh. Master, is our strength too weak? You all are quite good, it's just that compared to true prodigies you fall short. Lu Jiuyuan was taken aback for a moment, then spoke seriously. Hearing this, Li Tian and the others exchanged glances and decisively spoke up. Master, we want to act separately. If we remain under your protection, we will never grow. Alright, if that's the case, then go. Remember to pay attention to your safety. Just staying alive is enough. Lu Jiuyuan was not surprised by their choice and earnestly instructed them. Li Tian and the others nodded and began to act separately. To Lu Jiuyuan's surprise, even Wang Chongxingshan Gonghong and Wu Quankai requested to act separately. Lu Jiuyuan was much more at ease with these two than with Li Tian and the others, so he naturally did not refuse. Li Qingdi also left, leaving only Lu Wanqing, Chu Ningshuang, and Feng Yuan behind. Master, I'm sorry for the trouble, Feng Yuan said somewhat dejectedly, and Lu Jiuyuan patted his shoulder. It's fine, your strength is indeed much lower than theirs. The cultivators entering the Tongtian relic this time are at least at the transformation stage, so you need to break through to the transformation stage as soon as possible. Under Lu Jiuyuan's guidance, Feng Yuan had already reached the peak of the nascent soul, just one step away from breaking through to the transformation stage. Encouraged by Lu Jiuyuan, Feng Yuan's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He was determined to become stronger for his master. On the other side, Lu Wanqing and Chu Ningshuang lowered their heads in embarrassment. After all, their strength was indeed too low. Alright, let's go. If we delay too long, the opportunities that belong to us may be snatched away by others. Lu Jiuyuan smiled and intended to take Lu Wanqing and the others to fly away, but his expression suddenly changed in surprise. We can't fly here. Lu Jiuyuan sensed a force suppressing them, preventing them from taking flight. However, Lu Jiuyuan did not pay much attention. After all, it made little difference to him whether he could fly or not, as his strength was not significantly restricted. Moreover, even in another space, Lu Jiuyuan believed that his ancestors were likely watching the situation here. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Tongtian relic, a young man with 3 long swords on his back had drawn one of them, gazing at a massive white-eared fox before him. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit. How wonderful! I didn't expect to encounter a peak tribulation transcendence white-eared fox right upon entering. This will be a good practice. and he was none other than the sword disciple of the first sword sect of the divine sword state, known as Jian. Sensing Jian Zin's formidable strength, the white-eared fox trembled in fear, its form shrinking until it transformed into a pitifully weak woman who began to speak. "My lord, I realize my mistake. I am willing to serve you, please spare my life." With that, the woman subtly let her shoulder strap fall, revealing a glimpse underneath. At the same time, an invisible force began to influence Jian Xin, which was a common trick of the Fox clan seduction. The next moment, Jian Xin walked towards the white-eared fox with a serious expression. The white-eared fox couldn't help but show a smug look upon seeing this. Indeed, men are creatures that can only think with their lower bodies. However, in the next moment, a sharp light slashed towards the white-eared fox. "What?" The white-eared fox exclaimed in disbelief and attempted to evade this strike, but by the time she reacted, Jian Xin was already behind her, seemingly having anticipated her move. "Sorry, woman, you can only slow me down from drawing my sword," Jian Xin said coldly. Did this wretched woman really think he hadn't noticed her movements? Renowned as one of the 5 top prodigies of the divine sword state, Jian Zin's strength was unquestionable. With a single sword strike, he directly killed the white-eared fox. After slaying the white-eared fox, Jian Xin casually threw out a flame to incinerate its corpse. After doing all this, he turned to look at a figure not far away, his eyes filled with fighting spirit as he spoke. "Bald monk, you've been watching for a while, haven't you? I've heard that the Haoyan undying body from the Buddhist mountain is incredibly strong. I wonder if you can withstand my next sword strike." As Jian Xion's words fell, a bald man with his palms together and a gentle smile walked out from not far. He was one of the 5 top prodigies of the divine sword state, known as Wu Nian. Wu Nian smiled. "Jian Xion, you are joking. Who doesn't know that your Wujian sect's supreme sword technique, the Xinyong 36 swords, can sever even the Tao once perfected? You have already perfected the 12th sword. Tisk tisk, I dare not receive your attack, heathen." Listening to Wu Nian's words, Jian Zin's expression remained unchanged. Just as he was about to say something, he heard applause coming from not far away. "Interesting. I didn't expect to encounter both Jian Xion and Wu Nian so quickly." Shi Tiandao. As the figure appeared, both Jian Xion and Wu Nian's expressions grew serious. And the figure was none other than the Daozi of the Dao sect, Shi Tiandao. He waved his hand and said, "Alright, I won't play with you anymore. I'll take my leave now. After all, this is our only chance to come to the Tongtian relic. We can't waste time." After saying this, Shi Tiandao quickly fled into the distance. Wu Nian and Jian Xion exchanged glances and began to act separately. Not far away, Shi Tiandao reflected on what had just happened, a thoughtful expression appearing on his face. "I didn't expect that all 5 top prodigies of the divine sword state would be present in the Tongtian relic. It's a perfect opportunity to determine our rankings. The 5 prodigies are Shi Tiandao from the Dao sect, Jian Xion from the Wujian sect, Wu Nian from the Buddhist mountain, Lu Jiuyuan from the Hongming immortal sect, and Qin Hao, the young master of the Qin family. All 5 possess the strength of peak tribulation transcendence, and of course they are regarded as top prodigies not only because they reached the peak of tribulation transcendence in under a century, but also due to their achievements in battling against major cultivation stage experts. Alright, this demon beast is for you 3 to practice on." Looking at the demon beast in the early stage of transformation that suddenly appeared to block the way, Lu Jiuyuan simply dodged aside and spoke to Feng Yuan and the others. Upon hearing Lu Jiuyuan's words, the expressions of Feng Yuan and the others became grave as well. The next moment, Feng Yuan charged directly at the demon beast, and then spoke. "You 2 delay it for me from the side, I'll find an opportunity to take it down." Lu Wanxing and Chu Ningshuang naturally knew that if they went up they would definitely hold back, so it was better to assist Feng Yuan from a distance. Although it was their first collaboration, the effect was surprisingly good, and they weren't killed by the demon beast immediately. Not far away, Lu Jiuyuan stood on a hill observing everything, his expression full of satisfaction. "Not bad. With further training, they will definitely make a qualified division master." Looking at Lu Wanqing's fearless performance, Lu Jiuyuan nodded with approval. However, his expression turned serious as he looked at Feng Yuan, as he knew Feng Yuan was the decisive factor in this battle. No matter how well Lu Wanqing and Chu Ningshuang coordinated, they could not kill the White Shadow Wolf. Only Feng Yuan at the peak of the nascent soul could accomplish this. Feng Yuan did not disappoint Lu Jiuyuan's expectations. After Lu Wanqing and Chu Ningshuang worked hard to attract the attention of the White Shadow Wolf, Feng Yuan's expression became serious. "Now is the time. Wind God leg." A terrifying whirlwind erupted from Feng Yuan's left leg, and by the time the White Shadow Wolf reacted, Feng Yuan had already reached its front, landing a powerful kick to its head and sending it flying. After being sent flying nearly 100 meters, countless gusts of wind rushed towards the White Shadow Wolf, completely shrouding its figure. When the gale subsided, the White Shadow Wolf had completely lost its breath. Interesting, how come there are no nascent souls among the demon beasts inside? Seeing this scene, Lu Jiuyuan suddenly appeared, pondering thoughtfully. It is known that demon beasts and humans may begin their cultivation with some nascent souls, but they eventually condense their own. Yet the white shadow wolf before him showed no trace of a nascent soul, which could only mean that the white shadow wolf perhaps never had one. Or perhaps one cannot condense a nascent soul within the sky-devouring ruins. Master, is something wrong? Feng Yuan, already exhausted, approached Lu Jiuyuan curiously. Lu Jiuyuan did not reveal this matter to him, but smiled, and said, "It's nothing, let's go." With that, Lu Jiuyuan casually cast a fireball technique to burn the white shadow wolf's corpse to ashes. Seeing this, Chu Ningxuang felt heartbroken to the point of tears, but could only hold back her pain and follow Lu Jiuyuan as they left. Not long after they left, several figures arrived, quickly sensing the breath of their fallen kin. The leading wolf king could not help but howl in grief. The white shadow wolf is a pack animal. Not far away, Lu Jiuyuan felt a surge of killing intent at this scene. If the pack dared to come, he would have no qualms about annihilating them all. By the way, Master, the strongest demon beast in the sky-devouring ruins has reached the human immortal stage. Should we pay attention to this? At this moment, Feng Yuan spoke. "It's nothing. If they dare to act against me, I wouldn't mind sending them on their way." Lu Jiuyuan waved his hand nonchalantly. Based on previous investigations, the strongest demon beast in the sky-devouring ruins had reached the human immortal stage, but demon beasts above the tribulation transcendent stage rarely acted, as once they did, the forces outside would not let them off easily. Though entering the sky-devouring ruins is somewhat difficult, if one is extremely enraged, they may pay a heavy price to enter. Upon hearing this, Feng Yuan and the others nodded in agreement. However, at this moment, Lu Jiuyuan sensed something, and his expression became one of involuntary surprise. As a familiar figure, Feng Yuan naturally noticed this, so he curiously asked, "Master, is something wrong?" "It's nothing. I just found a suitable inheritance for you. Come with me." Before Feng Yuan and the others could react, Lu Jiuyuan took them and dashed toward a distant palace. When they arrived in front of the palace, they found it already crowded. After Lu Jiuyuan stopped, Feng Yuan finally couldn't help but ask, "Master, what is this place?" "It's nothing, just an inheritance of an immortal king, and this inheritance is the most suitable for you," Lu Jiuyuan said casually. Just an inheritance from an immortal king? He didn't take it seriously. Hearing Lu Jiuyuan's words, Feng Yuan instinctively replied, "So it's just an immortal king's inheritance? Wait, immortal king?" Upon mentioning the latter, Feng Yuan finally reacted, and could not help but express his astonishment. On the other side, Lu Wanqing and Chu Ningxuang also noticed this scene, and their hearts surged with waves of, "My goodness, why does the immortal king you speak of seem as common as a cabbage? Alright, the inheritance is about to open, get ready. I'll help you obtain the inheritance." At this moment, Lu Jiuyuan's expression gradually turned serious. Hearing this, Feng Yuan could only suppress his gratitude, and decided to focus on obtaining the inheritance before anything else. At this moment, a massive shadow appeared, and then when everyone opened their eyes again, they found themselves in an entirely new space. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am a warrior under the sky, devouring immortal emperor named Wind Fury, immortal king. If you can pass my test, I shall grant you my inheritance." Before them, a figure claiming to be the Wind Fury immortal king spoke with a cold expression. Upon hearing his words, they were all astonished, but after reacting, their hearts were filled with joy. For this is an immortal king. Acquiring his inheritance would undoubtedly facilitate their cultivation, making it much easier. But at this moment, Lu Jiuyuan's voice came out nonchalantly. "I say, how about you give your inheritance to my person?" "Huh, this kid is so bold. Who exactly is he? How dare he speak to the celestial king like that? Wait, I seem to recall something. He appeared to have arrived on a sacred celestial vessel just now. Tisk. It seems that a good show is about to unfold." The moment Lu Jiuyuan's words fell, a hint of amusement appeared on the faces of the cultivators present, although a very few looked somewhat serious. Clearly, this small group of people did not consider Lu Jiuyuan to be a fool. He must have some background to dare to. Then in the next moment, the surrounding cultivators clearly felt a gust of refreshing wind sweep over their bodies, which quickly intensified to a level where they had to exert all their strength just to remain standing. Looking at the furious wind celestial king, one could see that his expression had turned extremely dark. "Young man, you are interesting. Are you truly challenging me?" To everyone's surprise, the furious wind celestial king did not immediately strike down Lu Jiuyuan. Instead, there was a hint of caution in his tone. In fact, if one could observe closely, they would see a trace of fear on the furious wind celestial king's face. "Why does this kid give me a sense of death? What could the reason be?" The furious wind celestial king felt a pang of anxiety within. He had intended to kill Lu Jiuyuan right then and there, but just as he was about to act, a feeling of death enveloped his body. Such a sensation could only come from beings above the celestial emperor. After all, having once been a warrior under the devouring sky celestial emperor, the furious wind celestial king's strength was certainly not weak, standing firmly at the peak of celestial kings. He was acutely aware of the aura of celestial emperors, or rather he was locked onto by cultivators, at least of celestial emperor status. This made him extremely curious about Lu Jiuyuan's origins. So what? Is that so? Lu Jiuyuan said with a calm demeanor, his tone not resembling a negotiation with the furious wind celestial king at all. After a long silence, the furious wind celestial king sighed and spoke. This kid beside you has some background, since that's the case, I can only choose to help him. Everyone please leave, I have found a suitable candidate for my legacy. The moment the furious wind celestial king's words fell, all the cultivators present except for Lu Jiuyuan and his 3 companions vanished. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves outside the legacy palace. Even now, they still felt an unreal sensation in their hearts. Just now, was that a joke? The mighty furious wind celestial king actually cowed down. While I'm quite curious, what was that friend's background just now? To be able to make the furious wind celestial king bow his head. Alright, let's move on to the next place. The legacy here no longer exists. As a top-tier celestial emperor, the devouring sky celestial emperor naturally had many followers, and after her demise many of her subordinates fell, as well, leaving their legacies within the devouring sky remains. So losing one celestial king's legacy was indeed painful for them, but they could only give up, after all the chances of obtaining the furious wind celestial king's legacy wouldn't be great for them either. Meanwhile, inside the legacy palace, the furious wind celestial king glanced at Feng Yuan and casually pointed instantly, sending a surge of his unique legacy into Feng Yuan's divine soul. And upon receiving this energy, Feng Yuan immediately fell into a deep slumber. Alright, by the time he wakes up, he will likely have absorbed all of my legacy, and he should be able to break through to the void refinement stage directly, not to mention that his future cultivation will be smooth sailing. After transferring the legacy, the presence of the furious wind celestial king had become significantly more ethereal, and even speaking became somewhat strenuous. Are you alright, senior? Lu Wanqing and Chu Ningxuang spoke in unison. Hearing this, a hint of a smile appeared on the furious wind celestial king's face, and then he self-deprecatingly said, I'm fine, after all I have long since perished. Now I am merely a remnant soul, though once a million years pass I too shall fade away. However, before this power dissipates, I do have a matter I wish to trouble you with. At this point, the furious wind celestial king turned to Lu Jiuyuan. A hint of surprise flashed in Lu Jiuyuan's eyes, but he nodded. Speak, but how can you be sure that I will agree? Because you absolutely cannot refuse. I want you to obtain the legacy of my master. The tone of the furious wind celestial king was filled with certainty. For every cultivator entering the devouring sky, Remains was fundamentally aiming for the legacy of the devouring sky celestial emperor. He believed that even Lu Jiuyuan was no exception. But in the next moment, Lu Jiuyuan casually waved his hand and said, I have no intention of doing so. Alright, I'll tell you now. Just as the furious wind celestial king was about to reveal where the legacy of the devouring sky celestial emperor was, Lu Jiuyuan decisively refused. Realizing this, the furious wind celestial king hurriedly spoke. Friend, my master is the devouring sky celestial emperor. I know, so what? I don't care. Lu Jiuyuan said indifferently. This was not mere bravado. He had entered the devouring sky remains simply for the experience, and he truly had no significant thoughts about the legacy of the devouring sky celestial emperor. After all, he had the mightiest ancestor Lu Daoyan at home, and even Lu Shi the ancestor, who possessed strength that was not inferior to, or even greater than the devouring sky celestial emperor. If he wanted to grow stronger, couldn't he just seek help from the two ancestors? Wait, friend, I must tell you something. My master previously obtained a divine body legacy, known as the devouring body. The tone of the furious wind celestial king carried a hint of hesitation, but then he spoke very resolutely. Hearing this, Lu Jiuyuan was indeed drawn and his eyes brightening. Divine body. Devouring body. Now that's interesting, but I am quite curious. Why do you insist that I obtain your master's legacy? Naturally, Lu Jiuyuan was familiar with divine bodies, and one might say that currently condensing a divine body was one of his next stage goals. As for the devouring body, Lu Jiuyuan understood that it was a constitution primarily based on devouring, capable of completely refining any resources. Of course, most importantly, there were no side effects from the devouring body when consuming anything. Cultivators possessing the devouring body could be hailed as embodiments of the path of devouring. From what Lu Jiuyuan knew, there had once been a devouring body that broke through to the devouring body realm in just a mere 100,000 years. However, the devouring body is an innate constitution, and due to its rarity, cultivators with this body type are seldom seen. Because, friend, you are the most talented cultivator I have seen in countless years. However, I am quite curious as to why you mentioned that the celestial emperor of devouring heaven possesses the legacy of the devouring body. At this moment, Lu Jiuyuan recalled something and curiously inquired. After all, the devouring body is an innate divine body that generally disappears with the death of its previous owner. Upon hearing this, a hint of hesitation flashed across the face of the Storm King, but he seemed to remember something and sighed. In fact, the former master obtained the legacy of the devouring body through a fortuitous encounter. It is said that the ancestors of the former master also possessed the devouring body, but later faced a surprise attack from a powerful enemy. Although they defeated the enemy, their own essence suffered a nearly devastating blow, leaving little time left. Therefore, in order to preserve the legacy of the devouring body, the ancestor of the former master sacrificed himself to retain the essence of the devouring body. And when the former master broke through to the peak of the Celestial Emperor, he was unable to advance to the Celestial Sovereign realm for a long time. In desperation, he had no choice but to devour the essence of the devouring body, but unfortunately, at that time 2 of his opponents, who were half-step Celestial Sovereigns, came knocking. The former master fought desperately, but in the end he perished together with them, leaving his essence behind here. Upon hearing this, the shock on Lu Jiuyuan's face was beyond words. On the other side, Lu Wanqing and Chu Ningxiang felt the same way. After all, those were figures they rarely even heard about, let alone encountered. Of course, Lu Jiuyuan's thoughts differed from those of Lu Wanqing and Chu Ningxiang. He wondered whether those 2 half-step Celestial Sovereigns had also received the legacy here. Seemingly aware of Lu Jiuyuan's thoughts, the Storm King shook his head helplessly. Do not overthink it, my friend. The former master exhausted all his efforts to slay them, so they had no chance to leave behind a legacy. However, their storage rings may not have been empty. At this moment, the Storm King seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes brightened. After all, those were the storage rings of 2 half-step Celestial Sovereigns. Who knows what treasures they contained? Alright, tell me the location of the legacy of the Celestial Emperor of Devouring Heaven. Lu Jiuyuan spoke decisively at this moment. Of course, he felt that if he were to search on his own, he could probably find it quickly, but if he could save some time, why not? Most importantly, if he were to ascend to the devouring body, his cultivation speed would likely increase significantly, and the time to break through to the grand completion stage would also be greatly accelerated. The Storm King, however, waved his hand and said, "No need to tell you, I can send you directly." Hearing this, Lu Jiuyuan nodded. Being sent directly was certainly the best option. After thinking of something, Lu Jiuyuan hesitated for a moment, and then asked, "How long will it take for him to wake up?" "About 10 years, I suppose. 10 years from now is also the time when the ruins will close." The Storm King pondered for a moment before speaking. Lu Jiuyuan then thought of something and curiously asked, "Do you have any other legacies of Celestial Sovereigns? Give one to each of them." Upon hearing this, both Lu Wanqing and Chu Ningxiang showed a hint of joy on their faces, as obtaining a legacy from a Celestial Sovereign would undoubtedly be immensely beneficial to them. The Storm King, however, displayed a hint of speechlessness, but after carefully examining Lu Wanqing and Chu Ningxiang, he spoke. "I happen to know 2 Celestial Sovereigns that would be suitable for them. If you don't mind, I can send them directly over. Then I will trouble you." Lu Jiuyuan slightly bowed, and at this bow the Storm King felt an overwhelm. After all, he was a Celestial Sovereign. Who could withstand such a bow under heaven? This made him increasingly curious about Lu Jiuyuan's future. Just how terrifying would Lu Jiuyuan's future be? "Alright, time is of the essence. Let's depart now," the Storm King decisively said, waving his hand and sending Lu Jiuyuan away. After sending Lu Jiuyuan away, the Storm King turned to Lu Wanqing and Chu Ningxiang and calmly said, "Those 2 are likely to have bad tempers. I will go talk to them first." After saying this, the figure of the Storm King disappeared from before Lu Wanqing and Chu Ningxiang. At this moment, Lu Wanqing and Chu Ningxiang finally let out a sigh of relief and spoke. "Senior sister, what kind of person do you think Lu Xiaozhu is to make even a Celestial Sovereign level figure fear him?" "I don't know, but we need to remember one thing. We must never betray the Palace Master for all eternity. After all, if it weren't for the Palace Master, we might not be here today." Lu Wanqing nodded solemnly. Naturally, Chu Ningxiang understood this principle as well, nodding in agreement. "This guy really acts quickly," Lu Jiuyuan remarked as he looked at the suddenly changed environment. But despite his complaints, Lu Jiuyuan curiously gazed at his surroundings. Is this the legacy of the Celestial Emperor of Devouring Heaven? Or is it still within the ruins? Soon Lu Jiuyuan noticed a towering spire piercing the clouds in the distance, and upon looking around, it seemed there were no other buildings, so he could only muster the courage to walk towards it. Interesting, I didn't expect the devouring body to still be preserved here. In the Lu family, everything was observed by Lu Shi and Lu Daotian. If it were Lu Shi, it would be somewhat difficult to observe, but if Lu Daotian were present, it would be quite simple. Seeing that the devouring body was still preserved, Lu's eyes widened in surprise. Lu Daotian, however, remained calm, and then spoke lightly. "Of course, I also know the ancestor of the Celestial Emperor of Devouring Heaven. I did not expect that he sacrificed himself to preserve the essence of the devouring body. If there is an opportunity, I still need to express my gratitude." Upon hearing this, Lu Shi was also taken aback. It seems the background of the Celestial Emperor of Devouring Heaven is not simple. Alright, let's just observe for now. It should be fine, and since a trace of the Celestial Emperor's remnant soul still exists, there may still be a chance for a complete revival. Lu Jiuyuan had indeed sensed the remnant soul hidden within the tower, which was a trace of the Celestial Emperor of Devouring Heaven. If he wished, he could help the Celestial Emperor of Devouring Heaven fully revive, but the premise was that the Celestial Emperor would not seek death. Boom. Countless sword energies surged towards Su Yang. Seeing this, Su Yang calmly gathered his hands, and a ball of spiritual fire erupted from his palm. Crimson spiritual fire. Su Yang directly threw the crimson spiritual fire, which instantly unleashed an endless flame that blocked the sword energies. Meanwhile, Jian Xian, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, your strength is indeed formidable. With the test concluded, Jian Xian naturally would not. However, Su Yang was not someone who would easily back down. He adjusted his stance, his expression growing extremely serious. Noticing Su Yang's demeanor, Jian Xian tightened his grip on the sword. Since you struck first, let me see just how powerful you truly are. On the other side, the members of the Qinji sect looked on with grave expressions. Just earlier, they had gained considerable benefits in the Tunshan relic under Su Yang's leadership, but as they continued forward, they were suddenly halted by the appearance of Jian Xian. As a battle fanatic, Jian Xian, upon sensing Su Yang's strength, decisively launched an attack. After blocking Jian Zin's attack, Su Yang instructed Qin Yuanmeng and the others to leave for a safer location and wait for him. Shortly after they departed, a fierce battle erupted between Jian Xian and Su Yang. It must be said that Su Yang truly lived up to the title of the Son of Destiny. Even in the mid-stage of Tribulation Transcendence, he could hold his ground against Jian Xian, who was at the peak of Tribulation Transcendence. This meant that Su Yang in the mid-stage of Tribulation Transcendence possessed strength capable of rivaling that of a great Ascension stage cultivator. Ha ha ha, this is indeed an exhilarating battle. Jian Xian swung his sword, and Su Yang sidestepped to avoid it, allowing the sword energy to slice through a nearby mountain. Seeing this, Su Yang was unwilling to be outdone and countered with a ball of strange fire, but Jian Xian blocked it with his sword. There's no need to keep fighting like this. Why don't we both unleash our strongest attacks and settle this in one strike? Jian Xian proposed, and Su Yang naturally had no intention of refusing, as he didn't want to waste time here. Or rather, had it not been for Jian Zin's initial attack, he wouldn't have engaged at all due to his own pride. Seeing Su Yang nod, Jian Xian gripped his Qiyang sword, pointed it skyward, and chanted, "Sword Master above, boundless divine, might grant me a sword that can slay all." The 36 divine swords of Xinyong, named 12. As Jian Zin's words fell, the ground around them began to tremble, and a deep blue flame ignited from Jian Xian, quickly converging toward the Qiyang sword. Moments later, Jian Xian swung his sword. Not far from him, Su Yang took a deep breath, and countless spiritual fires and earth fires erupted from within him, gathering toward his chest. I possess a technique that can merge countless strange fires named Buddha's Fury of 1,000 Flames. After saying this, the Buddha's Fury of 1,000 Flames in front of Su Yang turned into a deep purple hue. As he saw the 36 divine swords of Xinyong approaching, Su Yang swiftly threw out the Buddha's Fury of 1,000 Flames. In the blink of an eye, their strongest attacks collided. The terrifying power unleashed from their clash even made Qin Yuanmeng and the others, who were millions of miles away, struggle to withstand it. Watching the ongoing stalemate of attacks, their expressions were filled with gravity. Clearly, they all hoped for Su Yang to win. After all, Jian Xian had attacked them, and although his target was only Su Yang was part of their group, so attacking Su Yang was tantamount to attacking them. At this moment, Jian Zin's expression also grew serious. He knew that this strike of his could kill a cultivator at the early stage of Great Ascension, and even those at the mid-stage would find it hard to resist. Only those at the late stage could block it. This meant that Su Yang opposite him possessed the strength to slay a mid-stage Great Ascension cultivator. But Su Yang was merely at the mid-stage of Tribulation Transcendence, 2 minor realms lower than him. So does that mean that at the same realm he would not stand a chance against Su Yang? Nevertheless, he had no intention. Both Su Yang and Jian Xian roared simultaneously, and the power in their hands grew stronger. Moments later, a terrifying force erupted from within, sending both of them flying, and their attacks were nullified. In the instant they landed, both Su Yang and Jian Xian spat out a mouthful of blood, their breaths becoming weak. "Cough, it seems I am indeed inferior." Jian Xian spoke, first a bitter smile on his face. Had it not been for his advantage in realms, he likely wouldn't have been able to contend with Su Yang. Su Yang slightly bowed in response. "Thank you for the kind spar." Of course, Su Yang remained modest, only refraining from using his true strength. Otherwise, Jian Xian truly wouldn't have been a match for him. After a moment of silence, Jian Xian spoke, first his tone filled with curiosity. "I am quite curious, from which power do you originate?" Such a talent should not be obscure. As for my power, it isn't a major one. Oh, it's called the Human Emperor's Hall from the Dao Province beyond the Divine Sword Prefecture. Su Yang did not hide it, or rather he intended to let the name of the Human Emperor's Hall resonate throughout the entire Dixin continent, and even the vast sea of stars. Upon hearing Su Yang's words, Jian Xian suddenly realized that he was indeed a prodigy from a force beyond the Divine Sword Prefecture, which explained why he was unaware of him. As for Su Yang's claim of it being a minor force, Jian Xian dismissed it as nonsense. How could someone capable of defeating him come from a small force? Alright, allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Jian Xian, a disciple of the Wujian sect from the Divine Sword Prefecture. From the Human Emperor's Hall of Tianling Prefecture, I am Su Yang. Su Yang spoke calmly, having been tempered by years of experience. His temperament was well refined, and he rarely showed anger. After a moment of silence, Jian Xian spoke first. If Su Yang doesn't mind, how about we travel together in the Tunshin relic? Sure. Su Yang did not refuse. In fact, having Jian Xian by his side would help him avoid a lot of... Hearing Su Yang's words, Jian Xian couldn't help but feel delighted. Talents often recognize each other, and he genuinely wanted to befriend this genius. Alright, let's first recover from our injuries. After all, we sustained some minor wounds in that last battle. Su Yang conveyed to Qin Yuanming and the others to return before speaking. After finishing, he sat down to quietly recover his injuries, and Jian Xian did the same. Thus the atmosphere became quite harmonious. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Jiuyuan had already arrived at the foot of the tower. Is this tower really called the Tower of Devouring Heaven? Lu Jiuyuan stood before the most prominent door at the base of the tower, glancing at the name above and speaking up. He then approached the Tower of Devouring Heaven and with a slight effort opened the door. Looking into the pitch-black interior, Lu Jiuyuan paused for a moment before resolutely stepping inside. As Lu Jiuyuan entered, the door behind him was completely shut. In an instant, the surroundings were engulfed by endless darkness, and even his divine sense was suppressed, rendering it unusable. What on earth is happening? A hint of panic welled up in Lu Jiuyuan's heart, but he quickly regained his composure. Not long after, a glimmer of light appeared in Lu Jiuyuan's eyes, and soon a massive arena emerged around. Lu Jiuyuan found himself at the center of the arena. Just as he was curious, an ethereal voice slowly echoed from above. Participate in the assessment. Victory grants you my inheritance, while failure means death. So that's how it is. Let me see what level this assessment is. Lu Jiuyuan, undeterred, responded directly. At the moment Lu Jiuyuan agreed, an illusory figure appeared before him, mirroring his appearance perfectly except for its essence. The aura emanating from it was that of early-stage refining void. Interesting, an illusion. Let me see how strong this illusion is. With that, Lu Jiuyuan casually released a burst of spiritual energy directed at the figure. However, to his surprise, the figure easily caught it. Lu Jiuyuan was momentarily astonished, but quickly realized it was a mirror image, meaning his opponent was an enemy wholly replicated based on his own strength. Just as this thought formed in Lu Jiuyuan's mind, the illusion manifested a face, and upon closer inspection, it was none other than Lu Jiuyuan himself. Interesting, since that's the case, I will use all my strength. With that, Lu Jiuyuan charged at his opponent, and soon they were locked in fierce combat. Meanwhile, this scene was being observed by Lu Daotian and Lu Shi far away in Tianling Prefecture. However, there was no trace of worry on their faces. After all, while the illusion could replicate all of Lu Jiuyuan's strength, there was one thing that could not be copied. That was Lu Jiuyuan's terrifying talent. Sure enough, just 5 minutes later, Lu Jiuyuan's strength far surpassed that of the mirror image, and with a single sword strike he defeated it. Of course, Lu Jiuyuan also had the means to easily slay the mirror image, which was his immortal emperor weapon, but that would be far too dull. Within a minute after Lu Jiuyuan defeated the image, the ethereal voice reappeared. Congratulations on your successful challenge. The assessment is divided into 3 stages, and the first stage is complete. Now proceed to the next stage. Without waiting for Lu Jiuyuan to react, the scenery around him shifted once again. Suddenly, a towering mountain appeared before him, soaring to a height of 10,000 meters. Before Lu Jiuyuan could comprehend, all of his cultivation was sealed, including his physical body. Now Lu Jiuyuan was nothing more than an ordinary person. Second stage assessment: ascend to the summit using only your physical strength. Upon hearing this, Lu Jiuyuan's expression grew serious. He could not believe that this assessment would be so simple, especially since the first stage had involved a mirror image. If it weren't for his own monstrous talent, others might not even pass the first stage. But even if a treacherous path lay ahead, Lu Jiuyuan was determined to try, for if he could not overcome such challenges, what claim could he make to invincibility? With this in mind, Lu Jiuyuan's resolve solidified, and he began to walk towards the mountain. However, it wasn't long before he understood the difficulty of this challenge. I didn't expect them to employ pressure techniques against me, but I won't be fazed by that. Lu Jiuyuan shook his head thinking to himself. After climbing 100 steps, he felt a wave of pressure descend upon him, likely the source of this challenge's just 100 steps and the pressure was already comparable to that of the refining chi stage. Looking up at the 100,000 steps ahead, who knew how terrifying the pressure would become further along? Could it rival that of the great ascension stage? But Lu Jiuyuan did not hesitate, and continued onward. The immense pressure had little effect on him as he had encountered great trials before, and this level of pressure was nothing to him. After climbing 500 steps, the pressure escalated to that of the foundation establishment stage. This level of pressure caused Lu Jiuyuan to frown, but it was still bearable. Upon reaching 1,000 steps, the pressure had already risen to that of the golden core stage. This level of pressure was quite significant for Lu Jiuyuan's mortal body, enough to make him feel slightly. However, Lu Jiuyuan's passive ability soon activated. Is this a pressure cultivation method? Lu Jiuyuan thought in surprise. Just moments before, when the pressure was exerted upon him, he had comprehended a cultivation method called pressure cultivation method. It was a powerful cultivation method that utilized pressure for training. With this in mind, Lu Jiuyuan began to silently operate the pressure cultivation method, and in an instant his cultivation began to rise. From early stage refining chi to mid-stage, then to latest stage, and finally to the pinnacle of refining chi. He stopped at the pinnacle because at that level Lu Jiuyuan could endure the pressure of the golden core stage. Without hesitation, Lu Jiuyuan continued to climb upwards. This scene was naturally observed by Lu Daotian and Lu Shi. Haha, this descendant is indeed terrifying, being able to create a cultivation method in response to pressure under such circumstances. Lu Daotian laughed heartily, his tone filled with admiration. In the assessment arena, there was not a trace of spiritual energy present, meaning it was entirely impossible for Lu Jiuyuan to attempt a breakthrough at this moment. Yet he did not expect Lu Jiuyuan to achieve sudden enlightenment regarding a method that utilized pressure for cultivation, rendering the pressure of the mountain nearly negligible for him. A month quickly passed, during which Lu Jiuyuan successfully ascended the steps under immense pressure, reaching the 10,000 level, where the pressure had already reached the stage of refining void. Lu Jiuyuan's cultivation had also increased to the peak of the nascent soul, just a step away from breaking through to the transformation stage. After a moment of reflection, he continued to climb upward. However, Lu Jiuyuan did not anticipate that at the top of the tower of devouring heaven a phantom figure slowly floated in the air. It then trembled as if influenced by something and gradually opened its eyes. Is someone challenging the second stage of the trial? The phantom figure spoke slowly, evidently the master of the Tower of Devouring Heaven, known as the Devouring Heaven Immortal Emperor. Though merely a remnant soul, it was clear that she was an undeniable beauty. The Devouring Heaven Immortal Emperor extended her hand casually, and a scene appeared in the air, revealing Lu Jiuyuan's likeness. Upon sensing Lu Jiuyuan, the expression of the Devouring Heaven Immortal Emperor changed to one of shock. This kid actually possesses a pressure cultivation method. The pressure cultivation method is not non-existent. On the contrary, the Devouring Heaven Immortal Emperor knew of its existence, but its upper limit was too low and its training was extremely difficult, making it seldom chosen. However, if successfully cultivated, one could break through to a profound realm. Yet according to the Devouring Heaven Immortal Emperor, due to a tumult in ancient times, no one knew the fate of the pressure cultivation method. Even the Devouring Heaven Immortal Emperor only learned of the pressure cultivation method by chance. Looking at Lu Jiuyuan, the Devouring Heaven Immortal Emperor felt an inexplicable sense that if this child were to assist her, she might truly be able to revive. Indeed, the current Devouring Heaven Immortal Emperor was not completely dead. She was merely injured, unable to heal, and the difficulty of recovery was immense. The reason she did not seek help from powerful individuals was that the current Devouring Heaven Immortal Emperor was extremely weak. If she encountered someone with ulterior motives, being turned into a puppet would not be difficult. Another 5 months quickly passed. During this time, Lu Jiuyuan's cultivation once again advanced, breaking through to the peak of the transformation stage, while the steps had reached a height of 30,000. At the height of 30,000, the pressure had reached the peak of the combined body stage, and even Lu Jiuyuan, considering the current situation, it seemed that at a height of 100,000 steps the pressure could reach the Great Ascension stage. However, he was curious about what would happen to his cultivation after passing the 100,000 steps. Lu Jiuyuan gazed at the remaining 70,000 steps, pondering with some confusion. Yet he shook his head, believing that nothing bad would happen regarding his situation. After some thought, Lu Jiuyuan continued to ascend the steps. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Wanqing and Chu Ningxuang had each received a legacy from a peak Immortal King and an early stage Immortal King. Thank you, Senior. I will surely restore your name in the Emperor Xian continent in the future. Lu Wanqing and Chu Ningxuang both bowed in unison. The two phantoms before them smiled and waved their hands. It is merely because you both meet my criteria. You must cultivate diligently and not let down my good intentions. We shall not disappoint your expectations. Upon hearing Lu Wanqing and Chu Ningxuang's promises, the two phantoms quickly transformed into a wave of energy that surged into their bodies. With the aid of this energy, Lu Wanqing and Chu Ningxuang immediately fell into a deep sleep, and their cultivation began to rise steadily. They quickly progressed through the mid and late stages of golden core, reaching the peak, and smoothly entered the nascent soul stage, without stopping. Chu Ningxuang also fared well, soon successfully condensing her golden core, only pausing after entering the golden core stage. Chu Ningxuang also fared well, soon successfully condensing her golden core, only pausing after entering the golden core stage, to an entirely new realm. After all, it was a remnant energy left by an immortal king. If it could be fully refined, the levels of both would likely reach an exceedingly high degree. At this moment, the scene shifted to Su Yang. During this time, Su Yang and Jianxin led Qin Yuanming and 10 others in continuous exploration within the secret realm. With Su Yang and Jianxin protecting them, Qin Yuanming and the others gained significant benefits. In particular, Qin Yuanming received the legacy of a golden immortal powerhouse, becoming the most powerful person in the entire Qinji sect. Su Yang also benefited greatly from his encounter with Jianxin, and he would likely soon break through to the later stage of tribulation transcendence. The higher the realm, the more stable one's progress must be, ensuring that even when breaking through to Immortal Emperor, one would still be considered a top powerhouse among immortal emperors. During their discussions, Jianxin learned about Lu Jiuyuan's existence from Su Yang. Although I am strong, I am nothing compared to the Hall Master. Before the Hall Master, I am merely a rookie. Su Yang's face displayed a helpless expression, mixed with a hint of envy as he spoke of Lu Jiuyuan. I am quite curious about what cultivation level your Hall Master has to inspire such reverence from you. Refining Void Stage. Upon hearing Su Yang's words, Jianxin fell silent for a moment. After a while, he spoke with disbelief in his tone. Are you sure you are not joking? Your Hall Master is merely at the Refining Void Stage. Yes, and when the Hall Master defeated me, she was not even at the Refining Void Stage, only at the mid-stage of transformation. I do not know why her strength is so formidable, but she is much younger than I am. Furthermore, the forces behind her are also very powerful, far from what your Divine Sword Continent can afford to offend. Su Yang said with a serious expression. Every person who joins the Human Emperor Hall basically knows that Lu Jiuyuan is not the most terrifying, it is the Lu family behind him that is truly the most fearsome. After all, Lu Daotian is a late-stage Immortal Emperor powerhouse, and he is an Immortal Emperor of the late stage who does not wish to offend even the peak Immortal Emperors. Upon hearing this, Jianxin fell silent for a while. During this time, he also believed that Su Yang was not someone who would speak carelessly, thus Lu Jiuyuan was indeed quite terrifying. Nevertheless, Jiangxin's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Since that is the case, I must see for myself. Good luck, Su Yang said with a hint of pity in his eyes. However, he felt more that Lu Jiuyuan could defeat Jianxin in one strike, considering that even in the mid-stage of transformation, Lu Jiuyuan could eliminate him in one blow, let alone now that he was at the Refining Void Stage. In the next second, both Jianxin and Su Yang's expressions changed as they looked towards a golden light pillar soaring into the sky in the distance. That is the inheritance of the Immortal Emperor coming to the world. Su Yang and Jian Xian knew this was the aura of an Immortal Emperor, because his own Wujian sect had the Immortal Emperor ancestor overseeing it, and he was fortunate enough to have received guidance from the Immortal Emperor ancestor. As for Su Yang, he was reminded by Qi Lao that this was the inheritance of the Immortal Emperor. You all stay here. That over there is the inheritance of the Immortal Emperor. If you go over, I may not be able to protect you. Su Yang decisively spoke to Qin Yuanming and the others. Qin Yuanming and the others naturally did not refuse. After all, they had already obtained the celestial level inheritance within the Tianyu ruins, and they knew that the inheritance of the Immortal Emperor would likely attract all the cultivators within the ruins to fight over it. If they followed, they would only meet their demise. Senior, be careful. After saying this, Qin Yuanming and the others turned and left. Su Yang and Jian Xian exchanged glances, then set off toward the inheritance. Meanwhile, the cultivators within the ruins were also shocked by the emergence of the Immortal Emperor level inheritance. Is that the inheritance of the Immortal Emperor? Then I must take action. It is said that the Immortal Emperor of the Devouring Heaven had 10 Immortal Emperor subordinates, all of whom perished within the Devouring Heaven ruins, and their inheritances remained there. So many years have passed and 5 of the Immortal Emperor's inheritances have already been acquired. I didn't expect another one to appear now. It seems a bloody storm is bound to ensue. As soon as the words fell, many rushed toward the location of the inheritance. Meanwhile, Li Tian and his group also noticed this scene. Immortal Emperor inheritance. With my current strength, I doubt I can get a piece of it. I should leave it to my friend Su Yang. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Changsheng decisively dismissed the thought of going to seize the inheritance. After all, he had just reached the peak of the transformation stage, and could only contend against peak refinement stage cultivators at his best. However, in the Devouring Heaven Ruins, peak refinement stage was not nearly enough. Thinking of this, Wang Changsheng found a relatively safe cave, and began to meditate there. He had just obtained the inheritance of a peak golden immortal, so it was essential for him to close himself off, and refine it properly. As for the other six, they were very self-aware, and understood that such a high-level inheritance was not something they could interfere with, so they chose not to go. Moreover, they had absolute confidence in Su Yang, believing he would be able to successfully seize it, which was why they did. Meanwhile, within the Tower of Devouring Heaven, the recently awakened immortal Emperor of Devouring Heaven sensed the situation outside, and couldn't help but sigh. Is your inheritance also coming to fruition, Jitian? The inheritance that emerged this time was indeed that of the immortal Emperor Jitian, a formidable figure in the midstage of the immortal Emperor realm. At the southern end of the ruins, a tall tower shot up into the sky, quickly reaching a height of several tens of thousands of meters, attracting the surrounding cultivators with its magnificent sight. Just as they approached, a huge phantom slowly appeared in the sky above the Devouring Heaven ruins. I am the immortal Emperor Jitian. If you seek my inheritance, come here. After saying this, it vanished from sight. With his words, even those unaware that this was an immortal emperor inheritance recognized it as such and rushed toward this direction. In just a day, nearly 1 million cultivators had gathered beneath the Tower of Inheritance. Most of them were refinement and integration stage cultivators, as those sent by external forces to undergo trials were typically all prodigies and generally not too old. At this moment, a commotion arose from the crowd. Everyone look, it's Wu Nian from the Buddha Mountain. With the crowd's exclamations, Wu Nian, radiating boundless Buddha light and sporting a shining bald head, revealed a peaceful smile as he spoke to the crowd. Everyone, could you give the Buddha Mountain some face and allow me to inherit? I can promise to owe you a favor. Before the crowd could respond, another voice came from the other side, cursing. I thought someone was boasting, but it turns out to be you, Wu Nian. What do you expect me to give you face? Upon hearing this voice, Wu Nian's peaceful smile instantly vanished, replaced by an unpleasant expression. Among the crowd, a young man dressed in a dark purple outfit slowly stepped forward, his words filled with disdain for Wu Nian. The cultivators present quickly recognized who he was from his demeanor. Wait, I recognize this prodigy, hiss. It's Qin Hao from the Qin family. Wait, is it that Qin family? No kidding, which other Qin family could it be? Upon realizing it was Qin Hao, the cultivators involuntarily took a step back. Observing their reaction, Qin Hao smiled and said, What are you afraid of? I, Qin Hao, am a good person and won't act against you. Although they silently cursed him for his insincerity, their expressions remained forced smiles. What are you afraid of? I, Qin Hao, am a good person and won't act against you. Although they silently cursed him for his insincerity, their expression. The Qin family was considered a top power in the Divine Sword Prefecture. It was said that the family head Qin Jingtian was about to step into the immortal emperor realm, which is why Qin Hao had become an undeniable tyrant. In the Divine Sword Prefecture, he would directly take action against anyone he found displeasing, beating those he could defeat, and calling on protectors to deal with those he couldn't. Most cultivators, fearing the Qin family, could only swallow their anger. Moreover, it was essential to note that Qin Hao's talent was regarded as monstrous. At merely 100 years old, he had reached the peak of tribulation transcendence, just one step away from breaking through to the Great Ascension realm. Qin Hao, mind your manners, otherwise others might think the prodigies of the Divine Sword Prefecture are all like. At this moment, a voice neither too loud nor too soft emerged from the crowd. Everyone quickly turned to look, and at once they gasped. Goodness, it's sure Wu Dao from the Dao sect. At Shirtian Dao's words, a trace of unease flitted across Qin Hao's face, not from Shirtian Dao himself, but from the Daozong that stood behind him. Daozong, as the sole power in Shunjianzhou, with an immortal emperor-level strongman in residence, was naturally not to be underestimated. Humph! Qin Hao merely snorted coldly and fell silent. Shirtian Dao cast his gaze about the crowd before speaking again, his tone composed. Where are Lu Jiuyuan and Jian Xian? Haven't those two arrived? All cultivators in Shunjianzhou knew well, whenever something of consequence emerged, one of the 5 great prodigies would appear, and the other 4 would surely follow. As expected, to the eager eyes of the crowd, a wisp of pink smoke soon coalesced before them, followed by a voice that bubbled with a tinkling girlish laugh. My, what a coincidence! Looking upon the newcomer, who else could it be but Lu Jiuyuan of Hongmeng Xianzong? Qin Hao sniffed derisively. Hardly a coincidence. If you dislike it, you may leave. At the sight of Lu Jiuyuan, Qin Hao spoke without the slightest courtesy. Lu Jiuyuan feigned indignation, sidled toward him, and purred coquettishly. Young Master Qin, you seem aflame with anger. Shall I help cool you down? Hearing her unabashed words, even shameless Qin Hao blushed and muttered weakly in reply. No need. You withered blossom. Who knows how many have toyed with you? Yet from the tremble in Qin Hao's feet, his inner composure was far from steady. The world knew Qin Hao as a wanton scion who committed every excess, but what no one guessed was that he remained inexperienced with women. In plain terms, he was still a virgin. Fine, I won't play with you any longer, you weakling. Lu Jiuyuan covered her mouth and laughed, while Qin Hao paid her. At that moment, a fresh commotion rippled through the crowd. Look, it's Jian Xin of Wu Jianzhong. Following the shout, the onlookers turned to watch Jian Xin, but their surprise deepened when they saw another figure standing at his side. Jian Xin was notoriously proud, a few had the standing to walk beside him. Could that man be so formidable as to warrant such proximity? Shirtian Dao's eyes narrowed, a storm of astonishment rising within him. That man is one who follows at his side, he observed. Shirtian Dao had clearly recognized him. Su Yang was the one at Lu Jiuyuan's side. Lu Jiuyuan's eyes brightened at the sight of Jian Xin. Jian Xin, you are late. I've missed you, she gushed. Lu Jiuyuan's face lit up with a mischievous smile at Jian Xin's arrival. Jian Xin, however, remained cold and spoke with icy reserve. Miss me? Do you wish to duel me? Jian Xin asked. You are utterly dull. I've missed you terribly and have chased you for so long without success. Lu Jiuyuan complained. Lu Jiuyuan indeed harbored feelings for Jian Xin and had persistently pursued him. But Jian Xin was as stubborn as a block of elm, utterly unmoved, always proclaiming that with no woman in his heart his sword became divine and effortless. Lu Jiuyuan teased. I am Lu Jiuyuan. I could replace your sword for you. Sorry, there is no possibility between us, Jian Xin replied curtly. Lu Jiuyuan only rolled her eyes at Jian Xin and said no more. Instead, Wu Nian brought his hands together and asked cheerfully, Jian Xin, have you not introduced who this benefactor is? All eyes were drawn to Su Yang at Jian Xin's side. Before Jian Xin could speak, Su Yang answered in a measured tone. Renhuang Dian Su Yang. Those present fell into thought. None had heard of Renhuang Dian before. The four great prodigies shared the same reaction. If Renhuang Dian were famous, surely they would have known. Noticing their puzzled looks, Jian Xin explained dryly. Renhuang Dian is a power from beyond Xinjianzhou. It is natural that you have not heard of it. At his words, the crowd's faces shifted to understanding. Qin Hao emitted a cold laugh. So they are an outside force. Have they sunk so low as to steal relics from our Xinjianzhou? Hearing the brimstone in Qin Hao's tone, many felt a chill of foreboding. Jian Xin watched with interest, for he knew Su Yang was no one to be trifled with. Frankly, had it not been for the Qinjia backing him, Qin Hao would likely have been beaten to death by many around him. At that moment, Su Yang spoke. From your words, it seems you look down upon our Renhuang Dian. And if I do? Qin Hao sneered. Qin Hao snorted. He held contempt for any power beyond Xinjianzhou and could not believe a suddenly appeared sect could be stronger than his own Qinjia. To despise Renhuang Dian is a crime deserving execution. Su Yang's cold retort sent a chill through Qin Hao. In the blink of an eye, Su Yang vanished from before him. Within Su Yang's spirit Qi, Lao shook his head in helplessness. Why must some people court death? Qin Hao's heart tightened. Though he stood at the peak of tribulation transcendence and possessed the means granted by Qinjia to fell a mid-stage great ascension powerhouse, he had failed to perceive Su Yang's movement, a sign of Su Yang's extraordinary ability. The next instant, Su Yang reappeared before Qin Hao, and with a single punch struck Qin Hao in the abdomen. A golden light flashed across Qin Hao's form as a life-preserving treasure attempted to intercept the fatal blow. What? A tumult of dread rose within Qin Hao. That treasure had been bestowed by his father to save his life, it should have withstood any killing strike. Yet Su Yang's punch shattered even that safeguard. Did that not prove Su Yang's strength far exceeded his? Faced with that realization, Qin Hao quailed and hastened to beg for mercy. Stop, fellow cultivator. I surrender. I surrender, Qin Hao cried. For a heartbeat, Su Yang's fist faltered. After a long moment, Su Yang spoke, his voice cold and unyielding. Had you surrendered earlier, it might have saved you. But you have slandered Renhuang Dian. I'm afraid your road ends here. Hearing the undisguised killing intent in Su Yang's words, Qin Hao knew with a sinking certainty that this day would not be his to escape. At that thought, a feral glint flashed in Qin Hao's eyes, and he let out a roar. Brothers, lend me your strength. Should we succeed in slaying this man, the Qin clan shall owe each of you a profound debt of gratitude. In hearing Qin Hao's words, many among the crowd stirred with temptation. After all, this was the Qin clan, especially its patriarch Qin Jingtian, who would soon ascend to the rank of a mortal emperor. And to earn even a single favor from the Qin clan was in essence to secure the goodwill of a near-immortal emperor. Yet the moment they recalled Su Yang's overwhelming power, their ardor chilled like icy water dousing embers. And preposterous. If even Qin Hao stood helpless before him, how could they, far weaker than Qin Hao, possibly march forth to certain death? Seeing no one stir, Qin Hao's heart sank halfway into despair. He swiftly turned his gaze toward Wu Nian and the others preparing to plead for aid, only to be preempted by their words. Master Qin outnumbering a lone opponent contradicts the principles of Jifeng Mountain. We urge you to resolve this matter on your own, and indeed, to gang up on one is nothing short of shameful bullying. Precisely. I Shirtian Dao have always despised such underhanded tactics. Lu Jiuyuan and Shirtian Dao hastened to echo the sentiment. Truth be told, they had long resented Qin Hao, but dared not act restrained only by fear of the Qin clan. Had it not been for that restraint, Qin Hao would have perished long ago. Moreover, though the origin of the human sovereign palace remained unknown, Su Yang's prowess alone suggested it was no minor sect, certainly not worth provoking over Qin Hao's sake. Very well, very well. This grudge I seal in memory today. And you prepare to die. Once outside, Qin Hao shall end you without mercy. A flicker of anguish crossed Qin Hao's face as he withdrew a golden talisman, its surface shimmering with sacred light, and with a sharp decisive tear he shattered it. In an instant, blinding radiance flared and vanished, and so did Qin Hao, dissolving from sight. In a wall-breaking talisman. Yet even that cannot breach this barrier. Old Qi gasped in astonishment. Having lived countless lifetimes, he recognized the artifact instantly, and thus recoiled in genuine awe. Su Yang merely snorted coldly. An escape. It changes nothing. This grievance is now etched in my heart, and next time our paths cross his life ends. A faint trace of disappointment flickered across Jian Xian's face. They had anticipated witnessing Qin Hao's fall, only to watch him vanish like smoke. Still, it was hardly surprising. Qin Hao had always possessed uncanny instinct, for when danger loomed, retreat came first. At that very moment a voice rang out. Look, the Tower of Inheritance has opened. At those words the crowd surged forward en masse, rushing headlong into the tower. Wunyan, Shirtian Dao, and Lu Jiuyuan vanished in a blink, entering the tower. Jian Xian exchanged a glance with Su Yang, and smiled. Brother Su, from here onward skill alone shall decide fate, and indeed. And with that both stepped forward, and plunged into the Tower of Inheritance. A dizzying whirl of light enveloped them, depositing them before a colossal arena. Before they could even gather their wits, the ethereal silhouette of the sacrificial heaven immortal emperor materialized before them. Fortunate souls who have entered the Tower of Inheritance. If you seek my legacy, you must endure 3 trials. The first battle upon this arena, until only 20 remain. The moment the immortal emperor's image faded, chaos erupted. No one knew who struck first, but bloodshed ignited like wildfire. Death within the tower was absolute. Yet with unspoken consensus, all Tribulation Transcendence cultivators first eliminated those below their realm, to deny weaker cultivators the chance to claim easy victories. Cough, cough, cough. Damnation. When you emerge, your days are numbered. Qin Hao reappeared at the ruins of the heaven-devouring relic, battered ragged, his robes torn to shreds. Outside the moment Qin Hao emerged, a senior elder of the Qin clan appeared before him. Seeing his master's wretched state, the elder hurriedly asked, Young master, what has befallen you? That wretched insect dared wound me. Guard this place. When he emerges, I shall obliterate the entire human sovereign palace. Qin Hao roared in fury, recounting the entire incident. Upon hearing it, the elder's face darkened with incandescent rage. Rest assured, young master. Upon his emergence, I shall personally strike him down. And this elder's cultivation had reached the pinnacle of a mortal king. Time flowed swiftly. Within a month, the million cultivator arena had devoured nearly all who had not yet attained Tribulation Transcendence, leaving only around 100 Tribulation Transcendence cultivators standing. Shall we join forces and eliminate the weaker contenders first? Shirtian Dao turned to Jian Xian and proposed. Jian Xian nodded without hesitation. Su Yang followed suit. The faces of the other Tribulation Transcendence cultivators hardened. Brothers, unite. Without alliance facing the 5 heavenly prodigies, we stand not a single chance. A peak-level Tribulation Transcendence cultivator spoke first, and the rest immediately assented, then charged as one toward Jian Xian and his companions. Foolishness. Shirtian Dao scoffed, his voice dripping with disdain. Each of the 5 heavenly prodigies possessed the might to slay perfected immortals. How could ordinary cultivators hope to rival them? Jian Xian raised his sword, and with a single stroke severed the lives of 10 peak-level Tribulation Transcendence cultivators. All who witnessed it froze in stunned silence. Was this the chasm between them and the 5 heavenly prodigies? Yet they refused to yield, and still resistance proved futile. Another month passed, and only not because the 5 prodigies lacked strength, but because the number was complete. At that moment the sacrificial heaven immortal emperor reappeared, halting further slaughter. And how intriguing. So this is how it stands. Within Su Yang's spiritual consciousness, Old Qi let out a low, knowing snort. Old Qi, what is it? Su Yang asked, curiosity piqued. Old Qi replied coolly, if my intuition does not deceive me, This sacrificial heaven immortal emperor has not perished. Not perished? What does that mean? And Su Yang sensed a shadow of conspiracy in old Qi's words. But the elder offered no further explanation, only murmuring, "Fear not. With your palace lord's ancestral sovereign watching over matters, this immortal emperor dares not stir beyond his bounds. Next in the second trial, all you need to do is cultivate my technique to the entry level within a month. The first 5 who pass the assessment will enter the final stage." As soon as the words of the Heavenly Sacrifice Emperor fell, a profoundly mysterious technique appeared in everyone's minds, which was none other than the Heavenly Sacrifice Emperor's technique, the Heavenly Sacrifice Method. The moment the technique manifested, everyone present immediately sat cross-legged, fully concentrating on comprehending the Heavenly Sacrifice Emperor's technique. Meanwhile, Su Yang quietly approached Jian Xin's side and whispered a warning. "Be careful, the Heavenly Sacrifice Emperor is acting strangely." After saying that, Su Yang pretended to sit cross-legged and began to comprehend the technique, while Jian Xin furrowed his brow, but still chose to remain cautious. After all, during their time together, he could tell that Su Yang likely wouldn't harm him. Meanwhile, the remnant soul of the Heavenly Sacrifice Emperor hid deep within the Tower of Inheritance, greedily watching Su Yang and the others below. "Kik, all of them are good seedlings. If I can seize their bodies combined with my experience, I might be able to break through to the immortal emperor." Indeed, the Heavenly Sacrifice Emperor did not fall back then. Instead, he narrowly survived with a remnant soul that is still capable of seizing Su Yang and the others. If he could seize Su Yang and the others, his potential would reach an extremely terrifying level. The so-called inheritance was merely a lie, a deception designed to attract suitable vessels for possession. After all, the Heavenly Sacrifice Emperor of the past was a being driven solely by interests. If it weren't for the substantial benefits of following the Devouring Emperor, he would have left long ago. However, the Devouring Emperor has fallen now, so it is time for him to leave as well. But what the Heavenly Sacrifice Emperor did not know was that within Su Yang's body lay a peak immortal king nearly at its prime. Thus, the Heavenly Sacrifice Emperor's inheritance was destined to fail from the very beginning. Soon a month, with a loud boom, Su Yang, Jian Xin, Wu Nian, Shitian Dao, and Lu Ruyin successfully cultivated the Heavenly Sacrifice Emperor's technique to the entry level for the Heavenly Sacrifice Method is indeed a genuine immortal emperor technique. Even though the Heavenly Sacrifice Emperor provided them with the cultivation method for foundation establishment, the depth of understanding was profound. Time's up, those remaining will die. At the moment the time was up, the Heavenly Sacrifice Emperor appeared before them, and with a single thought slaughtered the remaining 15 cultivators. Seeing this scene, Jian Xin and the others felt an overwhelming sense of gravity. After all, even though the Heavenly Sacrifice Emperor had fallen, he was still not someone they could offend. Moreover, it seemed that if the Heavenly Sacrifice Emperor wanted to kill them, it wouldn't be a difficult task. This made Jian Xin's heart grow even heavier. If the Heavenly Sacrifice Emperor truly intended to do something to them, they might not have the strength to resist. At that moment, the Heavenly Sacrifice Emperor spoke up. "Congratulations to everyone present for successfully entering the third stage, the final assessment, where the last trial is to be chosen by me and become my vessel." The moment the Heavenly Sacrifice Emperor spoke, everyone's expressions changed dramatically. Su Yang and Jian Xin's faces turned particularly grim, for they had already anticipated what the Heavenly Sacrifice Emperor intended to do. "Senior Heavenly Sacrifice, the forces behind the 4 of us all have immortal emperor experts overseeing them. My Dao sect even has a powerful immortal emperor. Are you not afraid of being hunted down by our 4 forces?" At that moment, Shitian Dao stepped forward, his tone filled with warning. After all, with an immortal emperor present, if he as the Dao son of the Dao sect were to be killed, the Heavenly Sacrifice Emperor would not fare well either. A Dao son can accept being killed by cultivators of the same realm, but if it involves large-scale bullying, the immortal emperor of the Dao sect would not let the offender go easily. Indeed, upon hearing Shitian Dao's words, a hint of caution flashed in the Heavenly Sacrifice Emperor's eyes, and then he laughed heartily. "The Dao sect, you say? In that case, I won't seize you. If I take over someone else and leave here, even a peak immortal emperor might not be able to find me." Upon hearing this, apart from Shitian Dao, the expressions of Jian Xin and the others turned extremely grim. Once a former immortal emperor, they couldn't guarantee whether the Heavenly Sacrifice Emperor possessed methods that would allow him to evade detection by other immortal emperors. The Heavenly Sacrifice Emperor's gaze wandered among the remaining 4, and as he did so, he spoke. "Girls are not my preference, and I detest bald monks the most. In that case, young man, it will be you." Quickly, the Heavenly Sacrifice Emperor locked onto Jian Xin as his target. "Kik, rest assured, young man, I will live well in your body. Once I grow stronger, I may even be able to revive you." With that, the Heavenly Sacrifice Emperor transformed into a wisp of smoke and rapidly rushed towards Jian Xin. At that moment Jian Xian was locked down by the overwhelming pressure of the Heavenly Sacrifice Emperor, and could not move at all, watching helplessly as the Heavenly Sacrifice Emperor advanced towards him. A wave of despair spread through Jian Xin's heart. Was everything truly coming to an end? I, Jian Xian, a man determined to become the Sword Emperor, am I not even yet an immortal destined to fall here? Yet was there truly no way to turn the tide? Jian Xian. Seeing this scene, Lu Jiuyuan's heart trembled, and she rushed towards Jian Xian, wanting to push him away. But alas, the Heavenly Sacrifice Emperor was too fast, as she was unable to react in time. Su Yang, now as the time, pushed Jian Xian away. At that moment the voice of the Elder Qi echoed in Su Yang's mind. Without hesitation, trusting Elder Qi, Su Yang, who was closest to Jian Xian, directly pushed Jian Xian away. Jian Xian only felt a sudden force pushing him. By the time he looked back, he saw the remnant soul of the Heavenly Sacrifice Emperor rushing directly into Su Yang's body. Then Su Yang immediately fell unconscious. This sudden turn of events left everyone present stunned, and after a moment they hurried to Jian Xin's side to inquire. Jian Xian, are you alright? I'm fine, let's check on Su Daoya's condition first. Jian Xian suddenly remembered something and rushed to Su Yang's side. Sure, Tian Dao and the others did the same. Su Daoyu sacrificed himself to save others. This is a great virtue of our Buddhist sect. Wu Nian clasped his hands together, looking sympathetic. After inspecting Su Yang's condition, Jian Xin's face became extremely grave. It seems Su Yang, meanwhile deep within Su Yang's soul. How despicable. But since you have appeared, I will choose you. You seem to be slightly more outstanding than that young man. Realizing he had entered the wrong body, the Emperor of Heaven let out a cold snort. Before him stood an old man shrouded in a terrifying aura who had appeared there without him noticing. He did not expect that, and looked ahead with a face full of terror. Before him stood an old man shrouded in a terrifying aura who had appeared there without him noticing. He did not expect that. The old man looked at the Emperor of Heaven with a glint of greed in his eyes. One must understand that before him was a remnant soul of an emperor. Though it was extremely rare, if he could devour it, it would surely help him recover swiftly. At this moment the Emperor of Heaven's face was ashen, and he began to curse internally. Why was there a peak emperor-level soul within the body of someone at the mid-stage of tribulation transcendence? If it were truly peak, the Emperor of Heaven would naturally not fear it. However, he was currently at his weakest, and his strength might not even match an average mid-stage emperor, let alone a peak emperor. Thinking of this, the Emperor of Heaven took a deep breath and bowed. Friend, I did not know this body was already taken by you. I shall leave now. You plan to leave. Sorry, but the moment you entered, your life and death were no longer in your hands. Also, this fellow is not one I have taken a liking to. I am his master. With a cold snort from the old man, countless chains appeared in the depths of Su Yang's soul, rapidly sweeping toward the Emperor of Heaven. Watching this scene, the Emperor of Heaven's face turned grim, and a terrifying power erupted from him. Since you want to eliminate me, then let us go together. Looking at the Emperor of Heaven's reaction, what else could it be but self-destruction? Yet seeing the confident expression at the corner of the old man's mouth, the Emperor of Heaven felt even more uneasy. In the next moment, the Emperor of Heaven felt all his cultivation disappear, and he could not even self-destruct. What? The Emperor of Heaven's face was filled with shock and disbelief. The old man snorted coldly and said, If you truly wish to stay and pass on your legacy, I would naturally not act against you. However, since you plan to seize control, I have set up a divine array within your soul. The moment I sensed something was wrong with you. Listening to the old man's words, the Emperor of Heaven realized that he could only beg for mercy now. Friend, please show mercy. I am willing to make a grand oath to serve you. Please spare my life. Sorry, but I will not show mercy to my enemies. The old man snorted coldly. He detested betrayal to the extreme, and would naturally not choose to trust the Emperor of Heaven even with the binding of a grand oath. Furthermore, if he could devour the Emperor of Heaven, he might fully recover, and perhaps even break through to the Emperor. Thinking of this, the old man disregarded the Emperor of Heaven's frantic pleas, and began to devour him. At the same time, the two ancestors of the Lu family witnessed this act, and nodded in satisfaction. Do you think he can break through to the Emperor level? Lu Shi asked Lu Daotian curiously. She could not foresee the fate of a peak emperor. He will, but not right now. Lu Daotian replied decisively. Upon hearing this, Lu Shi nodded. Indeed, with his fortune and coincidence, recovering and breaking through to the Emperor level should not be too difficult. After all, he is the master of the Chosen One. The Chosen One, to those of lower cultivation, this term might not hold much meaning, but for Lu Shi and Lu Daotian, they understood it quite well. The Chosen One is not limited by the heavenly path. Rather, they are individuals of great fortune. Strong figures cannot casually oppress them, or they will suffer backlash. Moreover, barring any accidents, the future achievements of the Chosen One are likely to be terrifying, at the very least reaching peak emperor status. Soon after, another 6 months passed. Within the Tower of Devouring Heaven, Lu Jiuyuan had already climbed to the height of 50,000 layers, and his cultivation had smoothly broken through to the late stage of void refinement, his pressure reaching the mid-stage of tribulation transcendence. During these 6 months, Lu Jiuyuan did not focus too much on climbing. Instead, he pondered over the circumstances of his training during this time, which made his cultivation progress even further. Not bad, this child has the potential for cultivation. If he can reach the 100,000 layers, I could choose to accept him as a disciple, and once trained pass the essence of the devouring body to him. The hidden emperor of devouring heaven was extremely pleased with Lu Jiuyuan's progress. Cultivation is not merely about speed, the most important thing is stability. Only by refining each stage can one break through to a stronger realm. Switching the scene to Su Yang. After the Emperor of Heaven entered Su Yang's body, the Tower of Legacy also disappeared. It must be said that the actions of the Emperor of Heaven directly caused most of the cultivators who had entered the secret realm to perish. And the only one left by Su Yang's side was Jian Xin. After observing that Su Yang's condition was stable, Shi Tiandao and the others left one after another. After all, there was still a long time ahead, and they could not stay here for just one person. After apologizing to Jian Xin, they departed. Jian Xin said nothing more and stayed behind alone. After all, Su Yang was devoured by the Emperor of Heaven to save him, and he felt obligated to rescue Su Yang. "Sai, brother Su, what is your condition? When will you wake up?" Sitting beside Su Yang, Jian Xin gradually opened his eyes from meditation, his gaze filled with anxious affection. Just then Su Yang's body trembled, causing Jian Xin to shudder. "Brother Su, is this a breakthrough to the late stage of tribulation transcendence? Could it be that something has happened within him?" Jian Xin could sense that Su Yang's cultivation had broken through from the mid-stage to the late stage of tribulation transcendence, yet he felt no sign of cultivation from Su Yang, which indicated something must have happened within him. However, it was not visible from the outside. Thinking of this, Jian Xin's face turned grim. Otherwise, should he simply take Su Yang out and let the strong ones from the sect see what the situation is? Jian Xin quickly formed a plan in his mind, intending to take Su Yang out. After all, with his status as the sword son of the Wu Jian sect, he naturally had items capable of breaking the spatial barriers of the Devouring Heaven relic. But just as he was about to activate the barrier-breaking talisman, he found that the talisman could not be torn apart at all, making him suddenly realize that there might still be someone watching from the shadows. Moreover, their cultivation was quite high. Now is not the time for you to act. At the very least, you must wait until he has fully refined the inheritance of the Heavenly Emperor. Lu Daotian observed everything in the Lu family and spoke in secret. After all, if Su Yang were to be taken out, the Heavenly Tao would not hesitate to descend with a tribulation, causing Su Yang's efforts to be in vain. Thus, Lu Daotian did not allow Jianxin to take Su Yang away. Jianxin was naturally unaware of this, and could only anxiously wait for Su Yang to awaken while also practicing. In the blink of an eye, another year passed. During this year, the remnant soul of the Heavenly Emperor had nearly dissipated, unable to utter a single word, while the consciousness of the old weapon had returned to its peak state, even benefiting from the Heavenly Emperor, hinting at a tendency to break through to the realm of the Emperor. As for Su Yang, due to a trace of leaked energy, his cultivation had greatly improved, successfully stepping into the early stage of the Great Ascension. This scene left Jianxin dumbfounded. Could cultivation really increase in such a manner? However, after regaining his composure, his inner tension intensified. Su Yang's cultivation was rising abnormally. Could it be that he had truly been possessed by the Heavenly Emperor? Meanwhile, on the other side, Feng Yuan and others under the inheritance of the Celestial King experienced explosive growth in their cultivation. Feng Yuan even broke through to the level of the void refinement, and upon exiting, he could potentially become a combined entity powerhouse. As for Lu Jiuyuan, he smoothly ascended to the 99,998th level, and at this moment the pressure had reached the late stage of the Great Ascension, while Lu Jiuyuan's cultivation had also broken through to the late stage of the combined entity. In such circumstances, Lu Jiuyuan's comprehension of his cultivation path had greatly improved. If the confinement were lifted, he was confident he could reach the combined entity stage before exiting. For Lu Jiuyuan, this was already quite terrifying. After all, his normal combat power was not comparable to that of ordinary individuals. Even in the early stage of void refinement, he could easily slay peak Earth immortals. Who throughout history could achieve such a feat? If I am not mistaken, the next level will reach the peak of the Great Ascension, and I will smoothly cultivate to the peak of the combined entity. Lu Jiuyuan gazed at the step before him and immediately took a step down. The moment Lu Jiuyuan's foot landed, a wave of terrifying pressure surged in, nearly forcing him to kneel, yet he managed to hold his ground. After all, he could not use all his trump cards, including his physical constitution, making it impossible to withstand such a level of pressure. However, quickly under the enhancement of this pressure, Lu Jiuyuan's body trembled, successfully elevating his cultivation to the peak of the combined entity. Looking at the final step, Lu Jiuyuan showed no hesitation and directly took a step down, successfully ascending to the 100,000th step. The moment he stepped up, all the pressure vanished. Lu Jiuyuan felt a wave of relief in his body, having been under pressure for more than a year. Even he found it hard to suddenly adapt. But at that moment, Lu Jiuyuan felt his strength returning. Now, with the cultivation he had achieved under the pressure, which combined with his previous early stage of void refinement, he quickly fused them together. Early stage of void refinement, mid-stage, late stage, peak. He finally reached the peak of void refinement. Huff, this is my true power. Now I can easily slay early stage celestial immortals. Lu Jiuyuan clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him, and couldn't help but nod in satisfaction, thinking to himself. He was quite pleased with his current progress. After all, at just over 20 years old, he possessed the strength of a celestial immortal. Who could be dissatisfied with that? Additionally, Lu Jiuyuan noticed that as his realm increased, the pace of his strength improvement seemed to slow down. He did not know why, so he planned to ask the ancestor when he had the time. But now, shouldn't it be time for the third stage of the assessment? Lu Jiuyuan looked around and curiously inquired. In his eyes, the surrounding environment showed no signs of change, and he was still on the 100,000th step. However, at that moment, a sense of disorientation struck him, and by the time Lu Jiuyuan regained his senses, he had already arrived before an ethereal space. Before him stood a figure. Upon seeing the other party for the first time, even Lu Jiuyuan was almost mesmerized, because the other was simply too beautiful, so beautiful that it seemed as if this world could not contain her. The Heavenly Emperor, swallowing the heavens, noticed Lu Jiuyuan's reaction and couldn't help but glance at him again. After all, her beauty was renowned not only in the Dishan continent, but throughout the entire Star Sea. Even she did not expect that Lu Jiuyuan would react so quickly, not being captivated by her beauty. A man interesting, you've caught the attention of this emperor. The Heavenly Emperor, swallowing the heavens, thought to herself. Just then Lu Jiuyuan spoke up. I assume you must be the Heavenly Emperor yourself. Upon hearing Lu Jiuyuan's words, the Heavenly Emperor's face bore a hint of surprise, then she playfully replied, Oh, how did you determine that I am the Heavenly Emperor? Very simple, I have seen your portrait. Interesting, I have a portrait still in existence. The Heavenly Emperor, swallowing the heavens, said in surprise, clearly not having expected such a thing. Of course. Your illustrious reputation exists even in today's Dishan continent. How could there be no portrait of you? Lu Jiuyuan said seriously, jokingly, as all of this was just a ruse to impress the Heavenly Emperor. However, judging by her current demeanor, the figure before him was indeed the Heavenly Emperor. You little rascal, your tongue is quite sweet. Could you please tell me what the third stage of the assessment is? Lu Jiuyuan bowed, for he greatly desired the divine body, especially the swallowing heaven body, which ranked high among divine bodies. Although there are no weak divine bodies, only those who do not know how to wield them. If there is a ranking, it clearly shows the swallowing heaven body is indeed formidable. The third stage of the assessment. The Heavenly Emperor, swallowing the heavens, seemed to ponder, as if recalling something. Her expression turned resolute. Then she looked at Lu Jiuyuan seriously and said, The third stage of the assessment requires you to establish a vow of the Great Tao. I wonder what kind of Great Tao oath you wish for me to establish. Lu Jiuyuan did not agree immediately, but instead asked curiously. The Heavenly Devourer, Immortal Emperor, spoke after a brief contemplation. I need you to establish a Great Tao oath. You can help me reconstruct my body. Otherwise, I will be erased by the Tao. If you can agree to this, I will promise to pass on my inheritance to you. Does this include the origin of the Heavenly Devouring Body? Lu Jiuyuan inquired at this moment. Hearing Lu Jiuyuan's words, a hint of surprise flashed across the Heavenly Devourer, Immortal Emperor's face, as he curiously asked, Who told you about my possession of the origin of the Heavenly Devouring Body? It was Senior Wind. Lu Jiuyuan decisively revealed that it was the Wind Immortal King who had informed him of this matter. After all, the Wind Immortal King had already perished, and even if the Heavenly Devourer, Immortal Emperor, wished to seek him, he would no longer be able to find him. Upon hearing that it was Wind who had mentioned it, a look of helplessness flashed across the Heavenly Devourer, Immortal Emperor's face, but he still spoke very seriously. If you can absorb it, I will naturally be able to give you the origin of the Heavenly Devouring Body. However, I see that the cultivation method you practice is not of the same lineage as my Heavenly Devouring art, so the origin of the Heavenly Devouring Body may not be of great use to you. You need not worry about that, Senior. Oh, just leave it to me. As long as you hand over the origin of the Heavenly Devouring Body, I will establish a Great Tao oath to assist you in reconstructing your body. Lu Jiuyuan spoke calmly, for he had come specifically for the origin of the Heavenly Devouring Body. If he could obtain it, the other issues would naturally not pose a problem. Upon hearing this, the Heavenly Devourer, Immortal Emperor, lowered his head in thought for a while, then raised it to speak. If you establish the Great Tao Oath, I will agree to give you the origin of the heavenly devouring body. Alright, I Lu Jiuyuan hereby establish a Great Tao Oath willing to assist the heavenly devourer immortal emperor in reconstructing his body. Should I violate this, may I be struck down by the Tao perishing in body and spirit. With Lu Jiuyuan's words just finishing, a rumbling sound resonated from the void, and at the same time Lu Jiuyuan could feel a terrifying pressure enveloping him. This was the pressure of the Tao, which simultaneously proved that the Tao had acknowledged Lu Jiuyuan's oath. If Lu Jiuyuan were to violate it, he would indeed face the disaster of obliteration, perishing in body and spirit. However, according to Lu Jiuyuan's speculation, if he were to violate it, he would likely create an ancestor far more terrifying than the Tao itself. Of course, Lu Jiuyuan did not have enough confidence to guarantee that he would not be struck down by the Tao before the ancestor arrived. Having reached this point, the heavenly devourer immortal emperor certainly would not be stingy casually tossing out a radiant orb. Lu Jiuyuan steadily caught it. Many years ago, a heavenly devouring body was born among my ancestors. However, when he broke through, he encountered a powerful enemy, and after fighting valiantly to kill the foe, he was left on the brink of exhaustion. In order to leave behind the inheritance of the heavenly devouring body, he sacrificed himself, which is how the complete origin of the heavenly devouring body was preserved. However, unfortunately, no one from my Jiang family has been able to absorb the origin of the heavenly devouring body over the years. Even I myself faced rejection from the origin during absorption, which led to my defeat at the hands of the two quasi-mortal emperors. The heavenly devourer immortal emperor seemed to self-deprecate as he recounted his experiences. After finishing, he looked at Lu Jiuyuan with an extremely serious expression. Allow me to introduce myself again. I am the heavenly devourer immortal emperor, and my true name is Jiang Taoxue. Come forth. Ancestor Lu Daotian. Lu Jiuyuan nodded and spoke. Before the heavenly devourer immortal emperor could react, she felt an overwhelming pressure enveloping her, nearly obliterating her soul. When she looked ahead, she saw a middle-aged man who had appeared out of nowhere. Upon seeing the man, Jiang Taoxue's pupils involuntarily constricted. How could she possibly not recognize this figure? You are the renowned Daotian immortal emperor. Lu Daotian nodded blandly, and then looked at Lu Jiuyuan. What do you summon me for? I ask you, ancestor, to assist Jiang Taoxue in reconstructing her true body to fulfill my Great Tao Oath. Lu Jiuyuan bowed respectfully. Upon hearing Lu Jiuyuan's words, Jiang Taoxue was momentarily stunned, her heart filled with shock. Clearly, she did not expect that Lu Jiuyuan actually had an immortal emperor as formidable as Daotian. After all, that was the Daotian immortal emperor. Even at the same realm, or even one small realm above him, she had no absolute confidence in claiming she could defeat him. However, she quickly thought of something. If the Daotian immortal emperor was Lu Jiuyuan's ancestor, then wouldn't she be able to reconstruct her true body very soon? Upon hearing Lu Jiuyuan's words, a hint of contemplation flickered in Lu Daotian's gaze, but he soon spoke. This matter is certainly not difficult, but it is not suitable to operate here, so I will take her away. Only by going to the Star Sea can I help her reconstruct her true body. If we were to reconstruct her true body in the Emperor Xian continent, the entire continent would likely collapse under her power when she did so, leading to its fragmentation. Hearing this, Lu Jiuyuan bowed. In that case, I will trouble you, ancestor. After saying that, Lu Jiuyuan turned to Jiang Taoxue and spoke. In that case, please follow my ancestor and leave with him. Thank you. Jiang Taoxue nodded with a complex expression, clearly surprised that she could reconstruct her true body so quickly. Soon she was taken away by Lu Daotian. After they left, Lu Jiuyuan looked at the sparkling origin of the heavenly devouring body in his hand, his eyes revealing a hint of fervor. If I can refine it, I should be able to become a heavenly devouring body, right? In that case, let's proceed. Earlier, Lu Jiuyuan had done ample research and had a certain understanding of the fusion physique. Thinking of this, Lu Jiuyuan unhesitatingly floated the origin of the heavenly devouring body towards his forehead, gradually merging it into himself, soaring into the depths of Lu Jiuyuan's divine sense. As the origin of the heavenly devouring body entered Lu Jiuyuan's body, it began to produce a unique reaction, with Lu Jiuyuan slowly merging together. At the same time, a brilliant energy erupted from Lu Jiuyuan's surface, enveloping him and transforming him into a cocoon. Meanwhile, in the sea of stars, Jiang Taoxue was floating in front of Lu Daotian. Lu Daotian was constantly tossing within his inner world, soon finding what he needed. Upon seeing what Lu Daotian took out, a flicker of shock crossed Jiang Taoxue's face. It's actually the divine Shaoling wood. However, upon realizing that Lu Daotian was that esteemed individual, it wasn't so strange for him to possess the divine Shaoling wood, and she accepted this fact. Isn't it just the divine Shaoling wood? What's so surprising about it? Moreover, given the current situation, only the divine Shaoling wood can best heal your condition. Lu Daotian pondered for a moment, and then spoke. After all, Jiang Tiaoxue was at the peak of the Celestial Emperor stage. Though ordinary things could help her reshape her body, they would limit her future recovery potential. But the divine Shaoling wood was extraordinary. It was a part of the Tree of Life, one of the 10 divine trees, possessing miraculous effects for reshaping the body and defying fate. Even Lu Daotian had very little of it, having obtained it by chance from another immortal emperor-level powerhouse. It was indeed strange that the 10 divine trees were now extremely rare. Even Lu Daotian had never seen a single one, and the only divine tree he had encountered was merely a sapling of the weaving gold tree in Lu Jiuyuan's possession. In that case, thank you, senior. Jiang Tiaoxue said with utmost respect, her eyes filled with fervor as she looked at the divine Shaoling wood. Though she didn't understand why the divine object taken from the Tree of Life was called the divine Shaoling wood, if she could truly merge with it, then upon recovery, her cultivation would automatically return to the peak of the Celestial King. This was the characteristic of the divine Shaoling wood. If used to reshape the body, it would automatically restore the cultivation to a realm below the divine soul cultivation. In other words, if Jiang Tiaoxue's original cultivation was at the peak of the Celestial Emperor after fully merging with the divine Shaoling wood, her cultivation would be restored to the peak of the Celestial King. Alright, you should enter now. Oh, I will protect you here, Lu Daotian said. Upon entering the divine Shaoling wood, it slowly flew away from Lu Daotian's palm, transforming into a cocoon-like form reminiscent of when Lu Jiuyuan merged with the source of the devouring heaven body. After all, whether merging the divine body or reshaping the physical form, it required transformation akin to rebirth. Given her current condition, reshaping her body will likely require 1,000 years. In that case, I'll set up a few formations here to conceal her presence. After observing the giant cocoon for a moment, Lu Daotian contemplated briefly, and then waved his hand to set up several divine-level formations to help conceal Jiang Tiaoxue's aura. If Jiang Tiaoxue remained here unattended, she would likely attract many who might take action. In her current state, she was extremely weak, and even an ordinary golden immortal could bring her efforts to naught. Thus, to assist his junior in breaking the so-called Great Tao Oath, even Lu Daotian dared not directly confront the forces of the Great Tao. The Great Tao long ago was no longer confined to rules and regulations. Only those above the immortal emperor who had walked their own path could dare to speak of not fearing the Great Tao. After setting up 5 divine-level formations, Lu Daotian left the place. Time flew by, and soon 5 years had passed. During these 5 years, the giant cocoon formed by Lu Jiuyuan in the devouring heaven tower began to leak a terrifying aura. Even a single wisp could feel as if it could destroy the heavens and the earth. This kid, I didn't expect him to really be close to integrating the devouring body. If he completely merges with it, he might directly break through to the tribulation transcendent stage. Lu, she remarked in astonishment. She naturally understood that merging with the divine body would significantly enhance one's cultivation. Based on Lu Jiuyuan's situation, after the complete merger, his cultivation would undoubtedly surge. Lu Daotian nodded in satisfaction. For some reason, he couldn't shake a vague feeling of unease about this. He had once traversed the river of time alone to explore the future, but it was blocked by an invisible force. Although he had the power to shatter the barrier, doing so could result in uncontrollable consequences, so Lu Daotian chose to stop. However, that future was extremely distant, and by that time Lu Jiuyuan would likely have already grown up. Yet regarding Lu Jiuyuan's future, Lu Daotian could not find any trace of him, as if some supreme being had erased Lu Jiuyuan's existence from the river of time. Not only the future, but even the past and present only had the current singular existence of Lu Jiuyuan. One must know that if one's cultivation had not reached the golden immortal stage, countless variants would exist in the river of time. As long as time flowed, variants would naturally emerge. Only by breaking through to the golden immortal stage and merging all the variants could one completely transcend the limitations of the river of time and become a unique existence. However, Lu Jiuyuan was uniquely singular, which made Lu Daotian increasingly curious about him. He had tried to probe Lu Jiuyuan before, but found no anomalies. Lu Jiuyuan was simply Lu Jiuyuan, the most gifted descendant of their family. I can only hope that Jiuyuan can successfully uncover what lies at the end of the river of time, Lu Daotian sighed to himself. As time passed, nearly 3 more years went by. During these 3 years, fine cracks appeared on the surface of the giant cocoon surrounding Lu Jiuyuan, indicating that he was about to break free and be reborn. Meanwhile, over at Jiangxin's side, Jianxin opened his eyes and looked at Su Yang, who was still in slumber and couldn't help but sigh. Brother Su, the devouring heaven relic is about to close. Are you truly unwilling to wake up? During this time, Su Yang's cultivation and condition had stabilized considerably, gradually solidifying at the peak of the tribulation transcendent stage. In contrast, Jinshin in the span of 10 years had begun to push towards the Great Ascension stage. Upon exiting, he would likely be able to directly undergo tribulation and become a Great Ascension immortal. But at that moment Jinshin noticed Su Yang's fingertips move slightly, almost as if it were an illusion. Yet soon Jinshin realized that this was not an illusion. He could see Su Yang's eyelashes tremble slightly before they slowly opened. Jinshin felt an immediate sense of danger, quickly retreating to the side and looking at Su Yang with a grave expression. "Who are you really? Hey, am I not Su Yang?" "Jinshin, what are you talking about?" Su Yang, feeling somewhat weak, stood up and looked at Jinshin with confusion. Over the past decade he had mostly been in a state of slumber, so his body was naturally a bit stiff. However, feeling the immense cultivation within him, a hint of satisfaction appeared on Su Yang's face. He had reached the peak of tribulation transcendence and would soon break through to the Great Ascension stage. In this case, what would it matter if he chose to sleep for another 10 years? "No, I remember, you were possessed by the Emperor of Heaven. Ooh, I clearly saw the Emperor of Heaven enter your body." Jiangxin's expression remained extremely vigilant, not daring to relax at all. After all, if he truly had been possessed by the Emperor of Heaven, it would be impossible for him to survive in the presence of such a foe. Upon hearing this, Su Yang let out a bitter laugh, and then spoke up. "Do you remember when I told you that I come from the Human Emperor Hall? In front of my Human Emperor Hall, the mere Emperor of Heaven is nothing at all. Moreover, there is a peak celestial king in my body protecting me, so the current Emperor of Heaven has been devoured by him." Su Yang still trusted Jinshin quite a bit. Additionally, the Wujian sect behind Jinshin was not without its own celestial kings and emperors. Even if they found out, it wouldn't be a problem. Sure enough, upon hearing Su Yang's words, the tense expression on Jiangxin's face relaxed. However, after a moment, Jinshin curiously inquired, "So what is your current situation?" "Just like that, once we go out I can break through to the Great Ascension stage." Su Yang replied truthfully, as this was not something to hide. Jinshin also stood by and agreed. "Perfect, I need to undergo my own tribulation soon, so let's go together. Are you sure you don't want to add me to the mix?" At that moment, a graceful figure walked in slowly from outside. It was none other than Lu Jiuyuan. However, Lu Jiuyuan's aura was also exceptionally robust, indicating that she had gained considerable fortune during this time. Seeing Lu Jiuyuan appear, Jinshin couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. Although Lu Jiuyuan hadn't pushed him away, he had still witnessed her previous actions. To ask Jinshin was somewhat moved, so he was unsure how to interact with Lu Jiuyuan at this moment. "Ahem, since you are all here, I will take my leave first." Although Su Yang had no experience in romantic matters, he didn't know why he suddenly felt a sense of fullness. Perhaps this was what they called being fed dog food. "Where do you think you're going?" "Just stay here," Jinshin quickly said. Despite his cold demeanor, in reality, this was due to his social anxiety. Lu Jiuyuan also nodded. Although she was pursuing Jinshin, she was also socially anxious. Hearing this, Su Yang could only wait in place. Moments later, a feeling of repulsion descended upon them. This is the relic about to close. Those who often entered secret realms understood that this was the reaction of the secret realm, closing, repelling anything not belonging to it. Before they could react, in the next moment their bodies transformed into beams of light and vanished from the sea. Meanwhile, outside the relic, powerful figures from various factions were already waiting for their forces to return. Naturally, Qin Hao was among them. "Just wait. When you come out, it will be your death sentence." Qin Hao gazed at the exit of the relic, his killing intent almost materializing. He was the pride of the Qin family, having grown up with everything handed to him. He had never faced such humiliation. Thus, in his mind, he had already sentenced Lu Jiuyuan and the others to death. No matter how powerful Lu Jiuyuan's faction was, it was insignificant before his Qin family. However, in the next moment, everyone noticed something was off. Why were there so few people coming out? Logically, there should have been many people exiting. Moreover, why was there a cocoon among the crowd? Before they could react, a terrifying pressure erupted from the cocoon, and by the time everyone could respond, a horrific rumbling came from the void. Not good. This is the Great Tao Thunder Tribulation. A peak celestial king changed his expression and said in utter fear. The others, witnessing this, wasted no time in fleeing with their juniors. This was no joke. That was the Great Tao Thunder Tribulation. If they were drawn in at their level, they would undoubtedly perish. They had no confidence in surviving the Great Tao Thunder Tribulation. Naturally, this included Qin Hao, whose face was extremely gloomy as he left the range of the Great Tao Thunder Tribulation under the escort of his elders. He did not believe that Su Yang was dead. If someone of Su Yang's strength could die, then those inside the relic must be even more formidable than himself. Qin Hao would never admit that. "Young master, the situation is not right. It seems there are still people undergoing tribulation over there." It seemed that a peak celestial king from the Qin family noticed something and promptly warned him. Upon hearing the elder's warning, Qin Hao's face darkened as he looked over. Who else could be under the Thunder Tribulation but Su Yang? "Good, I didn't expect you to break through to the Great Ascension stage, but in front of a peak celestial king, it is still insignificant. I asked that Uncle sure take action to eliminate that person. Su Yang angrily addressed the powerful figure behind him. Rest assured, young master, I will eliminate him once the tribulation disappears. Although he was a peak celestial king, he was still powerless against the thunder tribulation descending from the heavens. If he entered, he would likely be struck down as well. Although Qin Hao was anxious, he knew that hurrying would do no good, so he could only stand by and wait. Meanwhile, the great Tao thunder tribulation before the swallowing of the heavens began. Bang! A sudden explosive sound resonated from the cocoon, and in an instant Lu Jiuyuan's figure emerged from within. The fragments of the cocoon flew out, and then returned surging back into Lu Jiuyuan's body. As for Lu Jiuyuan, he slowly opened his eyes, and within them boundless chaos filled his gaze. So this is the swallowing heaven body. No, it seems to be even more powerful than the swallowing heaven body. Lu Jiuyuan thought to himself, expressionless, as he looked up at the great Tao tribulation in the void above, then flicked his fingers. In the next moment, although invisible, a terrifying threat surged towards Lu Jiuyuan. This is the invisible tribulation. Lu Jiuyuan quickly deduced this, but before he could react, that immense force was already exerted upon him. Fortunately, it was completely absorbed by the weaving gold tree within Lu Jiuyuan. Thus the advancement of the weaving gold tree received a significant boost. I understand now, Lu Jiuyuan thought to himself. Soon countless tribulations fell again, but Lu Jiuyuan remained utterly calm as a black hole appeared before him. In the next moment, the countless tribulations were completely absorbed by the black hole. This is the power. After absorbing the power of lightning, Lu Jiuyuan could naturally harness the strength of thunder. Moreover, after absorbing the tribulation, Lu Jiuyuan's cultivation became stable, firmly solidifying at the peak of tribulation transcendence, just one step away from entering the great ascension and becoming an immortal. Meanwhile, spectators far away were utterly shocked at the scene. Wait, he can actually absorb the great Tao tribulation. Who exactly is he? Even an immortal king or immortal emperor couldn't do that. Could it be that he is an immortal emperor? No, if he were an immortal emperor, just his tribulation would be enough to cause our Emperor Xian continent to collapse. Many immortal kings observed the scene, honestly questioning themselves. They absolutely couldn't achieve this, and let alone immortal kings, even immortal emperors couldn't do such a thing. Thus their gazes towards Lu Jiuyuan were filled with apprehension. Meanwhile, Qin Hao looked at Lu Jiuyuan's figure, his eyes filled with jealousy. Damn, who the hell is that guy? How dare he steal my spotlight? Just wait, I will definitely surpass all of you. Originally, he planned to kill Su Yang today to showcase the power of the Qin family, but unexpectedly, so many people appeared to undergo tribulation, including the Great Tao Tribulation. How was this supposed to play out? It should be noted that the Great Tao Tribulation does not commonly appear when ordinary cultivators break through. It only occurs when one breaks through to the immortal emperor or above. But the person emerging from the swallowing heaven ruins, could he be the swallowing heaven immortal emperor? Surely he wasn't originally from the Emperor Xian continent. Holding such thoughts, a full 10 years swiftly passed, as the tribulation for strong cultivators is usually exceedingly long. Everyone look. The tribulation has disappeared. At that moment, someone noticed something, excitement evident. Looking far away at Lu Jiuyuan, they heard the rumbling sounds in the void cease to appear. Not necessarily. The Great Tao Tribulation is not just about the tribulation itself. The 5 calamities of heaven and man are even more terrifying. A certain veteran immortal king at the peak looked at Lu Jiuyuan's unmoving figure, his expression grave. As everyone thought about it, if the tribulation was over, then Lu Jiuyuan should have moved as well. However, in the next second, Lu Jiuyuan truly understood. The faces of the crowd were filled with confusion, and Lu Jiuyuan was somewhat surprised as well. Because he was only pulled into the 5 calamities of heaven and man for a second before recovering, and his cultivation had completely stabilized at the peak of tribulation transcendence. In the end, Lu Jiuyuan attributed it to the system, as although the system was gone, the 3 major passives still existed. Perhaps the system still retained a bit of power within him. Feeling the power within him, Lu Jiuyuan was not the least bit surprised now. He could at most forcefully kill a peak golden immortal cultivator, and when facing an immortal king, he still had no chance of winning. Based on the current situation, if I break through to Earth immortal, wouldn't I be able to directly slay an immortal? Lu Jiuyuan pondered with confusion, but soon shook his head, negating this idea. After all, the gap between an immortal emperor and an immortal king is far greater than that between an ordinary person and an immortal emperor. Let future matters be discussed later. The most important thing now is to handle other issues first. With this in mind, Lu Jiuyuan raised his head and looked into the distance. At the same time, Su Yang and others successfully passed the tribulation, officially breaking through to the Great Ascension stage. Congratulations, Brother Su, on successfully breaking through to the Great Ascension stage. Jian Xian sincerely congratulated Su Yang, who smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Aren't you the same, Brother Jian? Did you also break through to the Great Ascension stage? Congratulations to us both." Congratulations. You better think about how you're going to die first. At that moment, a mocking voice came from the side. Before Su Yang and the others could react, they felt a terrifying power surge from the side aimed directly at Su Yang. Brother Su. Jian Xian could only hastily remind him, but he was unable to act. Fortunately, in the next second, a phantom emerged from Su Yang's body, directly blocking the blow. After completing all this, Jian Xian and the others finally looked towards the attacker, who was a peak immortal king, standing beside Qin Hao. Upon seeing the opponent, Jian Xin's expression darkened instantly. How dare your Qin family bully the weak? Aren't you afraid of the entire Xinjiang prefecture laughing at you? Who dares to laugh? Qin Hao's expression was extremely grim as he glared at the surrounding forces. Everyone inwardly cursed the damned second-generation immortal, but still hurriedly left the scene. After all, Qin Hao was the offspring of a peak immortal emperor, and Jian Xian and the others dared not disrespect him, nor did they dare to disrespect Qin Hao. Once everyone had left, the peak immortal king beside Qin Hao calmly stated, "Come out. I never expected a peak immortal king's soul to be hidden within a mere great ascension junior." As the words fell, a sigh from the ancient elder echoed. Alas, why must you force the issue only to end up with a result of mutual destruction? I doubt that both sides will suffer. On the contrary, if I can refine you, I might just break through to the immortal emperor level. Qin Hao's 10th uncle Qin Wushuang gazed at the old artifact with eyes filled with insatiable greed. Hearing this, the old artifact's expression darkened. Although his soul had returned to its peak, he was at a disadvantage without a physical body. Therefore, if he were to engage in battle with Qin Wushuang, he would have at least an 80% chance of being captured alive. However, the worry on the old artifact's face soon vanished as Lu Jiuyuan appeared before them. Upon seeing Lu Jiuyuan, Su Yang instantly sighed in relief. The expressions of Jinxin and the others turned curious as they had no idea who Lu Jiuyuan was. The previous Grand Tribulation had erased Lu Jiuyuan's appearance, and even the peak of the Immortal King could not recognize him amidst the Grand Tribulation. Who are you? Not knowing whether Lu Jiuyuan was friend or foe, Qin Hao stared at Lu Jiuyuan with a stern face and asked. Lu Jiuyuan ignored him, and instead it was Su Yang who spoke first. I pay my respects to the Palace Master. You are the Palace Master of the Human Emperor Palace. Jiangxin's face was filled with shock, and he said somewhat incredulously, "Yes, I am indeed the Palace Master of the Human Emperor Palace. Now who do you want dead?" Lu Jiuyuan looked at Qin Hao with an indifferent expression. For some reason, the moment Qin Hao made eye contact with Lu Jiuyuan, he felt an overwhelming sense of death's threat. But soon he became furious and ashamed. He was the young master of the Qin family, and the person before him actually dared to humiliate him like this. He was already considering a way to end this. Thinking of this, Qin Hao angrily turned to Qin Wushuang and said, "Alright, so it turns out that guy has a backing, right? 10th uncle, please take action to eliminate him in my name." However, what Qin Hao did not notice was that his 10th uncle was already so frightened that he dared not move, trembling in place. After some time, seeing that his 10th uncle had not moved, Qin Hao was about to say something when he was met with a fierce slap from his 10th uncle. "Shut up." After slapping Qin Hao, Qin Wushuang turned to Lu Jiuyuan and bowed respectfully. "This young friend, our Qin family, has acted inappropriately. Oh, I hope you can forgive us. We have matters to attend to, so we will take our leave now." With that, Qin Wushuang intended to leave with Qin Hao. But the next moment, Lu Jiuyuan spoke up. "Stop, you cannot leave." Qin Wushuang's footsteps froze, and in the next second he and Qin Hao vanished without a trace. Watching this scene, Lu Jiuyuan remained indifferent. Since the opponent had fled, they were now his enemies. He would deal with them when the opportunity arose. Lu Jiuyuan turned to Su Yang and inquired. Su Yang respectfully recounted everything that had transpired in the ruins. After listening to Su Yang's account, Lu Jiuyuan couldn't help but sneer. So they are merely a bully who preys on the weak. Since that is the case, it wouldn't be excessive to eliminate them later. Hearing Lu Jiuyuan's words, Jinxin and Lu Rian couldn't help but gasp. What kind of powerful force is the Human Emperor Palace that it claims to be able to destroy the Qin family? Even their Hongming immortal sect and Wujianzong wouldn't dare to openly state such a thing. Only the Dao sect possesses such strength. Esteemed guest, I am Jinxin, the sword disciple of Wujianzong. I hope to have the honor of getting to know you. Jinxin bowed respectfully to Lu Jiuyuan. After all, he could not sense Lu Jiuyuan's cultivation level, and since Su Yang referred to Lu Jiuyuan as the Palace Master, Jinxin subconsciously believed that Lu Jiuyuan must be an extraordinary figure with profound cultivation. Upon hearing this, Lu Jiuyuan's expression became peculiar, but he still replied, "There is no need for such formalities. My cultivation is not even as good as yours." "How is that possible?" Jiangxin's words had not finished before he sensed the aura emanating from Lu Jian and fell silent. Peak of Tribulation Transcendence. Upon sensing Lu Jiuyuan's cultivation level, Jiangxin's heart grew increasingly perplexed. If he was merely at the peak of tribulation transcendence, how could he have accepted Su Yang under his wing? As if aware of Jiangxin's confusion, Su Yang shook his head helplessly and said, "Do not underestimate the Palace Master. Although his realm is only at the peak of tribulation transcendence, his strength is definitely beyond that. After all, back in the God transformation stage, Lu Jiuyuan could easily defeat him. Now that he had reached tribulation transcendence, his strength would surely be even more terrifying." Upon hearing this, Jiangxin's interest was piqued. He was known for his combativeness and always compared himself against cultivators of the same level. Although he had already broken through to the Great Ascension stage, given Su Yang's description of Lu Jiuyuan's exceptional strength, it seemed reasonable for him to challenge Lu Jiuyuan. "Esteemed friend, no fellow Taoist, I would like to seek your guidance. I wonder if you would agree." Upon hearing this, Lu Jiuyuan's expression became strange, while Su Yang's face was filled with sympathy. "Of course, but I will only give you one chance if you wish to then use your strongest move." Lu Jiuyuan nodded in agreement. Not only because Jinshin was a friend of Su Yang's, but also because Lu Jiuyuan had taken a liking to Jinshin and wanted to recruit him into the Human Emperor Palace. Meanwhile, Li Tian and the others also arrived at the scene. Upon seeing someone brazenly challenging Lu Jiuyuan, they couldn't help but express a hint of pity in their eyes. Only by fighting against Lu Jiuyuan could one understand just how terrifying he truly was. How many moves do you think the Palace Master can use to defeat him? One move. The current Palace Master has already reached the peak of tribulation transcendence, and his strength has surely multiplied many times over. Defeating Jinshin should be no trouble at all. The Palace Master's talent is so terrifying. I originally thought breaking through to the integration stage was already quite fast, but I never expected the Palace Master to be such a monster, breaking through to the tribulation transcendent stage so remarkably. Listening to the undiluted remarks of the crowd, Jinshin felt a heavy weight in his heart and grew increasingly anxious. Meanwhile, Lu Jiuyuan waved his hand and said lightly, "Make your move." "Understood." Jinshin took a deep breath to calm himself. In the next second, a long sword appeared in Jiangxin's hand, and his entire aura turned sharp. The expressions of Lu Ruyan and the others became serious. Jinshin had become the unique sword disciple of Wu Jianzong, and one of the 5 greatest prodigies owing to his terrifying talent and extraordinary comprehension of the sword path. In just a century, he had become a cultivator at the early Great Ascension stage, and had comprehended a sword intent unique to himself, refining it to a subtle level. Thus, among the 5 greatest prodigies, Jinshin was undoubtedly the most powerful prodigy. Senior, this sword technique is born from countless life and death trials. I have undergone a self-created move named Dispel Thought. Please pay close attention. The expression of Jinshin was incredibly solemn. On the other side, Wunyan shivered involuntarily upon hearing the name of this sword. Lu Jiuyuan looked at the sword and couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Indeed, Jinshin was someone he had his eye on. To be able to create a celestial-level sword technique was impressive. From Lu Jiuyuan's perspective, this move from Wunyan could certainly be called a celestial-level sword technique. As Jinshin unleashed this sword strike, an aura of terrifying oppression spread across a radius of several thousand miles in an instant. The next moment, a sword infused with all of Jiangxin's strength surged towards Lu Jiuyuan. Yet Lu Jiuyuan's expression remained calm. It was only when the sword was about to reach him that he finally made him. "Your sword technique is quite good, but I believe it still has its shortcomings." As Lu Jiuyuan finished speaking, he finally took action. However, upon seeing Lu Jiuyuan's starting posture, Jinshin and the others couldn't help but change their expressions. "Wait, did Senior just learn my Wunyan after only one glance?" Jinshin said in disbelief. He had spent 10 years in seclusion to comprehend this sword technique, yet Lu Jiuyuan had merely glanced at it and learned it. Impossible, absolutely impossible. But the next moment, seeing a terrifying sword energy erupt from Lu Jiuyuan's sword, Jinshin felt an overwhelming malice from this world. Why is there such a vast difference between people? Wait, did Senior improve Wunyan based on Jiangxin's technique? At this moment, Shitian Dao realized something, his expression changing in shock. Hearing Shitian Dao's words, Jinshin and the others hurriedly looked over, and it seemed that it was indeed true. Soon Jiangxin's Wunyan collided with Lu Jiuyuan's Wunyan. With a loud boom, there was no doubt. Lu Jiuyuan's sword directly shattered Jiangxin's Wunyan, and the residual force continued to surge towards Jinshin. However, Lu Jiuyuan deliberately controlled it, allowing the sword energy to dissipate automatically before reaching Jinshin. "Your Wunyan is meant to obliterate everything, including your own emotions, but you have taken it too far. If a person is emotionless, how are they different from a machine? Therefore, Wunyan is not truly without thought. It is about being able to control one's emotions." Lu Jiuyuan approached Jinshin and taught him. This was the insight he gained from Jiangxin's sword, and upon hearing this, Jinshin let out a sigh of relief, respectfully replying, "Senior, I have learned a lot." Witnessing Jinxin being defeated by Lu Jiuyuan, with just one strike the others began to revere Lu Jiuyuan even more. Well, if there is nothing else, let's leave. After speaking, Lu Jiuyuan looked at Su Yang and the others preparing. At this moment, however, a hint of difficulty appeared on Jiangxin's face. After a moment, Jinxin finally made up his mind and stepped forward to block Lu Jiuyuan. Senior, I have one more request. Oh, what is it? Lu Jiuyuan paused slightly, his expression revealing a sense of control. I wish to join the Human Emperor Hall. Oh, you want to join the Human Emperor Hall? Are you not afraid of pressure from the Wu Ji? Lu Jiuyuan turned around, a playful expression on his face as he spoke. I am not afraid because Su Yang told me that if I join the Human Emperor Hall, I do not need to leave the Wujin sect. If they find out I joined the Human Emperor Hall, they might even be pleased. Jinxin shook his head. Although the others showed a hint of temptation on their faces, they soon dispelled them. Their sect was not as free as the Wujin sect. Well, since you insist on joining, then I the master agree. Lu Jiuyuan nodded quickly, giving his consent. Hearing this, Jinxin felt a sense of relief. For some reason, an intuition in his heart told him that joining the Human Emperor Hall was definitely the right choice of his life. Soon as if recalling something, Jinxin curiously asked, Senior, may I ask what level your sword intent has to the utmost? Lu Jiuyuan answered without hesitation, speaking openly. Although he had not intentionally practiced swordsmanship, his sword intent had unconsciously reached the level of the utmost. Upon hearing this, Jinxin couldn't help but gasp in shock. His own swordsmanship was merely at the subtle level, and that was after a century of hard practice. Then, as if thinking of something, Jinxin cautiously asked, Master, may I ask how old you are this year? Me? Just over 30. Lu Jiuyuan did not hide it, rather he spoke with a hint of emotion. After all time waits for no one, he had unexpectedly broken through to the peak of tribulation transcendence so quickly, which was somewhat beyond his imagination. Hearing this, everyone present was astonished. A peak tribulation transcendence at over 30 years old, and with such immense strength, what kind of freak? This made them even more shocked about Lu Jiuyuan's background. Coupled with the earlier incident where Qin Wushuang fled in embarrassment with Qin, how they were increasingly convinced that there was a force behind Lu Jiuyuan stronger than even the Qin family. Otherwise, Qin Wushuang would not have shown such fear. The facts proved that their conjectures were not far from. By the way, I heard you are from the Hongmeng Xinzong. I wonder if you know Hongmeng Xianwang. Just then, Lu Jiuyuan looked over at Lu Ruyan with curiosity. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan respectfully replied, Senior Hongmeng Xianwang is the first sect master of our Hongmeng Xinzong. However, as he is no longer handling matters of the sect, I cannot contact Hongmeng Xianwang either. However, if it is our sect master, there should be a way to contact Hongmeng Xianwang. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of thought flashed in Lu Jiuyuan's eyes, but he quickly nodded and said, In that case, please return to the Hongmeng Xinzong and inform your sect master that I, Lu Jiuyuan, will soon visit the Hongmeng Xinzong. Yes, Senior. Lu Ruyan's eyes flashed with joy upon hearing this. After all, from the current performance, if she could befriend Lu Jiuyuan, it would greatly benefit her future. Alright, let's head back then. As for your matter, we will see you at the Hongmeng Xinzong. Lu Jiuyuan said to Jinxin. Upon hearing this, Jinxin followed the elder of the Wujin sect back. The other prodigies also hurriedly left, saying that they would welcome Lu Jiuyuan to their forces whenever he had time. As for Lu Jiuyuan, he waved his hand and took Qin Yuanzheng and the others away from the spot. With a swish, Qin Hao was lifted by Qin Wushuang, as if he were a mere chicken appearing in the Qin family estate. At that moment, Qin Hao was still unaware of the terrifying existence he had provoked, and spoke with a face full of anger. Uncle Sure, how dare you treat me this way? Don't you fear that I will tell my father to punish you? After struggling down from Qin Wushuang's grasp, Qin Hao pointed at him angrily. Qin Wushuang, still unable to recover from the previous situation, shouted angrily upon confronting Qin Hao. Shut up. Do you have any idea how terrifying that person is? I will personally explain it to the clan head. As for you, you should think about how to face him first. After saying this, Qin Wushuang ignored Qin Hao and hurried toward his father Qin Wuhui, the clan head of. Meanwhile, on the main peak of the Qin family, the higher-ups gathered due to Qin Wushuang's arrival. Wushuang, what on earth happened? On the main peak, the senior members of the Qin family frowned at Qin Wushuang, then inquired. Qin Wushuang looked at Qin Wuhui and quickly recounted what had transpired. Upon hearing Qin Wushuang's words, the attendees fell silent. Qin Wuhui, seated in the clan head's position, merely glanced at Qin Wushuang, causing him to feel a terrifying pressure descend upon him. Qin Wushuang struggled to keep himself from kneeling. Wushuang, how dare you bring shame to our Qin family in front of outsiders? You are my descendant, and do you truly think I won't punish you? To Qin Wushuang's surprise, Qin Wuhui did not heed his warning at all, and instead displayed a hint of disdain as he spoke. You still speak of the opposing force not being inferior to our Qin family. How ridiculous! In the Divine Sword Prefecture, aside from a few forces who dares claim they are not inferior to our Qin family, that mere Human Emperor Hall, I've never even heard of it. What is there to fear? On the contrary, it is Yu Qin Wushuang who has brought such shame to our Qin family in front of outsiders. According to family rules, you must go to Closed Cliff Peak and endure 100 years of the bone-chilling pain of ice. Upon hearing Qin Wuhui's words, Qin Wushuang was momentarily stunned, and then hurriedly shouted, I am not joking. There is indeed a presence on the other party that is not inferior to yours. At that time, submission was the best choice for our Qin family. It is useless to say more. If the other party dares to seek revenge, this clan head does not mind uprooting him along with the people behind him. Yuhahaha. If that is the case, then I accept this 100-year punishment. I hope you can still be so arrogant then. At this moment, Qin Wushuang finally realized that the Qin family was merely a bunch of useless individuals, a group of arrogant fools. Since that was the case, there was no need for him to remain in the Qin family any longer. After all, given the current situation, the Qin family would likely not last much longer. But for now, it was best to leave this place and plan his next move, as he could not escape from Qin Wuhui's grasp. Let's discuss this after leaving here. Watching Qin Wushuang depart, Qin Wuhui snorted coldly to himself. He was on the verge of breaking through to the Immortal Emperor stage. At that time, even the Dao sect would have to show him some respect. He did not believe that a mere human Emperor Hall could do anything to his grand Qin family. Not long after leaving the main peak, Qin Wushuang betrayed the Qin family. Unsurprisingly, the Qin family began a frenzied pursuit of him. Upon learning this news, Qin Hao, who was in his room, couldn't help but display a mocking expression. What a fool. Just a human Emperor Hall has made him act this way. That peak immortal king cultivation has truly been wasted on a dog. Rest assured, however, I have already sent people to gather information about the human Emperor Hall. It should be available soon, and then we will strike to eliminate the human Emperor Hall and erase our Qin family's humiliation. In Qin Hao's room, Qin Wuhui snorted coldly. Hearing this, Qin Hao nodded in satisfaction. Unbeknownst to them, their time of demise was approaching. Meanwhile, in the Lu family. So who will go to the Qin family, you or I? Lu Daotian asked Lu. She replied without hesitation. You should go. After all, the other party is also a peak immortal emperor. If I were to take action, it would take some effort, and there would inevitably be some disturbance. It would be unwise to destroy the entire Divine Sword Prefecture. Since that's the case, then I will go. Lu Daotian shook his head, and then disappeared from the Lu family's forbidden area. He did not intend to wait for Lu Jiuyuan to seek revenge himself. Given the current situation, while it might not take long for Lu Jiuyuan to slay an immortal emperor, it would still take at least 100 years. In that time, Qin Wuhui might have already broken through to the immortal emperor stage. With a thought, Lu Daotian appeared in the territory of the Qin family. It must be said that the territory of the Qin family was indeed vast, far exceeding the size of the entire Yuanwu kingdom by 100-fold. Qin family members come out and die. Lu Daotian merely appeared above the Qin family, slightly leaking his aura, causing all the powerful members of the Qin family to feel as if they were facing a great enemy. In the next moment, the powerful members of the Qin family, led by Qin Wuhui, appeared before Lu Daotian. Senior, may I ask what brings you to our Qin family? Qin Wuhui inquired with a fawning expression, completely disregarding the earlier warning from Lu Daotian about destroying the Qin family. I already told you I am here to destroy your Qin family. Don't you know that? Lu Daotian's expression was filled with amusement as he looked at them. Hearing this, the members of the Qin family were instantly thrown into a panic, with Qin Wuhui hurriedly asking, Senior, if our Qin family has done anything wrong, please tell us. Give us a chance to apologize. Oh, you need not bother with that, as my junior's faction is about to be destroyed by you. Lu Daotian's expression remained playful, but his tone was filled with coldness. What is the name of your junior's faction? Please clarify, Senior. Qin Wuhui, now drenched in cold sweat, still forced himself to ask despite the terror in his heart. Human Emperor Hall. What? Upon hearing the mention of the Human Emperor's Palace from Lu Daotian, the members of the Qin family were left in stunned silence. How could they possibly be unaware of the Human Emperor's Palace? On the contrary, not long ago they had lost a peak celestial king due to their connection with it. After a moment, the strong members of the Qin family couldn't help but curse Qin Hao in their hearts. If it weren't for him, how could they have provoked such a powerful celestial emperor? In the next moment, Qin Wuhui stepped forward, took a deep breath, and bowed earnestly. Senior, this matter was caused by my son, and I am willing to apologize. I ask you to show mercy, and my Qin family will certainly offer a heavy gift of apology. Upon hearing Qin Hao's words, the strong members of the Qin family began to mentally curse. In such a situation, they surely had to hand over Qin Hao. If they didn't, their entire Qin family would be buried along with him. However, what they did not know was that Lu Daotian would never spare his enemies, even if they had sworn oaths on the— I'm sorry, but I came here solely to annihilate the Qin family, so please make your way out. Lu Daotian said expressionlessly, his patience with the Qin family already exhausted. As soon as Lu Daotian's words fell, the members of the Qin family hesitated for not even a moment before fleeing in all directions. Yet under Lu Daotian's hand they wouldn't even have the chance to escape. Lu Daotian casually grabbed a member of the Qin family and directly extracted their bloodline. Although it was somewhat troublesome, using the bloodline curse to kill was much more convenient. With that, Lu Daotian began to perform hand seals, and soon mysterious inscriptions floated from his hands into the bloodline of the Qin family. In the next moment, a terrifying force swept outward, almost instantaneously incinerating the cultivators with Qin family bloodlines throughout the entire Emperor Xian continent. Meanwhile, in a certain Dao continent, the fortunate Qin Wushuang let out a sigh of relief, inwardly mocking himself. Just wait, that strong one will definitely not let the Qin family off. I will be grateful for escaping from the Qin family. But in the next moment, Qin Wushuang felt a threat arising from within his bloodline. Oh no, it's the bloodline curse. Qin Wushuang reacted quickly and severed the bond between himself and the Qin family's bloodline. At that moment, Qin Wushuang's aura began to weaken, dropping from peak Celestial King to early stage Celestial King just to survive. As a reward, he managed to survive the annihilation of the Qin family. However, even so, he still felt a link. That person is indeed powerful. The current Qin family must have been completely destroyed. Qin Wushuang thought to himself as he gazed toward the distant Divine Sword continent. He considered himself lucky, having reacted quickly, while the other members of the Qin family had no chance to react and were turned to ashes by their own bloodline, leaving peacefully. As for Qin Wuhui, he was directly affected by Lu Daotian's power, suspended in midair, helplessly watching as his body was engulfed by terrifying flames until death. Although I know you are innocent, I'm sorry, but you provoked me, Lu Daotian said with a helpless expression. In the next moment, a wave of karmic retribution surged towards him, but Lu Daotian simply waved his hand to dispel it. Karmic retribution is the evil power generated from countless acts of slaughter, and for cultivators, it is extremely detrimental, possibly leading to madness during breakthroughs. Ordinary cultivators are generally unable to resist karmic retribution, but Lu Daotian is not an ordinary person. With his strength, he naturally has no fear of mere karmic retribution. After annihilating the Qin family, Lu Daotian quickly left the scene. Just a moment later, the heavenly Dao appeared at the location, gazing at the destroyed Qin family with a sigh. Although your Qin family is powerful, I'm sorry, but you provoked that great one. Qin Hao would die without ever knowing that the Qin family was destroyed because of him. Meanwhile, after staying for a while in the Thousand Machine sect, Lu Jiuyuan was also preparing to leave. Thank you for your care during this time, but there is no banquet that does not end under heaven. Until we meet again. Lu Jiuyuan bowed to Qin Yuanmeng and the others. The faces of Qin Yuanmeng and others were filled with reluctance, as they had experienced a tremendous rise in strength, giving birth to several refining void-level existences in just over a decade with Lu Jiuyuan's assistance. Especially Qin Yuanmeng, who was already half a step into the harmonization stage. After bidding farewell to Qin Yuanmeng and the others, Lu Jiuyuan turned to Lu Wanqing, smiling. With your strength, you are more than capable of joining my human emperor's palace, so I hereby officially appoint you as the palace master of the divine sword branch of the human emperor's palace. Lu Wanqing, do you accept this appointment? After emerging from the secret realm, Lu Wanqing's cultivation had skyrocketed, breaking through to the peak of refining void. After all, it is a celestial king level inheritance. It is impossible for her strength not to increase. Upon hearing this, Lu Wanqing was momentarily taken aback, then she nodded seriously in agreement. Palace Master Wanqing accepts. Palace Master, what about me? Chu Ningxuang, who was nearby, asked with an expectant face. You will be the Vice Palace Master of the branch, specifically assisting Lu Wanqing in making the human emperor's palace greater and stronger. Great! Chu Ningxuang exclaimed, jumping 3 feet high. Her current strength was also not to be underestimated, as she had broken through to the early stage of spirit transformation after receiving the Celestial King inheritance. Alright, it's time for us to leave. We shall meet again in the martial world. Lu Jiuyuan said to everyone, then summoned the celestial ship and left with Li Tian and others. Not long after they left, Qin Yuanmeng and the others stood dumbfounded, watching their departing figures. After a long while, the sect master approached Qin Yuanmeng and patted her shoulder. If you are moved, then train hard to catch up to her steps as soon as possible. Sect master, you. Qin Yuanmeng was momentarily stunned. After spending so many years together, how could I not see through your little thoughts? If you are moved, why not take action? With that, the sect master turned and left, leaving Qin Yuanmeng standing alone. Meanwhile, within the Hongmeng Xianzong. Ruyan, is what you said true? Upon hearing Lu Ruyan's words, the head of Hongmeng Xianzong, the great Gui, Xian, Wang, summoned everyone from the sect. In front of them, Lu Ruyan stood with a grave expression. After hearing the sect leader's words, she spoke seriously. Indeed, that elder frightened Qin Wushuang so much that he fled immediately, claiming he would visit Hongmeng Xianwang soon. I asked the sect leader to inform the ancestor. Just as the great Gui Xian Wang was about to say something more, his expression changed, and he spoke with a heavy tone. According to the scout's report, the Qin family has been annihilated. As the great Gui Xian Wang's words fell, the experts of Hongmeng Xinzong fell silent. Not long ago, Lu Jiuyuan had mentioned that Qin Hao had offended the human sovereign hall, and now the Qin family had been wiped out. Could it really be the work of the human sovereign? Sect leader, do we have any news on what kind of powerful being destroyed the Qin family? Or is it true that the Qin family has been obliterated? I don't know who destroyed the Qin family, but according to reports, the members of the Qin family within the Divine Sword Prefecture were killed by bloodline curses. You can also silently recite Qin Wuhui's name and see if he is still around. Upon hearing the great Gui Xian Wang's words, the experts present began to silently recite Qin Wuhui's name, as he was a peak expert of the Xianhuang realm, and if they did so, he would surely sense it. However, after a moment of dead silence, they realized that Qin Wuhui was truly gone. Furthermore, there was no response from the other Xianhuang experts of the Qin family. Sect leader, if that's the case, why not inform the Hongmeng sect leader? Perhaps he knows the origins of the human sovereign hall. I understand. If that's the case, we can only contact the ancestor. The great Gui Xian fell silent for a moment before he reluctantly agreed. Others might not know, but he was well aware that not long ago the Hongmeng Xianhuang had been severely injured for unknown reasons, and his cultivation had dropped to the mid-stage. But now that the situation had come to this, he had no choice. Please let the ancestor show himself. The great Gui Xian took out a golden token from his storage ring. The Hongmeng Xianhuang would not be present in the Emperor Xian continent, so if anything happened, they could only contact him through the token. As the great Gui Xian infused his power into the token, it began to rotate rapidly. Soon a wisp of smoke slowly emerged from the token, shaping into the figure of Hongmeng Xianhuang. What do you summon me for? Hongmeng Xianhuang opened his eyes, somewhat displeased. He was currently recuperating and did not expect that something would occur at this time in Hongmeng Xianzhou. The great Gui Xianhuang clearly noticed Hongmeng Xianhuang's displeasure, so he quickly spoke of the matters regarding the human sovereign hall before the Xianhuang could become angry. Human sovereign hall. I haven't heard of it. But what is the name of that hall, master? Hongmeng Xianhuang said he hadn't heard of it, but still asked curiously. Lu Jiuyuan. Everyone looked at Lu Jiuyuan, who stepped forward and respectfully replied. She had followed Su Yang for a while in the secret realm and naturally knew Lu Jiuyuan's name. At the moment Lu Jiuyuan's name was mentioned, Hongmeng Xianhuang's expression immediately changed. What? Are you sure his name is Lu Jiuyuan? Yes, ancestor, the master of the human sovereign hall is indeed called Lu Jiuyuan. Everyone could see the change in Hongmeng Xianhuang's expression, and their hearts stirred with a wave of unrest. If the ancestor reacted this way, could it be that Lu Jiuyuan was an extraordinary powerhouse? Cough cough. Since it's Lu Jiuyuan, we must meet him. I will return immediately. As soon as Hongmeng Xianhuang's words fell, the token ceased its rotation, and the figure of Hongmeng Xianhuang vanished. At this moment, how could they not realize that Lu Jiuyuan's background was definitely not simple? Someone passed the order down. If Lu Jiuyuan comes to our Hongmeng Xianzhou, he must be treated with the same status as our sect leader, otherwise there will be no forgiveness. What they did not expect was that the great Gui Xianhuang stepped forward, his face incredibly serious as he spoke. This made them even more terrified. Oh, what kind of background did Lu Jiuyuan have to make the sect leader act this way? However, what they did not know was that the great Gui Xianhuang understood Hongmeng Xianhuang's reaction. It was likely that Lu Jiuyuan was a powerful Xian emperor or from a force related to the Xian emperor. And indeed, the great Gui Xianhuang guessed correctly. Lu Jiuyuan truly came from a force related to the Xian emperor, or rather a force even more terrifying than that. Meanwhile, deep within the star sea, the Hongmeng Xianhuang, who was in seclusion in a cave, opened his eyes and said with lingering fear, I never expected that guy would come to Hongmeng Xianzhou looking for me by name. This is a good opportunity for me to apologize. If I can get that esteemed person's forgiveness, perhaps I can establish a connection with him, and even break through to the Xian emperor. Thinking of this, a trace of excitement appeared on Hongmeng Xianhuang's face. After all, he was a Xian emperor. Although he was currently a Xianhuang with a lifespan that could be considered immortal, the desire for power was something everyone secretly yearned for. After all, those who cultivate aspire to become powerful, to stand at the pinnacle, and Hongmeng Xianhuang was. Upon learning that Lu Jiuyuan was coming to Hongmeng Xianzhou, without any hesitation, Hongmeng Xianhuang instructed the disciples left in the cave to cultivate diligently and rushed back to the Emperor Xian continent. If he had still been in the Emperor Xian continent before, Lu Daotian might not have even given him the opportunity to. On the other side, Lu Jiuyuan sat on the Xianzhou, getting closer to the location of Hongmeng Xianzhou. With a loud boom, a sound resonated from within Lu Jiuyuan's body. Has the golden weaving tree broken through to the mid-grade? Lu Jiuyuan looked inward at the golden weaving tree in his spiritual essence, and said with surprise. If the golden weaving tree broke through to the mid-grade, the speed of transforming his body would accelerate greatly. Now his physical body alone was enough to slay those at the earth immortal level. After leaving the Hongmeng Xinzong this time, I will go find her. After all, I have already broken through to the peak of tribulation transcendence. With a bit more effort, I should be able to smoothly advance to the great ascension stage. At that time I will be able to break free. Lu Jiuyuan thought to himself. Due to the Lioli immortal body, he was temporarily unable to break free, but once he reached the great ascension stage this would no longer be a problem. Thinking of this, Lu Jiuyuan quickened his pace and soon arrived in front of the Hongmeng Xinzong. Is this the Hongmeng Xinzong? It really is quite luxurious. Li Tian gazed at the immensely grand Hongmeng Xinzong and couldn't help but gasp in amazement. After all, compared to the previous Yi family, the Hongmeng Xinzong was far more prosperous. Of course, even though the Lu family is now 1,000 times stronger than the Hongmeng Xinzong, we are extremely low-key. Otherwise, we would be even more prosperous than the Hongmeng Xinzong. Lu Jiuyuan said from the side. The others nodded in agreement, as the Lu family possessed something the Hongmeng Xinzong did not: powerful immortal emperors. Before long, an incredibly large celestial ship slowly descended in front of the Hongmeng Xinzongs. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Hongmeng Xinzong, the Grand Silica Immortal King had arranged for powerful experts to wait. Upon seeing Lu Jiuyuan and the others arrive, he hurriedly approached them and respectfully inquired, "Are you the Lord of the Human Emperor Hall?" "Indeed, that is me." Lu Jiuyuan was somewhat puzzled, but remembered that he had previously spoken with Lu Ruyan, so it wasn't too strange. Upon hearing this, the experts of the Hongmeng Xinzong all showed joy on their faces, and quickly said, "Since you are the Lord of the Human Emperor Hall, please come this way." After saying this, they welcomed Lu Jiuyuan and the others inside, and it is worth mentioning that they conveniently brought Jinxin along. Upon entering the territory of the Hongmeng Xinzong, everyone discovered that the interior was even more magnificent than it appeared from the outside. Naturally, after all, top-tier forces like to create a small world within their territory, which is referred to as a blessed land. In this way, the spiritual energy and celestial aura within their realm won't leak out, making it convenient for their disciples to cultivate. Jinxin explained from the side. Upon hearing this, everyone's hearts were somewhat surprised, but they found it acceptable. After all, to open a small world, one must at least reach the Immortal King stage, while the strongest experts behind them had not yet broken through to the Great Ascension stage. As for reaching the Immortal King stage, that seemed even more distant. However, with their assistance, it was likely that the forces behind them would soon rise successfully. Before long, under the guidance of the Hongmeng Xianzong's emissaries, Lu Jiuyuan and the others arrived at the main mountain of the Hongmeng Xinzong. The strong experts of the Hongmeng Xinzong had been prepared for Lu Jiuyuan's arrival. The moment he stepped into the main hall on the mountain, Lu Jiuyuan saw the Grand Silica Immortal King seated in the position of the sect master. At this moment, the Grand Silica Immortal King wore an extremely grave expression. After all, Lu Jiuyuan was someone whom even the ancestors feared greatly. If he mishandled things, it would be a devastating blow to the entire Hongmeng Xinzong. "I am Lu Jiuyuan, the Lord of the Human Emperor Hall, here to pay my respects to the sect master of the Hongmeng Xinzong," Lu Jiuyuan said respectfully. Behind him, Li Tian and the others also hurriedly bowed respectfully. "There's no need for such formalities, my friend. I have heard that you have come for the ancestor. The ancestor has been waiting in the forbidden area for a long time." The Grand Silica Immortal King, anticipating Lu Jiuyuan's intention to bow, used his own power to control Lu Jiuyuan. After all, who knew what kind of person Lu Jiuyuan was? If Lu Jiuyuan were to bow, and then say, "Oh, you really made me bow," wouldn't that be a very innocent death for him? "Oh, I see. Since that's the case, I will trouble the sect master. However, I ask that you arrange a place for my subordinates to rest, as I will meet the Hongmeng Xianhuang alone," Lu Jiuyuan said, looking at Li Tian and the others behind him. After all, he did not know how long he would be with the Hongmeng Xianhuang, so it was better for Li Tian and the others not to accompany him. On the other side, Lu Ruyan was also present. After hearing Lu Jiuyuan's words, she hurriedly stepped forward, volunteering, "My friend, if that is the case, let me handle it." "Then I will trouble you." Lu Jiuyuan smiled, and then followed the Grand Silica Immortal King away. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan quickly took Jinxin and the others down. Having met Li Tian and the others once, they naturally had no awkwardness among them, especially with Jinxin present. At the same time, within the forbidden area of the Hongmeng Xinzong. Being the forbidden area of the Hongmeng Xinzong, this place was one that ordinary disciples and elders could not enter, and it housed most of the immortal emperor-level experts of the Hongmeng Xinzong in slumber. Indeed, due to the need to remain concealed from the Dixian continent, the experts of the Hongmeng Xinzong would automatically enter the forbidden area to cultivate or sleep after breaking through to the immortal emperor stage. Moreover, with the isolation of the blessed land, even the heavenly Tao was helpless. Inside the forbidden area, the Hongmeng Xianhuang had already received the news from the Grand Silica Immortal King, pacing back and forth, appearing somewhat restless. After all, one must know that there was a pinnacle immortal emperor, Lu Shi, backing Lu Jiuyuan. If he mishandled things, Lu Shi would probably ensure his certain death. There exists a disparity in strength even among immortal emperors. Even at an extremely great distance, the Hongmeng Xianhuang could still be slain by Lu Shi, which shows that he and Lu Shi were not even on the same level of existence. Because of this, the Hongmeng Xianhuang dared not entertain thoughts of revenge against Lu Jiuyuan. Otherwise, it would not be the demon race's immortal emperor who would awaken Lu Daoyan, but rather himself. Ancestor, the lord of the human emperor Hall, Lu Jiuyuan, is here to see you. Cough, 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 please invite him in quickly. The Hongmeng Xianhuang forced himself to suppress his inner tension and instructed the Grand Silica Immortal King. Before long, under the guidance of the Grand Silica Immortal King, Lu Jiuyuan arrived in front of the Hongmeng Xianhuang. This was also their first meeting. Is this the forbidden area of the Hongmeng Xianzong? It looks rather gloomy. Lu Jiuyuan thought to himself as he observed the surroundings. After all, since it required slumber, the surrounding environment couldn't be too bright. At this moment, the Grand Silica Immortal King spoke. Ancestor, the person has been brought here, so I will take my leave now. After the Grand Silica Immortal King left, only Lu Jiuyuan and the Hongmeng Xianhuang remained on this. This was the first time the Hongmeng Immortal Emperor saw Lu Jiuyuan, and thus he became extremely curious about it. He could also clearly perceive that Lu Jiuyuan's cultivation was at the peak of tribulation transcendence, and his bone age was merely in his 30s. A peak tribulation transcendence at just over 30 years old. Moreover, his foundation was extremely robust, appearing not to be the result of relying on pills. In this context, just how extraordinary was Lu Jiuyuan's talent. Furthermore, given the current situation with Lu Zai's assistance, it was likely that Lu Jiuyuan would certainly achieve the status of Immortal Emperor. The Hongmeng Immortal Emperor coughed lightly, breaking the silence in the room, and asked, I wonder what business you have in seeking me, young friend Lu. Lu Jiuyuan then recalled the purpose of his visit, and spoke up. To be honest, I've encountered some obstacles in comprehending the Hongmeng sword intent, so I wish to witness the Hongmeng Senior's Hongmeng sword intent to see if I can find my own path. Upon hearing this, the Hongmeng Immortal Emperor showed no hesitation and quickly agreed. After all, for him, this was a great opportunity to build a good relationship with the Lu family and that certain individual. However, if the Hongmeng Immortal Emperor knew that there was an even more terrifying figure, Lu Daoyan, within the Lu family, he probably wouldn't know what to think. At this moment, the Hongmeng Immortal Emperor acknowledged that he was quite moved by Lu Jiuyuan's talent, and if possible, he would very much like to take Lu Jiuyuan as his disciple. But due to Lu Zai's words, it seemed that this wish would not come to fruition. The Hongmeng sword intent is divided into entry, small success, great success, subtlety, ascendancy, ultimate peak, and perfection. When I was 18, I comprehended the Hongmeng sword intent and smoothly entered the entry stage. At 25, I achieved small success, at 40 great success, at 150 subtlety, at 3,500 ascendancy, at 100,000, 8,000 ultimate, and at 3,005,000 years, I reached the peak. Now I am already 1,800,000,000 years old, yet I have yet to grasp the perfection sword intent. However, if it were you, perhaps you could achieve it. What level have you reached in the Hongmeng sword intent? As the Hongmeng Immortal Emperor spoke, a hint of melancholy appeared on his face. In the entire Star Sea, aside from a few sword path Immortal Emperors who reached the Immortal Emperor status with the perfection sword intent, no one else had comprehended the perfection sword intent to break through to the Immortal Emperor level. This is also why he wanted to comprehend the Hongmeng sword intent to perfection as soon as possible, using the feedback from the sword path to directly break through to the Immortal Emperor realm. However, after considering Lu Jiuyuan's terrifying talent, the Hongmeng Immortal Emperor curiously looked at Lu Jiuyuan and inquired. Lu Jiuyuan shook his head, and in the next moment he extended his hand, revealing an incredibly terrifying Hongmeng sword chi in his palm. Feeling the Hongmeng sword chi in Lu Jiuyuan's palm, the Hongmeng Immortal Emperor couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Your talent far exceeds my imagination. If nothing unexpected happens, you will surely achieve the immortal status through the sword path. To think you could elevate the Hongmeng sword intent to the ascendancy level at just over 30 years old. Lu Jiuyuan smiled and replied, it's merely a coincidence. Next, I would like to ask the senior to showcase your sword intent so I can comprehend and reflect upon it. After saying this, Lu Jiuyuan smiled and promptly retracted his sword chi. The Hongmeng Immortal Emperor sighed and said, simply observing my sword chi may not necessarily enhance your Hongmeng sword intent, but since you insist on seeing it, feel free. With that, a mysterious yellow sword chi appeared in the palm of the Hongmeng Immortal Emperor, which did not seem vastly different from Lu Jiuyuan's, but the aura within was terrifyingly thousands or even tens of thousands of times stronger. After displaying his sword intent, the Hongmeng Immortal Emperor looked at Lu Jiuyuan and consoled him. Although observation has its merits, you should still Before the Hongmeng Immortal Emperor could finish his sentence, he noticed that Lu Jiuyuan had already fallen into a state of enlightenment. With his experience, how could he not recognize that Lu Jiuyuan had entered a state of comprehension? Yet the problem was that he had only displayed the sword chi for less than a minute. To step into enlightenment in just a minute through someone else's sword chi. What kind of being was Lu Jiuyuan? What a freak. However, at this moment he did not dare to interrupt Lu Jiuyuan's enlightenment, for who knew if she was watching from afar. If he had even the slightest ill intention, he might be struck down by Lu Shi from an immeasurable distance. The last time was an accident, or perhaps Lu Shi had shown mercy this time. He could not guarantee he would have such good luck again. What the Hongmeng Immortal Emperor did not know was that if he dared to make a move, it would not be Lu Shi who acted, but Lu Daotian. Ha ha, as expected of my Lu family's Qilin child to achieve enlightenment through another sword intent. From an immeasurable distance, although separated by the barriers of the small world, it was still as nothing to Lu Daotian. In the eyes of Lu Shi and Lu Daotian, they saw Lu Jiuyuan sitting cross-legged in the forbidden area of the Hongmeng Immortal Sect, exuding an aura that was both profound and mysterious, clearly in a state of enlightenment. Meanwhile, the Hongmeng Immortal Emperor stood before him, unsure of what he should do. I just wonder to what level Jiuyuan's sword intent will rise. If one day Jiuyuan achieves immortality through the sword path, it might be a good choice. Lu Shi stood aside, pondering thoughtfully. For some reason, she always had a feeling that perhaps Lu Jiuyuan would surpass her and break through to the immortal realm first. Meanwhile, Lu Jiuyuan once again fell into a state of enlightenment. Here again, I wonder what I will see. Looking at the surrounding space, Lu Jiuyuan thought thoughtfully. Last time he had seen a giant here and comprehended the Hongmeng sword intent from its every move. He wondered what he would see this time. But in the next second, everything around him turned pitch black. In an instant, Lu Jiuyuan was enveloped by endless darkness. Lu Jiuyuan was a bit surprised, but suppressed his fear and stood still waiting. Before long, a glimmer of light appeared before Lu Jiuyuan. By the time Lu Jiuyuan reacted, an illusion appeared before him. The target of the illusion was none other than Lu Jiuyuan himself. This time I actually see myself. Lu Jiuyuan exclaimed in disbelief. In the next moment, the mirror image, which was Lu Jiuyuan, moved. Is that so? In Lu Jiuyuan's eyes, he saw his mirrored self constantly wielding a long sword, and then even abandoning the sword, using his body as the blade. The fierce sword energy erupted continuously from the mirror image's body. Although Lu Jiuyuan could tell that this sword energy originated from the Hongmeng sword intent, it always carried a slightly different feeling. After observing for nearly 2.5 years, Lu Jiuyuan finally noticed something unusual. Although fundamentally it was still the Hongmeng sword intent, it contained boundless self-awareness, and this sword intent far surpassed the Hongmeng sword intent. It seemed Lu Jiuyuan had realized something as a glint of brilliance burst forth in his eyes. Walking the path of others ultimately leads only to the peak of others. But if one walks their own path, then one can reach an entirely new pinnacle. Meanwhile, 2.5 years had passed in the outside world of the cave paradise. It's been so long, could the Hall Master have encountered trouble? Qin Yuan said with some concern. After all, Lu Jiuyuan had never been absent for this long, especially on the territory of the Hongmeng Immortal Sect. What nonsense are you talking? The Hall Master's strength is well known, and he's already at the peak of tribulation transcendence. Isn't it normal for him to retreat for 2.5 years? Li Tian replied irritably. On the other side, Lu Ruoyan rolled her eyes, and then said, "Don't worry, I believe our ancestor of the Hongmeng Immortal Sect would never do anything to harm the seniors." Just as Lu Ruoyan finished speaking, a terrifying aura erupted from the forbidden area of the Hongmeng Immortal Sect. The violent power seemed to tear apart the entire world. What? Who attacked? Could this be the strength of the Hall Master of the Human Emperor Hall? This power is enough to threaten even a Celestial King-level powerhouse. I am a Celestial King, and under this force I feel insignificant. Many powerful individuals from the Hongmeng Immortal Sect turned their gazes towards the forbidden area. In the next moment, the Celestial Kings quickly intervened, blocking the terrifying force. After all, if that power ran rampant, it could destroy their cave paradise. After managing to block it, the Celestial Kings looked at the forbidden area with grave expressions. Meanwhile, within the forbidden area, the Hongmeng Immortal Emperor closest to Lu Jiuyuan could no longer suppress the shock on his face. Is this a new sword intent? He actually comprehended a brand new sword intent above my Hongmeng sword intent. The Hongmeng Immortal Emperor exclaimed in disbelief. It is known that each new sword intent born will greatly enhance the creator's cultivation, and it might even gain the recognition of the path of the sword, granting them powers at the level of the Great Tao. Although the Hongmeng Immortal Emperor is an insightful person regarding the Hongmeng sword intent, he is not its creator, he is merely its comprehender. Now that Lu Jiuyuan has comprehended a brand new sword intent above the Hongmeng sword intent, it signifies that Lu Jiuyuan's future achievements are boundless. Under the astonished gaze of the Hongmeng immortal emperor, Lu Jiuyuan slowly opened his eyes and said, "Since this sword intent was created above me, let it be named the true self sword intent." Although Lu Jiuyuan's voice was soft, every word was exceptionally clear. At the moment, the true self sword intent manifested a sound, like a resounding drum echoed through the cultivators throughout the entire Emperor Xian continent heard this sound. Deep in the star sea, several celestial emperors who had taken the path of the sword suddenly opened their eyes in disbelief. This is someone who has created a sword intent. Hurry and investigate who has created this sword intent. Tisk to think that in this era someone could replicate the sword intent of ancient powerhouses. This is likely the last brilliance of the age. Meanwhile, the Hongmeng immortal emperor gasped in shock. As a sword Dao immortal emperor, he naturally understood what that sound signified. It was the recognition of the path of the sword. In the next moment, countless golden lights slowly emerged from the void, illuminating the entire forbidden area. This terrifying commotion naturally awakened the celestial emperors within the forbidden area of the Hongmeng immortal sect. They looked on in shock. At the same time, innumerable golden lights surged into Lu Jiuyuan's body. This is the merits of the great Dao. The Hongmeng immortal emperor squinted his eyes, speaking enviously. It is known that this is the merits of the great Dao, a terrifying entity even he does not possess. Only through creating something terrifying and gaining the recognition of the great Dao can one obtain the merits of the great Dao. Lu Jiuyuan comprehended the true self-sword intent, thus perfecting the path of the sword a bit more, and in return he received a vast amount of merits of the great Dao. In the next moment, nourished by the merits of the great Dao, Lu Jiuyuan's cultivation continuously soared. Early stage of the great ascension, mid-stage, late-stage, peak. Smooth-sailing Lu Jiuyuan directly stepped into the realm before halting. What's going on? What about his human immortal, earth immortal, and celestial immortal realms? Looking at the changes within Lu Jiuyuan, the Hongmeng immortal emperor gasped in surprise, saying with some shock, "It is known that ordinary cultivators generally have the division of human immortal, earth immortal, and celestial immortal realms, but Lu Jiuyuan exhibited something strange." In the next moment, two figures appeared out of thin air, startling the Hongmeng immortal emperor. After regaining composure, the expression of the Hongmeng immortal emperor turned extremely fearful. One of them he recognized as Lu Shi, but the other predictably he did not know was a celestial emperor. What is going on? Lu Shi gazed at Lu Jiuyuan's changes, her expression grave. Lu Daotian also looked at Lu Jiuyuan for a long time, and only after a moment did he seem to recall something, gasping in surprise. "Wait, I feel like I've seen his situation in an ancient book." Saying this, Lu Daotian began to recall in his mind. Meanwhile, Lu Shi looked back at the Hongmeng immortal emperor and said lightly, "Long time no see." "Senior, don't joke around. Ooh, I haven't yet apologized for earlier." "I'm sorry, Senior." In the world of cultivation, strength comes first, so Lu Shi must address Lu Daotian as Senior since he is not as strong. "Although I would love to kill you, you have at least helped Jiuyuan a bit. Since that's the case, I'll spare your life." Hearing Lu Shi's words, the Hongmeng immortal emperor felt as if he had just walked through the gates of hell and let out a sigh of relief. "I'm still alive." A moment later, Lu Daotian's expression turned extremely serious. "I think I understand Jiuyuan's current situation. Legend has it that in ancient times, although the realms of cultivation were not too different from now, there were actually no divisions of human immortal, earth immortal, and celestial immortal. These three realms were collectively referred to as true immortal. So your grandfather means that Jiuyuan has now embarked on the path of ancient cultivation." Lu Shi said. On the other side, the Hongmeng immortal emperor was not focused on the ancient cultivation path, but rather on how Lu Shi referred to Lu Daotian as grandfather. Indeed, if nothing unexpected happens, Jiuyuan should now be at the true immortal realm. Lu Daotian said, looking gravely at the still meditating Lu Jiuyuan. In truth, his internal shock was no less than anyone else's. The ancient era, due to its distance, left no relics from that time, and not a single eternal golden immortal exists. Now known as the present world, it has passed hundreds of billions of years, and the only reason people know of the ancient era is that ancient battlefields are constantly being revealed. Based on the situation, it seems that some great war occurred in ancient times, leading to the deaths of all the ancient powerhouses. The ancient battlefield opened approximately 50 billion years ago, and it was then that people learned of the existence of the ancient era. However, there is still too little documented information about the ancient era in the ancient battlefield, and over time the cultivation methods from that time have become unsuitable for the present world. Thus, based on ancient cultivation techniques, people evolved into the current cultivation realms. But how could Lu Jiuyuan walking the ancient path not shock Lu Daotian and others? Soon Lu Jiuyuan, who was meditating, suddenly opened his eyes and took a long breath. At this moment, he had also realized his realm. True Immortal Level 5. Lu Jiuyuan said solemnly, standing up slowly. Jiuyuan, how did you embark on the ancient path of cultivation? I don't know. I was initially cultivating the Hongming Heavenly Emperor's Hongming Myriad Laws Sutra, but I felt it was unsuitable for me. So based on my thoughts, I modified and upgraded the Hongming Myriad Laws Sutra, which led to the current situation. Lu Jiuyuan said truthfully. Upon hearing this, Lu Shi and Lu Daotian nodded. They had already heard about the inheritance of the Hongming Heavenly Emperor from Lu Xian. The Hongming Heavenly Emperor was the third person in the entire Emperor Xian continent to become a Celestial Emperor, a pinnacle powerhouse of the Celestial Emperor, hence being known as the Heavenly Emperor. It is unknown why, after entering the depths of the Star Sea during his peak period and coming out again shortly afterward, he perished. The cause of his death is widely debated, but no one knows the truth. Moreover, due to the Hongming Heavenly Emperor's concealment, this matter has become a mystery. What surprised Lu Daotian was that his own descendant had actually received the inheritance of the Hongming Heavenly Emperor. So what is the name of the cultivation method you are practicing now? I don't know, but if I were to name it, I would call it the Myriad Self-Cultivation Method. Lu Jiuyuan shook his head. Cultivation should inherently center around oneself. On this path, Lu Jiuyuan has adhered to this belief, leading to his current achievements. The Myriad Self-Cultivation Method. That does fit your character. But if you've reached the true immortal realm now, I want to see what your true combat power is. Lu Shi looked at Lu Jiuyuan and gestured for him to unleash his full power. Seeing this, Lu Jiuyuan naturally did not hesitate, and a holy grade long sword appeared in his hand. Terrifying sword intent erupted from Lu Jiuyuan's body, causing even the Hongming Immortal Emperor to gasp in astonishment. To think that the sword intent he just comprehended is already at its peak. If cultivated further, it could reach perfection and become a sword emperor. Those who cultivate the perfect sword intent can be called sword emperors, and a sword emperor, while not necessarily a celestial emperor, possesses combat power at the level of a celestial emperor. Ancestor, be careful. This strike of mine is called True Self. Lu Jiuyuan shouted, and the aura from this strike seemed to tear the entire world apart. Fortunately, Lu Daotian intervened to block the leaking aura, otherwise the cave paradise of the Hongming Immortal Sect would surely be devastated by Lu Jiuyuan. Feeling the power of Lu Jiuyuan's strongest attack, she nodded with satisfaction, and then lightly snapped her fingers. The terrifying sword energy flew back along its original path, returning to Lu Jiuyuan's body. This was the power of the path of time, reversing time. Now you already possess the strength of a celestial king. Indeed, it is terrifying. Lu Shi said, her tone filled with excitement. To have celestial king level combat power at the age of 40, even I was only at the peak of the void refinement at that age. No, my strength is still not enough. I have a vague feeling that something unsettling is about to happen. Lu Jiuyuan shook his head modestly, his expression serious. When he broke through to the true immortal realm, he felt an oppressive sensation in his heart, as if something bad was about to erupt soon. Upon hearing this, Lu Shi and the Hongming Immortal Emperor looked somewhat stunned, while Lu Daotian's eyes narrowed, but he did not speak. It's fine, with your talent, even if something happens in the future, you will be able to overcome it. Lu Shi could only offer. Lu Jiuyuan smiled and nodded, but just as he was about to say something, Lu Daotian spoke up. I understand you are going to find that girl, right? I can tell you the location of the dream realm, but whether you can satisfy her will depend on your strength. I understand, Ancestor. Lu Jiuyuan nodded seriously. After receiving the location of the dream realm from Lu Daotian, he raised his head to look beyond the Star Sea. Qingping, wait for me. I am coming to find you. Master, what is your cultivation level? When Lu Jiuyuan appeared, Li Tian and the others could not perceive his realm, but they could feel his aura, which was as unfathomable as an abyss, capable of easily annihilating them with a mere gesture. Although the original Lu Jiuyuan could easily accomplish such feats. After hearing Lu Jiuyuan's explanation, Li Tian and the others couldn't help but gasp in shock. So the current master possesses the combat power of a celestial king. Wait, if I remember correctly, master is only in his 40s. Wow, a celestial king level combat power at over 40, our human Emperor Hall will surely be legendary for ages. The Sword Heart, who had joined the human Emperor Hall, also couldn't help but narrow his eyes, clearly unfazed by Lu Jiuyuan's celestial king level combat power. On the contrary, he was concerned about the fact that Lu Jiuyuan had created his own sword intent. As a sword practitioner, he naturally understood how terrifying sword intent could be, especially one that was self-created, since most sword intents today followed the paths of predecessors, leaving few avenues open. If Lu Jiuyuan could create his own sword intent, wouldn't that imply his understanding of the sword path far surpassed his own? Originally, he thought Lu Jiuyuan's talent and strength were terrifying, but he never expected Lu Jiuyuan's understanding of the sword path to exceed his own. Enough with the pleasantries. I have something to do next. If you're unwilling to come with me, you may leave now. Lu Jiuyuan coughed lightly, and Li Tian and the others showed no surprise, all agreeing. Among them, Li Qingdi's eyes flickered, and then he quickly asked, Jiuyuan, are you going to? Yes. I have already broken through to true immortal, so it's time to bring Qingping back. Thus we need to head to the dream realm. Lu Jiuyuan looked up at the vast sea of stars. Li Tian and the others felt a surge of excitement. After all, this would be their first time seeing a celestial emperor-level powerhouse aside from Lu Daotian. The Sleeping Dream Celestial Emperor was recorded in the annals of the Emperor Xian continent, indicating that his strength would undoubtedly be formidable. Let's go, we set off. Lu Jiuyuan waved his hand, summoning the celestial boat. Seeing this, Li Tian and the others showed no hesitation and boarded the celestial boat. The boat then swiftly soared into the starry sky under Lu Jiuyuan's control. Soon the entire Emperor Xian continent appeared vividly before them. Gazing at the enormous Emperor Xian continent behind them, their expressions were filled with shock, as this was their first time being so far from the continent. As for the previous battle with the Yi Huang family, that was merely outside of the ancient Emperor Prefecture, nowhere near. Now the entire Emperor Xian continent was clearly visible, appearing like a colossal giant lying down, magnificent beyond measure. The Dream Realm is extremely far from the Emperor Xian continent. Even with a holy great celestial boat, it will take about 2.5 years, so during this time focus on your cultivation to try to improve your levels and not bring shame to our human Emperor Hall. Lu Jiuyuan spoke to everyone. Their expressions naturally showed a hint of shame, as if it weren't for them, Lu Jiuyuan could have crossed the starry sea to the Dream Realm in his physical body. One could say that they were now the greatest burden on Lu Jiuyuan. As their Hall Master, Lu Jiuyuan could feel their inner struggles, so he shook his head and said, As your Hall Master, I have the responsibility to provide you with opportunities for growth. Right now after all, not everyone is as powerful as I am. Hearing this, Li Tian and the others were momentarily stunned, then they bitterly smiled and shook their heads. They couldn't tell if their Hall Master was comforting them or teasing them. However, they had no justification to refute, so they could only focus on their cultivation. Just then Lu Shi walked out slowly from the celestial boat. Ancestor. Upon seeing Lu Shi, Lu Jiuyuan was somewhat puzzled, as he didn't know when she had arrived. Lu Shi merely shook her head, then looked at Li Tian and the others, and said slowly, I'm here to set up a formation for you, a time acceleration formation, which will give you more time for cultivation. Then Lu Shi explained her purpose. She had received an order from Lu Daotian to set up the formation to give Li Tian and others more time for cultivation. As for Lu Jiuyuan, his cultivation had already reached true immortal, so the time acceleration formation had little effect on him. Hearing Lu Zai's words, everyone present couldn't help but feel excited, as what they lacked the most now was, Senior, I want to know why you are specially setting up the time acceleration formation for us. After a while, Li Qingdi couldn't suppress his curiosity and asked. Li Tian and the others also looked at her with inquiring eyes. Lu Shi shook her head and slowly replied, You don't need to know about this, just focus on getting stronger. Perhaps a great change will befall the entire starry sky soon. Lu Shi did not elaborate, but her words instilled a deep sense of crisis in Li Tian and the others. At that moment, Lu Shi took a step down, and instantly countless time wheels erupted from her body, affecting everything around, causing time to slowly become viscous. Flow forward for progress, retreat against the tide, all time and laws are within my control. As each word emerged from Lu Zai's mouth, a gigantic time will soon envelop Li Tian and the others, and in the next moment, they found their speeds increasing rapidly, soon reaching nearly 100 times faster. At first glance, it was as if they were in a frenzy. After completing this, Lu Shi exhaled deeply and looked at Lu Jiuyuan, saying slowly, I have controlled the time acceleration to 100-fold, which will last for 2.5 years. Once the time is up, the effects of the acceleration will cease. However, according to my estimation, they should be able to break through to the great ascension stage within these 250 years. Alright, I won't accompany you for the next journey, I'll take my leave first. After saying this, Lu Shi vanished from Lu Jiuyuan's sight. Lu Jiuyuan shook his head, gazing at the vast starry sea. It seems that a great crisis will soon befall the entire starry sky. I must grow quickly before that happens. Lu Jiuyuan thought to himself. He was a highly perceptive person, and now based on the performances of Lu Daotian and Lu Shi along with the sensations he felt when he broke through to true immortal. Without exception, all signs hinted to Lu Jiuyuan that the future would be extremely challenging. Yet Lu Jiuyuan's expression was filled with unwavering determination and confidence. No matter what happened, he was absolutely certain he could overcome it. On the other side, within the Lu family of the Emperor Xian continent, Grandfather, I have completed the task you entrusted to me, Lu Shi said to Lu Daotian, who was sitting cross-legged. Lu Daotian opened his eyes and sighed. A crisis is about to arrive, time is running out. Grandfather, is the enemy very powerful? Lu Zai's expression turned serious as she hurriedly asked. Lu Daotian only shook his head slowly, his gaze profoundly deep. Very powerful. I previously observed the future and saw at least tens of thousands of years of leeway, but when I checked again not long ago, only 5,000 years remained. This means the future is constantly changing. Moreover, what I can observe about the future has no presence of either you or me nor any living beings. Lu Jiuyuan's tone was filled with solemnity as he spoke. He was not speaking recklessly. He could indeed contend with the peak Celestial Emperor at the late stage of Celestial Emperor, and the peak Celestial Emperor was the most powerful being in the entire starry sky. Yet even he the mightiest could not survive. This illustrated how terrifying the future would be. If that's the case, then why not tell Jiuyuan? Lu's eyes face was filled with confusion. No need to tell him. He is our only hope. With the ancient cultivation methods and his Celestial King level combat power, at just over 40, we must allow him to cultivate without worry, striving to reach or even surpass my level before the crisis arrives. Only then will we or the entire starry sky have a chance to survive. Meanwhile, in the dream realm, Li Qingping slowly opened her eyes from her cultivation. One must say, having awakened the dream god body combined with the cultivation methods of the sleeping dream Celestial Emperor, Li Qingping's cultivation speed was even beyond the description of a day's journey in 1,000 miles. At just over 40, she achieved the initial stage of human immortal. Ha ha ha, worthy of being my disciple. Oh, at this rate, you will surely reach my heights. Looking at Li Qingping, the sleeping dream Celestial Emperor's face was filled with pride, for nothing was more gratifying than having a disciple surpass the master. When looking at Li Qingping, she now exuded an air of aloofness. Her entire being, ethereal, standing still, made it feel impossible to approach. It's all due to master's excellent teaching. Li Qingping bowed to the sleeping dream Celestial Emperor, then, as if recalling something, a hint of difficulty crossed her face. Sensing Li Qingping's struggle, the sleeping dream Celestial Emperor spoke slowly. I know what you wish to say, but you are still too weak now. Strive to cultivate to the celestial immortal stage, and I will let you return. Hearing this, Li Qingping sighed. Although a long time had passed in the dream, even a millennium would be insufficient to describe it. Even though Li Qingping herself had changed considerably, one thing remained the same: her affection for Lu Jiuyuan, which had grown even stronger with the passage of time. One could say she wanted to see Lu Jiuyuan even more than he wanted to see her. However, your little sweetheart is on it. Sensing Li Qingping's disappointment, the sleeping dream Celestial Emperor spoke slowly. Hearing this, a visible excitement appeared on Li Qingping's face. Master, is that true? It's true, but your little sweetheart's strength is quite peculiar. I actually don't know what. As she spoke, the sleeping dream Celestial Emperor's face was filled with surprise. He seemed like a human immortal, yet also like a earth immortal, but upon closer inspection, he was quite similar to a celestial immortal. However, he could confirm that Lu Jiuyuan definitely had not broken through to the golden immortal stage yet. Hearing the sleeping dream Celestial Emperor's words, Li Qingping's expression was filled with concern, and she hurriedly asked, Master, do you know what realm Jiuyuan has broken through to now? I don't know, but at least above the Great Ascension stage. Upon hearing this, Li Qingping's face flushed crimson. She clearly remembered Lu Jiuyuan had mentioned that he did not plan to consider starting a family before reaching the Great Ascension stage. If he broke through to the Great Ascension stage, then he would be with Li Qingping. Now it seemed that Lu Jiuyuan was indeed coming to take her away. Ahem, however, it will still take him quite a while to arrive, probably around 2.5 years, so you should go cultivate. 2.5 years is enough for your cultivation to make another small breakthrough. Master, can't you just bring him here directly? Li Qingping said with a hint of grievance. No, it's his own matter. If I intervene, it wouldn't be good for him. The sleeping dream Celestial Emperor said earnestly. If even Lu Daotian did not allow him to take action, would it not be seen as looking down on Lu Jiuyuan? What if Lu Daotian came and gave her a beating? Hearing this, Li Qingping could only roll her eyes at the sleeping dream Celestial Emperor, then impatiently returned to her cultivation. But soon she could not calm her heart, feeling like a lovesick girl. Not long after Li Qingping left, the sleeping dream Celestial Emperor helplessly shook her head, then her gaze seemed to traverse countless distances, looking at Lu Jiuyuan and the others who were piloting the celestial boat towards the dream realm, shaking her head in resignation. Although our time together was short, I have already regarded Qingping as my own daughter. If you dare to let her down, even if your ancestor intervenes, I will still annihilate you. Achu, who is thinking of me? On the celestial boat, Lu Jiuyuan sneezed suddenly, but did not pay it much mind, thinking it was just Li Qingping wanting to see him soon. I should cultivate more. I can feel that during this time I can make another breakthrough. Lu Jiuyuan looked at Li Tian and the others who were diligently cultivating despite their ineptitude, feeling that with his talent, he had no right to slack off, and thus began to cultivate earnestly. Li Tian and the others. Please turn on the microphone to communicate. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. Merely dozing during his cultivation, 2.5 years had slipped away. With a thunderous roar, a surge of energy erupted from Lu Jiuyuan's body. Lu Jiuyuan's cultivation had smoothly reached the 7th level of true immortal. Is it faster than I expected because the true immortal's cultivation speed is inherently rapid? Lu Jiuyuan pondered with some confusion. However, before he could react, he sensed an overwhelmingly oppressive feeling emanating from the entire star sea. Feeling this aura, Lu Jiuyuan's eyes widened involuntarily. Is this the Tao tribulation? Is it because they are not on the Dixian continent that the Tao is replacing the heavenly Tao to unleash the tribulation? Lu Jiuyuan thought in disbelief, yet it seemed he could accept it. After all, their foundation was exceptionally deep now, blocking a Tao tribulation shouldn't be a problem, right? The next moment he saw Li Tian and the others flying out of the flying boat at an incredible speed. With the assistance of the time acceleration array they had cultivated for a full 100 years, and their realms had broken through to an exceptionally profound level. Especially Qiangui Wang, who broke through to the early stage of Celestial Immortal, while Li Tian and others had generally broken through to the early to peak stages of Earth Immortal. Although somewhat disappointing, it was still within an acceptable range. After all, not everyone could cultivate as astonishingly as Lu Jiuyuan. However, what surprised Lu Jiuyuan was Jianxin, whose realm had unexpectedly reached the early stage of Celestial Immortal, surpassing Li Qingdi and the others. But then he recalled that Jianxin possessed a natural sword heart comparable to a sacred body, which he could accept. Indeed, Jiangxin's name was not taken without reason. He truly had a sword heart. Fortunately, their foundations were quite solid, so this tribulation was passed with more surprise than danger. Master, living up to expectations, we can barely keep up with your pace now. Li Tian and the others said excitedly before Lu Jiuyuan, who nodded in satisfaction. Although it hadn't reached expectations, it was still quite good. All right, everyone, prepare. We will soon arrive at the dream realm. Lu Jiuyuan approached the edge of the flying boat and gazed at a distant point of light. Upon hearing this, Li Tian and the others' expressions became serious. They shared some acquaintance with Li Qingping, having not seen her for a long time. If she were to see their current cultivation, it would surely startle her. However, since Li Qingping had already become a disciple of the dreaming immortal emperor, her current realm likely wouldn't be too low. Thus time passed again for about a day. During this day, the dream realm finally slowly appeared before them. I didn't expect the size of the dream realm to be even larger than the entire Divine Sword Prefecture. Li Tian couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Not long ago, they had just come out of the Divine Sword Prefecture, which they knew to be the largest Tao prefecture on the Dixian continent. However, now the dream realm alone was as large as the Divine Sword Prefecture, indicating that the cultivation of the dreaming immortal emperor was undoubtedly not to be underestimated. That is only natural, as an immortal emperor casually opening a Tao prefecture is not a difficult task. Moreover, the rules of the dream realm differ greatly from those of the Dixian continent, so there's no need to overthink it. Li Qingdi explained while standing aside. Hearing this, Li Tian and the others finally understood. Master, how should we enter? If we rush and will likely be treated as enemies by the dreaming immortal emperor. Looking at the dream realm just within reach, Lu Jiuyuan smiled and said, just go in like this. Lu Jiuyuan took a step into the void, quickly arriving before the dream realm, then slowly opened his mouth. A voice gradually emanated from him, though soft it was heard throughout the dream realm. Lu Jiuyuan, the young master of the Lu family, has come to visit the dreaming immortal emperor. As Lu Jiuyuan's voice echoed, the cultivators sleeping within the dream realm slowly opened their eyes, their expressions filled with displeasure. Lu family. What kind of trash force is that? How dare they come to visit the dreaming immortal emperor? So arrogant. Do they really intend to be enemies with the dreaming immortal emperor? I am quite curious about how they dare to say such things. Do they really have some confidence? Meanwhile, the smile on the face of the dreaming immortal emperor, who was within the dreaming palace, also froze. He had originally planned to watch Lu Jiuyuan make a fool of himself, thinking that being a senior Lu Jiuyuan would definitely come to him humbly to ask for entry. Yet he never expected Lu Jiuyuan to pull such a stunt. However, he felt somewhat reluctant to take action. If he did, Lu Daotian, who was lurking in the shadows, might emerge and deal with him directly. So you bully my descendants, do you? Meanwhile, Li Qingping, who was in the midst of cultivation, suddenly opened her eyes, her face filled with excitement. Though she hadn't heard Lu Jiuyuan's voice for a long time, that voice was already imprinted in her mind. Even in death, she would never forget it. Jiuyuan, am coming. Just as the dreaming immortal emperor was considering how to deal with Lu Jiuyuan, he saw Li Qingping rushing in with an excited expression. Master, Jiuyuan has arrived. Instantly, the dreaming immortal emperor's expression darkened, but he quickly forced a smile. All right, since that's the case, I shall give you face and allow Lu Jiuyuan to enter. With that, the dreaming immortal emperor waved his hand and directly opened a gap. Without the dreaming immortal emperor's permission, even immortal-level experts could not enter the dream realm. Of course, a figure as powerful as Lu Daotian naturally did not need the dreaming immortal emperor's permission. He could enter at will. Meanwhile, outside the dream realm, Lu Jiuyuan had already returned to the flying boat. Master, if we do this, will the dreaming immortal emperor really let us in? Yuan asked with some concern. Lu Jiuyuan replied confidently, don't worry, if he gives face to my ancestor, he should let me in. Of course, there was something Lu Jiuyuan did not say. If he did not give face to Lu Daoyan, he would have to see if another ancestor would give him face. Indeed, Lu Jiuyuan was currently experimenting. If the dreaming immortal emperor wished to be his enemy, would it provoke an ancestor beyond the immortal emperor realm? After all, whether there was a realm beyond the immortal emperor was still unknown, and now was a good opportunity for experimentation. Is this the interior of the dream realm? It doesn't seem much different from the Dixian continent, Li Tian murmured, gazing around with quiet bewilderment. Lu Jiuyuan, however, shook his head slowly and spoke with measured calm. It is called the dream realm precisely because one may conjure anything imaginable, entirely through the power of the slumber sovereign emperor. Thus it is indistinguishable from a dream itself. Lu Jiuyuan extended his hand, and there in his palm appeared a can of Pepsi-Cola. The others watched in astonishment, and immediately began shaping objects of their own desire through imagination. Yet soon weariness washed over them like a tide. Noting their ashen pallor, Lu Jiuyuan chuckled softly and shook his head. Creating things here consumes spiritual essence. Not only must you expend it to manifest an object, but you must also sustain it continuously with your own will. My counsel, do not toy recklessly. Hearing this, Li Tian and the others hastily shook their heads, and the illusory objects they had conjured dissolved instantly into shimmering foam. Meanwhile, Lu Jiuyuan's celestial vessel glided silently across the dream realm, drawing curious glances from its denizens. Lu Jiuyuan observed that their eyes gleamed with quiet wonder, for the dream realm was a world forged by the slumber sovereign emperor, and its inhabitants were all outsiders who had pledged allegiance to him upon entering. Over countless years, the dream realm had grown vast enough to rival any Dao prefecture of the Dixian continent. Prepare yourselves. We have arrived at the Palace of Slumber. Before them loomed a colossal citadel, its scale rivaling even a minor Dao prefecture. As Lu Jiuyuan spoke, the vessel descended gently and came to rest before the palace gates. Once all had disembarked, Lu Jiuyuan casually sealed the vessel with a flicker of divine sense. By the time he reached the palace entrance, 2 cultivators stood waiting patiently at the threshold. Upon seeing Lu Jiuyuan, they smiled warmly. Esteemed guest, the sovereign has long awaited your arrival. Please follow us. Sensing their aura, Lu Jiuyuan noted they were both immortal kings, a title that implied profound cultivation, and yet they addressed the slumber sovereign emperor as master. Clearly the sovereign cherished prestige deeply. Still, immortal kings posed no insurmountable threat to Lu Jiuyuan now. With full mastery of his arts, he could fell them without difficulty. Behind him, Li Tian and the others moved with solemn gravity, scanning their surroundings warily. Before long, under the guidance of the 2 immortal kings, Lu Jiuyuan and his companions entered the main hall of the Palace of Slumber, where the slumber sovereign emperor sat enthroned upon the dais. At his side sat a figure draped in azure robes. The moment Lu Jiuyuan laid eyes upon her, his steps faltered, and her face too lit with radiant surprise. Without waiting for the sovereign's word, she rushed toward him, and Lu Jiuyuan opened his arms wide, drawing her into a fierce, tender embrace. Li Qingping, how long it has been. A wistful tenderness softened Lu Jiuyuan's features. Clinging tightly to him, Li Qingping made even the most seasoned cultivators in the hall shift uncomfortably. Moments later she drew back, but Lu Jiuyuan held fast to her hand and declared, this time I shall never release it again. She nodded, cheeks flushed. Promise me, you'll consult me next time before making such decision. Was it not to spare you burden? I can protect you for all your days. I possess that strength. I know, but I wish to stand on my own. I refuse to dwell forever in your shadow. Understood. They spoke of 20 years longing, until the slumber sovereign emperor cleared his throat, breaking the spell. So, you are Lu Jiuyuan. Impressive indeed. Tell me, what realm of cultivation have you attained? This unworthy disciple has only just broken through to the initial celestial immortal realm, nearing 50 years of age. Lu Jiuyuan bowed respectfully. He withheld mention of his true immortal cultivation. The ancient cultivation arts had been entrusted to him under strict injunction. Revealing them would invite perilous complications. Cough, cough, cough. Initial celestial immortal realm. The sovereign nearly rose from his throne. 50 years old, and already a celestial immortal. That surpassed even his own disciples. What is your innate constitution? Mine. The lapis lazuli immortal body, the stellar saint body, and the heaven-devouring body. Lu Jiuyuan replied, after brief reflection. Upon hearing of these 3 supreme constitutions, the sovereign fell silent once more. He knew the lapis lazuli immortal body well, yet it was said to manifest only in women. How then could it reside within a man? The stellar saint body could be forged postnatally, but only through extraordinary fortune. And the heaven-devouring body. a divine tier constitution rivaling, or even surpassing, the dream god body. Yet according to his records, Lu Jiuyuan had not possessed it before. Why now? As if reading his thoughts, Lu Jiuyuan offered a faint smile. Elder, have you heard of the heaven-devouring sovereign emperor? Her ancestral line bore the heaven-devouring body, but perished tragically. In her final moments, she employed transcendent artifice to preserve its primordial essence, and bestowed it upon Lu Jiuyuan in exchange for his vow to restore her shattered form. Listening to this astonishing account, the sovereign fell into stunned silence. Could such fate truly befall a single cultivator? Even among the emperors of past eons, none had been so singularly blessed. At last all he could utter was truly formidable. Yet you must understand, Qingping cannot leave this realm for now. Only under my guidance can her cultivation progress at its optimal pace. Were she to depart, the dream god body's unique advantages would fade. Lu Jiuyuan merely smiled. It matters not. I shall wait here in the dream realm. And truth be told, I may cultivate anywhere. Very well. Then settle yourselves within the realm of dreams, for you shall not return to the Dixian continent until Qingping cultivates to the golden, immortal realm. The slumber sovereign addressed Lu Jiuyuan and the others, who readily acquiesced. Though it would likely take Qingping a considerable time to reach the golden immortal realm, they had already traversed vast distances, and it was high time they paused to rest. Clearly the realm of dreams was an excellent place for just that. Then master, allow me to arrange quarters for them. Qingping immediately volunteered. The slumber sovereign merely shook his head, yet waved his hand in assent. Go. See it done swiftly. Yes, master. With that, Qingping hurriedly took Lu Jiuyuan's hand and led him toward the palace gates. Though along the way Lu Jiuyuan's brow briefly furrowed, then relaxed just as quickly. Soon Qingping guided Lu Jiuyuan to the foot of a towering mountain. This is the manor master assigned to me. Even my slumber pool where I cultivate lies here. The slumber pool? Lu Jiuyuan asked, puzzled. Qingping nodded and spoke slowly. The slumber pool is a supreme treasure forged by master exclusively for those born with the dream god physique. When such individuals enter it, they descend into lucid dreams to cultivate. Every advance made therein manifests directly in reality. Moreover, time flows far more rapidly within those dreamscapes than in the waking world. Hence my ascension to the human immortal realm within barely 2 decades. Qingping declared this with quiet pride, unaware, however, that Li Tian and the others exchanged strangely bemused glances. Had she known they had already broken through to the earth immortal realm, she might have fallen into stunned silence for a very long time. Lu Jiuyuan meanwhile felt a flicker of genuine interest stir upon hearing of the pool's wondrous properties. Oh, then may I step in for a soak? By all means, though its miraculous effects apply solely to those bearing the dream god physique. For others it is little more than a soothing hot spring. Qingping raised no objection. Without hesitation, Lu Jiuyuan shed his robes and stepped calmly in. At that moment the slumber sovereign observed the scene from afar, his expression faintly amused. Does he truly believe anyone may enter my slumber pool at will? Just a hot spring. Damn. But scarcely a moment passed before astonishment seized his face. Without pausing to think, he vanished, and reappeared instantly beside the pool. Qingping and the others started at the sovereign's sudden appearance, then hastily bowed low. Hail, master. Hail, slumber sovereign. Yet the sovereign paid them no heed. His gaze remained locked unblinking upon Lu Jiuyuan immersed in the pool. Lu Jiuyuan's eyes were now gently closed. He had clearly drifted into slumber. Impossible. He bears no trace of the dream god physique. How can he possibly cultivate so swiftly within the slumber pool? Qingping gasped in disbelief. Master, you cannot be serious. Nonsense. When have you ever known your master to jest? This youth is profoundly unusual. The slumber sovereign's expression grew grave. His eyes remained fixed on Lu Jiuyuan, whose aura was now rising steadily, imperceptibly, yet undeniably. Such gradual ascent occurred only in those endowed with the dream god physique. Yet if the dream god physique were truly present, the sovereign, having cultivated it himself to the late sovereign immortal realm, would have sensed it without fail. And he was certain Lu Jiuyuan bore not the faintest resonance of that sacred constitution. Such anomalies hardly surprise us, Lord Pavilion Master. We have witnessed countless marvels in your presence. Li Tian and the others showed no shock. Not even if told Lu Jiuyuan was the reincarnation of a sovereign immortal at the pinnacle of cultivation would they bat an eyelash. Rather, they would deem it perfectly reasonable. The slumber sovereign's face remained somber, yet no rational explanation presented itself. Meanwhile, deep within the slumber pool, Lu Jiuyuan entered precisely the state the sovereign had anticipated, a lucid dreamscape, wherein cultivation unfolded. In truth, the instant he submerged, Lu Jiuyuan sensed an unusual force permeating the pool, a force imperceptible to most yet effortlessly discernible to him. After all, the supreme comprehension bequeathed by his system enabled him to fathom nearly all phenomena across the cosmos. Thus, after soaking for a short while, Lu Jiuyuan distilled an entire cultivation method from that subtle energy, crafting it with precision and intent. He named it the Dream Ascended Divinity Art. So this is the dreamscape. How much will time accelerate here? Lu Jiuyuan surveyed his surroundings, and in an instant knew he stood within a dream. He could even sense ripples of change unfolding in the waking world. Shaking his head, he began experimenting with temporal flow, and soon achieved a doubling of speed. Twofold remains too slow. Accelerate. Further still. He shook his head again and pushed harder. Time dilation surged to 5-fold. Still insufficient. 10-fold. 20-fold. 50-fold. Then, 100-fold. At this threshold, Lu Jiuyuan finally sensed something amiss within the pool. Ah, I see. So dream cultivation trades upon one's spiritual energy. The dream god physique grants Qingping vastly superior spiritual energy compared to peers of equal cultivation level. Yet spiritual energy pales beside true soul force, rendering it largely ineffectual in most contexts. The slumber pool, however, unlocks the full potential of that enhanced spiritual energy. As for me, I lack the dream god physique, yet my foundational essence is extraordinarily profound. Moreover, as a transmigrator, my spiritual energy dwarfs that of ordinary cultivators. That is why I, though devoid of the dream god physique, can still harness the slumber pool for cultivation. With a calm shake of his head, Lu Jiuyuan unraveled the mystery's core. Still, this proves fortuitous, for I must cultivate with urgency. Given the looming crises ahead, diligence is no longer optional. It is imperative. He shook his head once more, and accelerated time anew, surging to 500-fold. There he reached his absolute limit. Any further strain risked shattering his spiritual energy entirely. Without hesitation, he immersed himself fully in cultivation. Outside, the slumber sovereign sighed softly and instructed Qingping. Since he too may draw power from the slumber pool, let them all cultivate together. I possess neither authority nor desire to forbid it. With that, he shook his head slowly and departed. After all, should Lu Daotian learn his descendant could wield the slumber pool, he would surely wrest it from the sovereign's grasp without hesitation. Given Lu Daotian's strength, the slumber sovereign harbored not the slightest doubt he would do exactly that. Qingping blinked, then flushed deeply. Evidently her thoughts had veered into delicate territory. Yet she swiftly composed herself and turned to Li Qingdi and the others with solemn clarity. Brother, if so, allow me to escort you to your quarters. Choose any chamber you wish. As for cultivation chambers, they exist throughout my Dao precinct. Feel free to use them as needed. Understood. Li Qingdi and the others straightened their postures, then dispersed quietly. Meanwhile, within the Lu clan's ancestral domain, Lu Daotian and Lu Shi froze mid-breath, stunned silence hanging between them for a suspended moment. Excluding the heaven-devouring physique, does Jiuyuan truly embody two divine constitutions? HSS. Now I find it utterly unsurprising that Jiuyuan will become the key to breaking our clan's impasse. Lu Daotian's eyes narrowed, his voice resonant with unwavering certainty. Lu Shi fell silent, and the air thickened with quiet, profound gravity. But then, both Lu Daotian and Lu Shi stiffened, their expressions blanking, before abruptly severing the scrying connection to Lu Jiuyuan's location. Ahem, ahem, ahem. We saw nothing. Correct. Absolutely. Grandfather is absolutely right. We saw nothing. Lu Daotian hastened to affirm, while Lu Shi nodded vigorously, eyes wide with earnest agreement. Back in the realm of dreams within Qingping's Dao precinct, she gazed upon Lu Jiuyuan, deep in cultivation within the slumber pool, her cheeks faintly flushed. In the next breath, she steeled her resolve. Drawing a slow, steadying breath, she whispered fiercely to her, Qingping, you are his Dao companion. Nothing untoward occurs here, only cultivation. There is nothing. Repeating this mantra, she gently shed her robes, revealing smooth, luminous skin. Unbeknownst to Qingping, Lu Jiuyuan retained full awareness of the external world. Why does an unsettling sensation arise? Within his dreamscape, Lu Jiuyuan frowned, puzzled by the origin of this strange unease. Curiosity overcame restraint, and he chose to observe the outside world. The sight nearly shattered his composure. Wait, why is she undressing? Hold, am I even allowed to watch this? No, wait, did I not already confess my feelings? And did she not accept, without refusal? Then surely this is permissible. Precisely, what harm lies in a boyfriend glimpsing his girlfriend's form? A sudden surge of self-assurance flooded Lu Jiuyuan's thoughts, yet his trembling frame, and the trickle of blood now staining his upper lip, betrayed the turbulent storm beneath his calm exterior. For though his combat prowess rivaled that of a celestial king, his soul remained that of a youth, barely a century. Outside, Qingping was equally unsettled, her body trembling faintly. Ordinarily, when cultivating alone in the slumber pool, she wove intricate arrays to conceal its interior, lest she be seen unveiled. But with Lu Jiuyuan inside, she had no choice but to proceed, comforted only by the belief he could. Even so, her heart raced. How could any remain serene knowing a young man shared her space while she stood unclothed? Only because it was him could she bear it. Soon her entire form sank beneath the pool's surface, leaving only her head above the water. Her inner turmoil ran deep. The time required to enter the dreamscape stretched nearly twice as long as usual. Yet at last she succeeded. Elsewhere, the slumber sovereign continued pondering Lu Jiuyuan's anomaly, until after exhaustive contemplation yielded no answer, he relinquished the inquiry entirely. I had intended to reveal an ancient opportunity awaiting him on the Dixin continent, but since he cultivates now, I shall not disturb him. His expression darkened as he spoke, and time flowed swiftly onward, carried forward by Lu Jiuyuan's and Qingping's relentless cultivation. Yet far beyond their perception, in a distant future, 5,000 years hence. Damn it, what are those things? A sovereign immortal of the late realm stared in abject terror at the tide of void surging toward him, desperate to resist, yet utterly powerless. He was swallowed whole. No trace remained, not even ash. In the blink of an eye, the entire future 5 millennia ahead dissolved into absolute nothingness. From the infinite void, a quiet murmur emerged. Universe segment A1. Future successfully harvested. Initiating retrotemporal transit. Estimated duration 3 centuries. Meanwhile, during this period, the entire Dihuan continent, or rather the people across the starry sky, have significantly increased their speed of cultivation. Even the breakthroughs to previously insurmountable bottlenecks have become considerably easier, causing many low-level cultivators to become excited, believing that their era has finally arrived. Only high-level cultivators can sense a hint of unusual energy and begin to feel a wave of anxiety. Meanwhile, within Qingfeng City, thanks to the protection of Lu Jiuyuan, the speed of cultivation among the cultivators in Qingfeng City has greatly improved. Of course, especially for Li Shuquan, the head of the Li family. Due to having assisted Lu Xian in the past, he now enjoys a very good relationship with the Lu family and has even received guidance from Lu Changxing, allowing him to directly leap to a refining void stage cultivator. Although he is merely at the refining void stage and seems quite weak, Li Shuquan has never felt dissatisfied with this progress. After all, without the Lu family, not to mention the refining void stage, he wouldn't even dare to hope for the nascent soul stage. Meanwhile, within the Lu family, with a loud bang, Lu Xian and Lu Guang suddenly opened their eyes, a breakthrough aura erupting from both of them, officially announcing their entry into the peak of tribulation transcendence, just one step away from becoming immortal. At Lu Daotian's suggestion, she set up a time acceleration formation within the Lu family for the disciples to use for their cultivation. Because of this, the strength of the Lu family disciples has seen a massive increase in a short period. Within the Lu family's cave abode, Lu Shi and Lu Daotian sat facing each other, their expressions somewhat grave. Grandfather, I don't know if you felt it, but it seems that the power of the Tao has become somewhat chaotic recently. It feels as if it is afraid of something. As she spoke, Lu's eyes tone carried a hint of disbelief. After all, that was the Tao which even the peak of the immortal emperor could not contend with. Though the Tao is merciless and does not act proactively, it cannot be denied that the power of the Tao is extremely terrifying. Even Lu Daotian and Lu Shi together would not dare to claim they could withstand even a moment beneath its power. Hearing this, Lu Daotian nodded. As a late immortal emperor, his realm is much higher than Lu's eyes, allowing him to sense the changes in the Tao even more acutely. In other words, he sensed the Tao spheres far more than Lu Shi. However, Lu Daotian soon shook his head helplessly. Though I have sensed it, there is nothing I can do, for the future I last observed has become even more scarce. Now only 3,000 years remain. Lu Daotian's tone was filled with gravity. Only 50 years had passed, yet 2,000 years of future had vanished without a trace. Anyone would find this an extremely terrifying matter. Lu Shi sighed upon hearing this, and for some reason, she had a foreboding feeling that the future would be extremely terrifying. But just as she was about to say something, she felt something change, and her expression shifted. Lu Daotian was also taken aback, and quickly spoke up. Hurry, you are about to break through. Indeed, Lu Shi could sense that her opportunity had arrived. It was time for her to break through to the immortal emperor. Go quickly. The current Dihuan continent cannot bear the Tao tribulation from your breakthrough. Lu Daotian told Lu Shi. Hearing this, Lu Shi nodded and instantly arrived outside the Dihuan continent, then directly headed deep into the Sea of Stars. After Lu Shi left, Lu Daotian arrived at an open space in Qingfeng City, extending his hand to gently stroke the surface of the Dihuan continent, letting out a sigh. In fact, the Dihuan continent is not as simple as it seems, and the so-called 3,000 Tao states are not merely as straightforward as they appear on the surface. However, this matter still needs to wait for the dreaming immortal emperor to inform Jiuyuan. Given the current situation, time is truly running short. Lu Jiuyuan raised his head looking beyond the Dihuang continent, gazing at the vast sea of stars, and the endless abyss, his eyes revealing a hint of fear and dread. It is unknown what kind of terrifying existence could cause Lu Jiuyuan to show such fear. Meanwhile, in Guhuang Prefecture, one could see Yi Changqing, who was currently in closed-door cultivation within the Yi family, suddenly open his eyes and rush to a distant place in the Yi family as a terrifying tribulation thunder surged towards him. This tribulation lasted for 30 years, and by the time the tribulation thunder dissipated, Yi Changqing's cultivation was firmly stabilized at the peak of the Great Ascension. Seeing this scene, Yi Wushuang's face was filled with satisfaction, followed by a hearty laugh. Ha ha, within a century to reach the peak of Great Ascension, my son Changqing has the demeanor of an immortal emperor. Father is joking. However, can you all feel that it seems the world has undergone some changes? Yi Changqing, who had broken through to the peak of Great Ascension, did not seem too pleased, instead speaking with a hint of gravity. Upon hearing this, Yi Wushuang was momentarily taken aback, and after a while he smiled bitterly and shook his head. It seems you have sensed it too. It seems that there will be some great change in the world. In less than a century, several peak-level immortal kings within the Yi family had successively broken through to the immortal emperor stage. If it were just one or two, they would not mind too much, for their foundation is there, and breaking through to the immortal emperor is merely a matter of time. However, there were over a dozen peak immortal kings in the Yi family, all of whom had broken through to the immortal emperor stage during this period. Moreover, other formidable cultivators within the Yi family had also experienced breakthroughs of one or two minor realms, with most of those referred to as strong in the Yi family being at the golden immortal level. It should be known that golden immortal level cultivators once in seclusion often take thousands of years to cultivate, yet within these recent decades they all broke through. The most terrifying thing is that according to the Yi family's investigations, the speed of cultivation among the strong within the entire Guhuang Prefecture has also significantly increased during this time. Not only in Guhuang Prefecture, but even the speed of breakthroughs among the strong within the 3,000 Dao states has also improved considerably. Even more terrifying is that many lower Dao states, which they had observed to be exhausted, have suddenly experienced a revival of spiritual energy recently. Additionally, the time difference between lower Dao states and middle and upper Dao states is tenfold. So many lower Dao state cultivators have recently ascended to the middle Dao state. This strange change has caused many powerful cultivators to take it seriously. Oh, perhaps something terrifying is about to happen. Hearing his father's words, Yi Changqing fell silent for a moment, and then, as if he thought of something, he raised his head and said firmly, "Father, I want to go to Tianling Prefecture to seek Lu Xiong." Lu Xiong, from the Lu family. I understand, you may go. Yi Wushuang did not stop him. If not for his need to stay back and handle matters in the Yi family, he would also want to visit that immortal emperor. With the Yi family's intelligence network, learning about the immortal emperor's teachings that were previously held in Tianling Prefecture was not difficult. It was just that by the time the news reached the Yi family, the teachings had already concluded. This left them feeling quite regretful. However, thinking of the good relationship between Lu Jiuyuan, the young master of the Lu family, and their own young master, they felt relieved. After bidding farewell to Yi Wushuang, Yi Changqing soared into the sky, heading towards the spatial barrier, and quickly passed through the barrier to reach Tianling Prefecture. Once Yi Changqing left, the 10 ancestors of the Yi family slowly appeared beside Yi Wushuang, their expressions extremely pale, as if they had suffered a severe injury. Seeing the 10 ancestors appear, Yi Wushuang hurriedly approached and bowed, saying, "Greetings, 10 ancestors. Rise, has Changqing gone to Tianling Prefecture to seek that one?" The tone of the 10 ancestors was somewhat weak as they spoke slowly. Yi Wushuang nodded. Only then did the 10 ancestors let out a sigh of relief. It is good that Changqing has gone. After all, according to our divination, a terrifying catastrophe is about to occur in the future, which even the immortal emperors may find difficult to avoid. The only glimmer of hope lies with the Lu family. As long as Changqing can survive, then the Yi family will have a chance to keep the fire alive. The Yi family possesses an extremely mysterious divine-level divination technique, but each time it is used it requires a great cost and the cooperation of 10 people. Thus, to figure out what the future crisis is, the 10 ancestors of the Yi family risked using the divination technique together, but unexpectedly, they could not predict anything, as if the future was entirely void. Moreover, they also suffered a significant backlash. Had they not given up at the last moment, they might have lost their lives. However, even so, they still faced great backlash, and their realms had even declined. Yet they still obtained a slight clue, which is that the future's variables lie with the Lu family. The Tao is 50, the heavenly change is 14, one escapes, and that one is indeed the Lu family. But who exactly that one is they could not deduce. Who could it be? It is truly hard to guess. At this moment outside the Dihuang continent, countless powerful cultivators gathered in the sea of stars, their expressions appearing extremely serious. Looking at them, the lowest cultivation level present was that of the immortal king, with the most powerful being the dazzling immortal emperor level cultivators among them. In the current universe, there are only 10 peak immortal emperors, including the Haoshuan immortal emperor, Yuanling immortal emperor, Daxu immortal emperor, Wani immortal emperor, Shuyan immortal emperor, Daqin immortal emperor, Guimeng immortal emperor, Yi immortal emperor, Su immortal emperor, and Qianji immortal emperor. However, at this moment, every face present was undoubtedly grave. Everyone present should be able to feel that it seems a terrifying force is devouring the entire universe in the future. At this moment, the Yi immortal emperor was the first to speak, breaking the silence. With the Yi immortal emperor's words, the Wani immortal emperor also spoke up. Indeed, everyone present should be able to sense that the power of the Tao has been increasingly chaotic recently, as if it has sensed some terrifying existence. Immortal emperors, we naturally know this, but with our power we cannot resolve this matter at all. At this moment, a peak immortal emperor stepped forward, shaking his head with a bitter smile. With his words, the other immortal emperors, and even the immortal kings, echoed in agreement. Indeed, we can all sense that a great crisis is approaching in the future, but with our power we cannot resolve it at all. Moreover, we have also tried to traverse down the river of time, yet we could not see the future at all. I can sense that there is a barrier isolating us from the future, but with my power I cannot shatter that barrier. Listening to the complaints of the immortal emperors and kings, the expressions of the immortal emperors present also grew grave. They had naturally attempted such things as well, yet even they could not overcome that barrier. At this moment, a kindly-looking immortal emperor stepped forward and smiled. He was the Qianji immortal emperor who had summoned all the powerful cultivators. We have gathered you here for a reason. To speak frankly, I possess a combined attack technique that can harness everyone's power. If we all work together, we can unleash a strike surpassing the peak of the immortal emperor. If so, we might be able to shatter that barrier directly. Upon hearing this, the others fell silent. Clearly, they were all contemplating the feasibility of this matter. After all, even that barrier could render peak immortal emperor level cultivators helpless. In truth, it is not the barrier that is daunting, but rather what lies beyond it. The unknown is the most terrifying. If even the barrier is so fearsome, what might be lurking beyond it? Could it be something above the immortal emperor? If it is above the immortal emperor, they would dare to say that even if everyone joined forces, they might not withstand a few moves. I naturally understand everyone's concerns, but you should all realize that we do not have much time to hesitate. If we do not act to shatter the barrier, it won't be long before it reaches us, consuming the time we inhabit. Qianji, immortal emperor, said with a smile. Hearing this, the expressions of the others finally brightened. In fact, from the very beginning, they had no right to refuse. If left unattended, the crisis would eventually descend. It would be better to take a bold step, now directly shattering the barrier and confronting what lies beyond it. Before long, everyone agreed. At this moment, Qianji, immortal emperor, smiled and said, "To ensure our strength is sufficiently formidable, we will gather all cultivators above the golden immortal level in the universe to unleash the strongest strike, ensuring that should there still be a great terror beyond the barrier, we will have the power to fight back. In that case, let us set the time for 50 years later. 50 years from now, everyone will take action here, and I will open the river of time. At that time, everyone's power will be channeled into me, and I will shatter the barrier." The Qianji Celestial Emperor finally spoke to the crowd. "We will heed the commands of the Qianji Celestial Emperor." The strong ones present all bowed respectfully to the Qianji Celestial Emperor. The remaining 9 peak Celestial Emperors also agreed, for the 10 peak Celestial Emperors were not fundamentally hostile towards each other, and they had a considerable understanding of the Qianji Celestial Emperor, knowing that he harbored no ill intentions. At that moment, a sigh emerged from the crowd. If we are to gather the strongest power, we must find that individual. One of the 10 peak Celestial Emperors, the Ruyan Celestial Emperor, who was also one of the 2 female Celestial Emperors, sighed and spoke. Upon hearing the words of the Ruyan Celestial Emperor, the other 9 Celestial Emperors fell silent, clearly aware of whom she was referring to. However, the other party possesses power equivalent to ours even in the late stages of the Celestial Emperor realm. If we can obtain his assistance, our chances of victory will increase significantly. The expression of the Dessous Celestial Emperor was exceptionally grave. From his words, everyone could guess that the individual being referred to was the Dao Tian Celestial Emperor. As the only one who had power not inferior to that of a peak Celestial Emperor in the late stages of the Celestial Emperor realm, Lu Dao Tian was undoubtedly a target for their recruitment. In that case, let me go find him. I happen to have some connections with him, and if I request his assistance, he should not refuse. At this moment, the Dechou Celestial Emperor stepped forward and spoke slowly. Hearing the words of the Dechou Celestial Emperor, the other Celestial Emperors had no objections, for they were well aware that the Dechou Celestial Emperor had considerable ties with Lu Dao Tian, even spending a long period together. They had only parted ways due to certain reasons later on. Thus no one was better suited than the Dechu Celestial Emperor to persuade Lu Daotian to join them. Alright, everyone, go find your acquaintances and invite them to join us. We will meet here in 50 years. At this moment the Qianji Celestial Emperor stood up and spoke kindly to the powerful individuals present. Upon hearing his words they dispersed and left. Soon only the Dechu Celestial Emperor remained on the scene. Once alone she extended her palm, and a small heart-link stone appeared in her palm. Looking at the heart-link stone in her hand, a hint of nostalgia surfaced on the face of the Dechu Celestial Emperor. After a moment of struggle, she let out a long sigh. It seems I will still fall into your hands. With this thought, the Dechu Celestial Emperor channeled her power into the heart-link stone. In an instant, a brilliant light erupted from her palm, rapidly extending into the distance. The Dechu Celestial Emperor did not hesitate, and quickly followed suit. Meanwhile, within the Lu family in the Tianling prefecture of the Dixian continent, Lu Daotian, who was in seclusion, opened his eyes and retrieved the heart-link stone from his internal world. Seeing the light erupting from the heart-link stone, a flicker of interest appeared in Lu Daotian's eyes, and he couldn't help but smile. He then stepped outside and looked up at the vast starry sea, murmuring, "Tian Bing, are you still willing to ask me?" However, time quickly passed, and 15 years went by in no time. During these 15 years, there were no significant events except for the notable occurrence of the 10 celestial emperors gathering powerful beings above the golden immortal level reportedly to confront a mysterious crisis. Within the dream realm, Lu Jiuyuan and others were also in a state of tranquil seclusion, though occasionally a commotion would arise from Lu Jiuyuan's body, indicating that he was continuously breaking through. Beside him, Li Qingping's progress was also remarkable, as she advanced rapidly in just 15 years, directly stepping into the peak of the celestial immortal realm. After all, the greatest advantage of the dream divine body was its powerful spiritual force. With the improvement of her realm, Li Qingping's spiritual force also continuously strengthened, allowing her to control the flow of time within the dream to become faster. Soon another 10 years passed. During this decade, Li Qingping successfully reached the peak of the golden. However, after reaching the peak of the golden immortal realm, continuous cultivation would no longer result in immediate breakthroughs, meaning that everything from now on would depend on chance. After realizing that her realm had broken through to the peak of the golden immortal realm, Li Qingping slowly awakened from her slumber in the secret realm. Is this the power of the peak golden immortal? Next, I will have to rely on myself to step into the celestial king realm. Fortunately, Jiuyuan has not awakened yet. In that case, I should put on some clothes first. Li Qingping quickly glanced at the still sleeping Lu Jiuyuan. Seeing that he hadn't awakened, yet she breathed a sigh of relief, not wanting to be caught in a vulnerable state. With that thought, Li Qingping promptly stood up and quickly left the dream pool. However, Li Qingping did not notice that as she turned her back to Lu Jiuyuan, his eyes slightly opened for a moment before quickly shutting again. After she had dressed, Li Qingping looked outside and murmured, "Every time I leave, I must exit the dream realm to face the tribulation. I hope this time the heavenly tribulation won't be too fierce." Within the dream realm, there was a barrier formation that even the power of the Tao could not easily penetrate. This is why Li Qingping and others could continually break through in the dream pool without being interrupted by heavenly tribulations. However, the trouble with this arrangement was that the power of the heavenly tribulation that fell would be significantly in. For those with a backing like Lu Jiuyuan, this was not a significant issue. Setting aside their backing, even their own strength was sufficient to deal with such terrifying heavenly tribulations. After Li Qingping left, Lu Jiuyuan slowly opened his eyes and let out a sigh of relief. At this moment, he had also sensed a hint of a bottleneck. I didn't expect to feel a bottleneck after only reaching the peak of the Celestial Emperor realm. I thought I could cultivate all the way to the peak of the Celestial Emperor. Lu Jiuyuan said somewhat unhappily. However, if others were to learn of this, they would likely drag Lu Jiuyuan out and execute him. After all, he was at the peak of the Celestial Emperor realm, having directly crossed from the true immortal realm to the peak of the Celestial Emperor realm, bypassing the golden immortal and Celestial King realms. If others found out, they would not know how they would react. What others did not know was that Lu Jiuyuan's talent was extraordinarily terrifying. Additionally, the cultivation in the dream realm allowed all of his experiences to reflect back upon him. Thus, Lu Jiuyuan was able to break through to the peak of the Celestial Emperor realm in such a short time. Moreover, as Lu Jiuyuan's spiritual force broke through each time, he could manipulate the flow of time to increase. During the Golden Immortal period, he could reach 1,000 times faster. During the Celestial King period, 5,000 times, and at the Celestial Emperor period, he could reach 10,000 times. Moreover, due to various reasons with the Golden Tree of the Devouring Sky, my combat power now might rival that of a peak Immortal Emperor. Lu Jiuyuan mused inwardly. During his seclusion, the golden tree within him successfully devoured a vast amount of resources, reaching a level of great accomplishment. Lu Jiuyuan felt that with just a bit more opportunity, the golden tree could reach its peak level. If the golden tree reaches its peak level, Lu Jiuyuan felt that even a peak immortal emperor could be easily defeated by him. No, not just peak immortal emperors, those even above that level would likely fall before him. In that case, it's time to exit seclusion. Lu Jiuyuan shook his head, then took a step forward and arrived outside the dream realm. Even the sleeping immortal emperor did not notice Lu Jiuyuan's actions. At that moment, he was observing Li Qingping's breakthrough. On the other side, Lu Jiuyuan quickly arrived at a place that would not affect the dream realm, and then he unleashed all of his cultivation. At the instant Lu Jiuyuan unleashed his cultivation, a terrifying aura locked onto him. The great Tao Thunder Tribulation was coming. Come. Under this terrifying force, the golden tree will surely break through to the peak level, and my devouring body can transform the power of the tribulation into my own strength. Perhaps I can even break through to the immortal emperor realm. Lu Jiuyuan's heart was filled with excitement as he eagerly gazed at the great Tao Thunder Tribulation in the void. The moment the great Tao Thunder Tribulation descended upon Lu Jiuyuan, all the powerful beings in the universe were drawn to the terrifying commotion. What level of tribulation is this? Could it be that a new peak immortal emperor is about to emerge? No, this aura makes me feel that even a peak immortal emperor is insignificant before it. Is such a powerful being, if they were to join us, might just turn our crisis around. The expressions of the 9 peak immortal emperors were extremely grave as they exchanged glances before hastening towards the direction of the tribulation's power. Meanwhile, the great Chu immortal emperor had already arrived at the Lu family in Tianling Prefecture. When she arrived, she saw Lu Daotian dressed formally standing at the entrance of the Lu family, watching her with a warm smile. Upon seeing Lu Daotian's expression, the great Chu immortal emperor's demeanor momentarily froze, but soon her pretty face flushed. If others were to know, they would surely be shocked, wondering if this was still the extremely aloof, great Chu immortal emperor they knew. Qianbing, you haven't changed a bit since the past. Lu Daotian smiled first at the great Chu immortal. Hearing Lu Daotian's words, the great Chu immortal emperor snorted coldly. Don't think that sweet talking will make me forgive you so easily. Upon hearing this, Lu Daotian's heart sank a little, but the next second the great Chu immortal emperor continued. If it weren't for the fact that both of us lost our memories back, then you wouldn't have had the chance to succeed. Therefore, as compensation to me, I demand that my status in the Lu family must be above yours. In fact, there was an untold story between Lu Daotian and the great Chu immortal emperor from back in the... That incident occurred when the great Chu immortal emperor and Lu Daotian were not as powerful as they are now, both still in the golden core stage. At that time, they were bitter enemies, but during a battle, both suffered severe injuries. In the end, Lu Daotian gritted his teeth and jumped into the abyss, with Su Tianbing, the great Chu immortal emperor's original name. Fortunately, neither of them died. They merely lost their memories. A pair of farmers rescued them, and for reasons unknown, whether out of mischief or misunderstanding, they assumed the two were in a marital relationship. Though they did not know what their relationship truly was, their hearts told them that their bond was undeniably profound. Thus, they chose to trust the farmers and ended up living in a small village. The great Chu immortal emperor even bore Lu Daotian a son and a daughter, and they lived quite happily. However, as expected, the situation later unfolded. Both the great Chu immortal emperor and Lu Daotian regained their memories. The great Chu immortal emperor angrily accused Lu Daotian of taking advantage of her vulnerability, robbing her of her innocence. Lu Daotian was equally unyielding, arguing that it was a mutual affair and questioned what it meant to lose her innocence. He hadn't even mentioned the matter of the great Chu immortal emperor taking his pure yang body that he had preserved for 30 years. In the end, they parted on bad terms. Yet due to their son and daughter, they refrained from taking lethal actions against each other, or perhaps there was already a hint of romantic feelings between them. This barrier persisted even as both of them ascended to the immortal emperor level, and had it not been for this recent crisis, they might not have had the chance to reconcile. Don't worry, from now on your status in the Lu family will be the highest. Lu Daotian smiled at Su. Upon hearing this, Su Tianbing was momentarily stunned, but she quickly turned her head away and snorted. I'm not giving you an opportunity, I'm just being merciful, because I pity you. Just then, as Su Tianbing was about to say something more, she sensed something and looked towards the distance, with Lu Daotian, both bearing expressions of shock. What kind of terrifying tribulation is that? Su Tianbing said in disbelief. But before she could react, Lu Daotian was already holding her hand, rushing towards the source of the tribulation's aura. Hey, let go of my hand. I haven't agreed to be holding hands with you yet. However, at this moment, Lu Daotian completely ignored her, as he sensed that the target of the tribulation was his junior Lu Jiuyuan. Facing the Grand Tao Thunder Tribulation capable of annihilating the entire Xian continent, Lu Jiuyuan's demeanor could only be described as profoundly calm. "Suck it in for me," Lu Jiuyuan commanded lightly, and in an instant a massive black hole appeared before him, absorbing the invisible and intangible Grand Tao Thunder Tribulation entirely. However, this was the Grand Tao Thunder Tribulation, and even the mighty devouring body known for its ability to absorb all things showed signs of weakness in the face of it. Even Lu Jiuyuan's complexion paled slightly. Yet Lu Jiuyuan chose to grit his teeth and persevere, and with the cooperation of the devouring body and the golden weaving tree, the terrifying Grand Tao Thunder Tribulation was actually refined into pure power that flowed into the body of the golden weaving tree. At this moment, the grade of the golden weaving tree began to rapidly ascend, soon stepping into an entirely new realm, the perfect grade golden weaving tree. Moreover, due to the golden weaving tree, Lu Jiuyuan's cultivation also smoothly ascended to the realm he had long desired, the Immortal Emperor realm. As Lu Jiuyuan entered the Immortal Emperor realm, an unparalleled brilliant light erupted from his body, visible even from an immeasurable distance. At this moment, the cultivators throughout the entire universe heard a sound of the Grand Tao, a sound that belonged solely to Lu Jiuyuan. Every cultivator who heard this sound of the Grand Tao experienced a significant boost in their cultivation, with some even directly advancing from the Qi refining stage to the Golden Core stage, a truly miraculous event. Meanwhile, in the dream realm, Li Qingping seemed to sense something special and opened her eyes, looking towards the distant light, her face filled with shock and excitement as she spoke. "This aura has Jiuyuan entered the Immortal Emperor realm. It seems my disciple's partner looks quite..." At this moment, the sleeping Immortal Emperor also opened his eyes. Within just a few minutes, he brought Li Qingping to the place where Lu Jiuyuan was, breaking through, his face full of joy as he spoke. It is known that even when he entered the early stage of the Immortal Emperor realm, his momentum was nowhere near as grand as Lu Jiuyuan's. No, even when breaking into the late stage of the Immortal Emperor realm, it was not as terrifying. Around Lu Jiuyuan, the strongest cultivators of the entire universe had gathered, with the lowest among them being of the Immortal Emperor level, including members of the Demon Clan. At that moment, Lu Jiuyuan slowly opened his eyes. What a pair of pupils they were. Just opening them made one hesitant to look directly, and for those at the Immortal Emperor level, killing them was merely a matter of a glance or a thought for Lu Jiuyuan. Ha ha ha, as expected of my descendant to have entered the Immortal Emperor realm so quickly. At this moment, Lu Daotian laughed heartily as he approached Lu Jiuyuan. Upon hearing Lu Daotian's words, the strong cultivators present secretly cursed. The Lu family already had so many strong individuals, and now another genius had emerged. Was there no end to it? Ancestor. Lu Jiuyuan looked at Lu Daotian and smiled, saying, I didn't expect you to step into the Immortal Emperor realm so quickly. You seem to be less than 1,000 years old, right? Lu Daotian spoke as if boasting, while Lu Jiuyuan felt a bit embarrassed. Su Tian, being beside them, couldn't help but gasp in shock, clearly not expecting that the Lu Jiuyuan before her was actually her descendant. All right, Daotian, save the boasting for after we deal with the current crisis, said the Thousand Machine Immortal Emperor, stepping forward. Upon hearing the words of the Thousand Machine Immortal Emperor, the atmosphere among the strong cultivators became somewhat serious. Even Lu Daotian became slightly more serious. The Thousand Machine Immortal Emperor turned to Lu Jiuyuan and smiled, saying, Young friend, we plan to. I already know. Before the Thousand Machine Immortal Emperor could finish his words, Lu Jiuyuan's expression became somewhat grave as he spoke. In fact, upon entering the early stage of the Immortal Emperor realm, he sensed that the future was being devoured by something which was far more terrifying than his devouring body. If the devouring body refined everything, at least there was energy feedback. However, the future was truly devoid of anything akin to true void. Moreover, time is running out. There should still be 10 years left, but it seems to be compressing continuously. I fear it may completely arrive within a year. Lu Jiuyuan spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, the 10 immortal emperors nodded, realizing that the future was being consumed, and that time was fleeting. In any case, we must take a gamble. Even if we die, we should die with clarity, said the great Melody Immortal Emperor in a firm tone. We can die, but at least we should know how we died. If that's the case, then we will act in half a year. For the next half year, everyone should adjust to their best condition. The Thousand Machine Immortal Emperor sighed, and everyone nodded in agreement. At this point, they had no choice but to comply. If they did not take action, the only fate awaiting them would be death. Although they were very reluctant to accept it, time quickly moved forward to 6 months later. Although your realm is only at the early stage of the Immortal Emperor, your strength surpasses ours. In other words, it is best for you to act as the focal point for this joint attack. On the eve of the great battle, the 10 peak Immortal Emperors approached Lu Jiuyuan, and Qianji Immortal Emperor looked at Lu Jiuyuan and slowly spoke. Hearing Qianji Immortal Emperor's words, Lu Jiuyuan nodded. He had a certain confidence in his own strength, only when the 10 peak immortal emperors worked together could he unleash his full power. In other words, his strength needed to be superior to that of the 10 peak immortal emperors. Thus, for safety's sake, it was best for him to act as the focal point of the joint attack. The joint attack technique is in essence a method of concentrating the power of everyone in the formation onto one individual, allowing that person's strength to achieve a qualitative leap and then unleash an extraordinary force. The one who is the recipient of this concentrated power is referred to as the focal point. Of course, not everyone can serve as the focal point of their own power, must be incredibly strong, or else they might not be able to withstand the force gathered by the joint attack and could explode into pieces. Even the previous Qianji Immortal Emperor did not dare to claim he could remain unscathed under the joint attack of so many powerful beings. This time the number of cultivators participating in the joint attack reached hundreds of millions. Among them, the number of golden immortal cultivators exceeded 90 million. The immortal kings were over 10 million, the immortal emperors were fewer, but there were still over 100,000, while the immortal emperors were even rarer, only about 10,000. It can be said that if it weren't for this crisis, most of them would probably be unaware that the entire universe actually harbors so many old monsters. However, even with so many old monsters revealed, there were still only 10 peak immortal emperors. Be careful, no matter what, I will be waiting for you to return in the Dihuan continent. Before setting off, Li Qingping approached Lu Jiuyuan, her face filled with concern as she held his hand tightly, speaking earnestly. Although Li Qingping's talent was also impressive, it was still not as extraordinary as Lu Jiuyuan's, and thus she had not yet stepped into the golden immortal stage, merely achieving the peak of celestial immortal. Listening to his wife's concern and worry, Lu Jiuyuan casually replied, "Don't worry, your husband is quite..." However, for some reason, Lu Jiuyuan emphasized his strength with a stronger tone. "Stop boasting. I will be waiting for you to come back. No matter what the outcome is, I will be here waiting for you." Li Qingping's face turned red, clearly reminded of some inappropriate memories, then quickly finished speaking and turned to return to the Dihuan continent, Tianling Prefecture, Yuanwu Kingdom, Qingfeng Town, Lu family. Lu Jiuyuan shook his head with a smile. Once Li Qingping's divine eagle completely disappeared from view, his expression finally became serious. Compared to the 10 peak immortal emperors, Lu Jiuyuan was more sensitive to the terrifying danger hidden beyond that barrier. "I wonder if I can withstand this crisis given my current situation. Moreover, the other party should be considered my enemy, right? The system hasn't generated an ancestor above them for me. Could it be that this system has limitations?" Lu Jiuyuan pondered inwardly, but regardless, he could only brace himself and move forward. If he didn't go, he would only be waiting for death. Thinking of this, Lu Jiuyuan instantly arrived in a space far away from the Dihuan continent, where all the powerful beings participating in the joint attack had gathered. At a glance, it was a dense mass, and even the slightest hint of their aura was immensely powerful. Yet despite their formidable strength, there was an unmistakable expression of worry on their faces. Indeed, it was worry. After all this time, the enemy was too powerful enough that they didn't even know who they were. Seeing the expressions of worry about the future on their faces, Lu Jiuyuan thought for a moment about what he should do, and then he stepped forward. "Friends, I know you are all deeply anxious about your own safety, the well-being of those you hold dear, and the uncertain fate of the entire cosmos. After all, we do not even know what our enemy truly is. Not even I possess that knowledge. Yet if we refuse to step forward, then we shall have not the faintest sliver of hope left. So tell me, will you choose to perish in ignominy, dying without ever laying eyes upon your foe? Or will you fight with every fiber of your being to shatter the enemy's barrier and seize the chance to live?" Lu Jiuyuan stood before the assembly, his voice ringing out with thunderous clarity. Upon hearing his words, the crowd instinctively raised their heads and beheld him, a figure vast and radiant, suffused with celestial light. His words were like a steaming cup of tea offered in the heart of a frigid winter, warming the soul frozen in icy desolation. Once more Lu Jiuyuan thundered, "Now tell me, what is your choice?" At last a voice broke the silence. "Better to die standing than kneel and surrender." As one voice rose, others followed in swift succession. "Better to die standing than kneel and surrender. Better to die standing than kneel and surrender. Better to die standing than kneel and surrender." And soon the resounding cry echoed across the star-strewn void, a chorus of unbroken will and indomitable spirit. Even the 10 supreme immortal emperors, standing at the zenith of cultivation, nodded in quiet approval. For to march into battle burdened by doubt of victory would severely weaken them. Only with absolute conviction can they unleash their full, transcendent power. Only thus might they finally overcome the ultimate adversary. Observing their resolve, Lu Jiuyuan too inclined his head in silent satisfaction. He then commanded all cultivators, "Form the formation." Earlier, the immortal Emperor Qianji had already instructed them in the method of this combined art technique. Thus, each knew precisely where to stand. At Lu Jiuyuan's command, the immortal cultivators scattered instantly, rushing to their designated positions with flawless coordination. Once all were in place, Lu Jiuyuan swept his gaze across the ranks, exchanged a subtle glance with the 10 supreme immortal emperors, and they stepped forward to take position behind him. Formation, activate. As Lu Jiuyuan spoke, the cultivators began weaving intricate hand seals. Naturally, cultivators of differing realms employed distinct seals, each attuned to their level of cultivation. Golden immortals completed their seals, and immediately torrents of immortal energy surged from them toward the immortal kings before them. 100 golden immortals channeled their collective power into a single immortal king. Once that transmission was complete, the immortal kings wove their own seals, uniting in groups of 100 to channel their amplified strength into the immortal emperors. In moments, the cascading tide of power reached the 10 supreme immortal emperors. Augmented by the combined might of the entire stellar host, their strength surged beyond the apex of the immortal emperor realm, into an entirely new domain. Yet even that transcendent power paled before the looming threat. Jiuyuan, prepare yourself. It is coming, roared Lu Jiuyuan. At Lu Jiuyuan's shout, the 10 supreme immortal emperors struck as one, channeling the unified energy of every immortal under the stars directly into Lu Jiuyuan. Lu Jiuyuan's gaze sharpened, fierce, unwavering, ablaze with absolute resolve. At that very instant, a torrent of luminous immortal energy, charged with the essence of the entire stellar assembly, transcended all dimensions and converged upon Lu Jiuyuan, flooding into his being. Under that awe-inspiring, almost terrifying force, Lu Jiuyuan's cultivation ascended with dizzying speed, immortal emperor midstage, latestage, apex, then surging beyond the immortal emperor realm entirely, into an unprecedented, uncharted domain. Only upon reaching that exalted state did he grasp the truth: beyond the immortal emperor lies the realm of Tao creation. As Lu Jiuyuan's cultivation reached beyond the realm of the immortal emperor, he summoned the river of time in an instant. With the river of time manifesting before everyone, they saw that the front end had completely vanished, replaced by a wall exuding an ominous aura. Just gazing at this wall instilled a sense of unease, and in an instant Lu Jiuyuan felt a strange power leaking from it. Any cultivator who stared at the wall would be eroded by it. Thinking of this, Lu Jiuyuan shouted urgently, all cultivators below the immortal emperor realm, close your eyes and do not stare at the wall. Hearing Lu Jiuyuan's words, the cultivators present quickly shut their eyes, for they trusted Lu Jiuyuan the strong. In Lu Jiuyuan's perception, only cultivators at the immortal emperor level could resist that strange power. Even an immortal sovereign would be instantly annihilated upon facing it. Seeing them close their eyes, Lu Jiuyuan took a deep breath and stepped forward, standing before them as a power surpassing the immortal emperor erupted from his body. As Lu Jiuyuan raised his hand, a long sword materialized in his grip, not of high rank, merely an immortal emperor weapon. I possess a sword that can open the heavens, split the earth, vanquish demons, slay monsters, illuminate the heart, forge the spirit, slay foes, eradicate immortals, and extinguish gods. It can also bring peace to the myriad realms. Slay. The moment Lu Jiuyuan's words fell, the wall capable of devouring all things transcended time and space, reaching their timeline, arriving at their vicinity. Lu Jiuyuan's sword was charged with energy, and he unleashed a strike that seemed to transcend worldly existence, appearing as if it surpassed multiple dimensions. In an instant, it collided with the wall. Boom. At the moment of impact, an incredibly terrifying wave of energy erupted, which Lu Jiuyuan managed to block. Otherwise, before the wall could act, that wave alone could annihilate the entire universe. Amidst the anxious and expectant expressions of the crowd, a crisp, shattering sound echoed throughout the universe. The crowd quickly looked towards the wall, only to see cracks exploding upon it. Under Lu Jiuyuan's full-powered strike, the cracks began to spread until the wall shattered completely. At the moment of the walls shattering, the expressions of those present turned extremely grave, for behind the wall there was not a formidable enemy as they had imagined, but merely a single orb. Indeed, it was merely an orb. What exactly is this thing? The Qianji immortal emperor gazed at the orb. Although small, the terrifying aura emanating from it made even this peak immortal emperor feel fear and trepidation. Lu Jiuyuan's expression was serious as he fixed his gaze on the orb, and after a long pause he spoke slowly, word for word. The immortal emperor is not the end, nor is the creation of paths. This world is immensely vast, and this universe is merely one among many. Beyond this universe there are countless other universes. This orb should be the product of refining our entire universe. In other words, someone aims to refine our entire universe to elevate their cultivation. Hearing Lu Jiuyuan's words, the crowd was filled with shock. Clearly, given their perspective, not to mention the realm beyond the immortal emperor, they could not even fathom the existence of the immortal emperor. Moreover, they originally thought that this universe was the only one, not realizing that there were even more expansive universes beyond it. In an instant, the hearts of everyone felt heavy. At this moment, Immortal Emperor Yi slowly spoke. Putting that aside, what matters now is that if we can destroy the orb, the future that has been destroyed will be restored. Not quite, we have already destroyed the wall, so the orb will cease its devouring. Moreover, the future will be reborn, meaning this orb is a naturally formed supreme immortal medicine. Lu Jiuyuan waved his hand, his brow slightly furrowed, then continued speaking. However, such things are possessions of their owners, so there must be a powerful master behind this orb, which means we will have to face an even more formidable enemy. A foe likely stronger than the very act of creation. Lu Jiuyuan's expression was grave, and he felt a wave of apprehension about the future. The crowd fell into silence, for they had barely managed to force one artifact to a standstill only to discover that there was a master behind that artifact, and at present the artifact was still under no one's control. However, at least for now, we are still quite safe. Based on the operation of this orb, we should have about 10,000 years before it devours our universe. At that time, the true owner of the orb will descend to take it away. Currently, we have managed to stop the orb, yet its master has shown no signs of movement, indicating that they may not have the time or ability to come to our universe at this moment. This means we still have time and, more importantly, an opportunity to grow. Just as despair settled in everyone's hearts, Lu Jiuyuan stepped forward, his tone filled with seriousness. Hearing Lu Jiuyuan's words, the cultivators present couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Indeed, since nothing has happened, yet they still have a chance to turn the tide. At that moment, the Thousand Mechanisms Immortal Emperor also stood up. Ladies and gentlemen, I once divined our universe, and the omens indicated that the future we will face will be extremely perilous. A slight misstep could lead to our annihilation. Nevertheless, even so, I have not given up hope. Because within this omen, although our situation is perilous, it is not a certain death. On the contrary, under such circumstances, we can strive even harder in our cultivation. Moreover, we are not without the strength to fight back against the enemy. As long as we can break through to a new realm, when the enemy arrives, we might be able to wrestle with them. That's right, what Thousand Mechanisms said is correct. We are not in a certain death situation. As long as we never give up, we still have a glimmer of hope. The Immortal Emperor also stood up at this point to rally the morale. The other peak Immortal Emperors also began to speak in agreement. Indeed, with Taoist Lu's talent and power, it's likely he could reach a realm beyond the Immortal Emperor within 10,000 years. At that time, under Taoist Lu's leadership, we might even stand a chance against the enemy. I feel the same way. Go for it, Taoist Lu. Many cultivators turned to look at Lu Jiuyuan, who appeared calm, showing no signs of unease. It was not until this moment that Taoist Lu Tiantian spoke up. Everyone, I believe you have all expended quite a bit of energy today. It would be best to return and recuperate. As for future matters, we can discuss them later. Taoist Lu Tiantian was among the most powerful present, and as Lu Jiuyuan's ancestor, his words prompted the cultivators to disperse. Soon only the 10 peak Immortal Emperors, Lu Tiantian, the Dreaming Immortal Emperor, and Lu Jiuyuan remained. So do you feel the pressure as well? Lu Tiantian immediately spoke, looking at Lu Jiuyuan with a serious tone. As Lu Jiuyuan's ancestor, he understood him deeply, knowing that Lu Jiuyuan must be feeling quite anxious at this moment. Hearing his ancestor's words, Lu Jiuyuan forced a bitter smile, before replying to say, there is no pressure would be a lie. In fact, the situation is far worse than I imagined. In truth, Lu Jiuyuan had concealed many things. Upon seeing the orb, he sensed its extraordinary nature and was certain that the orb's master possessed strength, at least at the creation realm. What is the creation realm? As the name suggests, it is the realm of creating one's own great Tao. Immortal emperors only belong to the strongest realm under the great Tao. Only by stepping into the creation realm can one reach the level of great Tao powers. Moreover, one must not forget that the enemy possesses strength above the creation realm, potentially far exceeding that level, which adds to Lu Jiuyuan's immense pressure. Especially since this time the system's passive ability did not create a new background for him, leading Lu Jiuyuan to question whether the system's passives indeed have limitations. When Lu Jiuyuan returned to the Tianling prefecture of the Dishuan continent, Li Qingping felt a sense of relief in her heart upon seeing him return safely. Before Lu Jiuyuan could react, Li Qingping rushed into his arms. Although she did not speak, Lu Jiuyuan could still sense the waves of fear emanating from her delicate form. It's fine, didn't I come back safely? Lu Jiuyuan gently stroked Li Qingping's hair, softly comforting her. After a long while, Lu Daotian accidentally walked in and interrupted them. Ahem, no, I really don't want to interrupt you, we don't have much time left, do we? Lu Daotian coughed to ease his embarrassment before speaking. Li Qingping quickly stepped out of Lu Jiuyuan's embrace, her face already flushed with shame. Only after Lu Daotian left did she lift her head to look at Lu Jiuyuan, her eyes filled with seriousness. What did you mean by not having much time earlier? Seeing Li Qingping's determined expression, Lu Daotian sighed, and then explained the situation in detail. Upon hearing that there were even more powerful enemies beyond the universe, Li Qingping's heart grew even more anxious. But it was not for the universe itself, rather it was for Lu Jiuyuan. So you still plan to leave, right? Lu Jiuyuan looked into Li Qingping's eyes and sighed after a long moment. If I don't go, then this universe will surely be exposed to the enemies beyond it, and at that time the entire universe will fall into great disaster. Thus I have my reasons for having to go. When do you plan to leave? I don't know. For now, the longer I stay, the greater the risk of exposure for this universe. Lu Jiuyuan shook his head, his expression also turning grave. If it were possible, he would want to stay, but people say that when the sky falls there will be someone taller to hold it up, and he is that tallest one. Beyond this entire universe, there lies an even greater cosmos, and the immortal emperor is merely the beginning of the Tao. Promise me you must come back alive, okay? Li Qingping said seriously, urging him repeatedly. I will. I swear by the Tao that I will return safely. If not, then. Lu Jian was about to make a great oath when he was stopped by Li Qingping. She covered his mouth with her hand, her face showing anger. Don't say such ominous words. But they both knew that if Lu Jiuyuan couldn't return safely, then even making a grand oath would be of no use. All right, before I leave I can spend some time with you. During this time, whatever you want to do I will fulfill it for you. Lu Jiuyuan thought for a moment, and then decided to set aside some time for Li Qingping. After all, they had only recently married, and now they were facing a long separation with no idea when they would meet again. Thus Lu Jiuyuan wanted to satisfy Li Qingping as much as possible. Li Qingping, however, looked at Lu Jiuyuan with a serious expression and said, I want you to leave me with a remembrance. Lu Jiuyuan was taken aback, then replied with a serious and solemn expression. Are you sure? There is no need for excessive communication between husband and wife. A single glance or a gesture can convey everything. However, leaving behind a remembrance was not an easy task, especially for powerful beings like Lu Jiuyuan and Li Qingping. Even thousands of years of cultivation might not suffice. But since it was Li Qingping's request, Lu Jiuyuan would do his utmost to fulfill it. Of course, part of him also had his own selfish motives. If he were to be gone, he wanted to leave behind a legacy. Soon a month passed. Looking at the sleeping Li Qingping beside him, Lu Jiuyuan gently placed a kiss on her face before getting up to leave Tianling Prefecture. He was about to leave. But before departing, there were still some matters he needed to attend to. The first task was to uncover the origins of the system. With a thought, Lu Jiuyuan found himself outside the Dushuan continent, glanced back at the continent, and then slowly walked towards the depths of the Star Sea. In the blink of an eye, Lu Jiuyuan arrived before a mysterious palace. Though it was a palace, its size rivaled that of an entire Tao state. As if sensing Lu Jiuyuan's arrival, the palace's great doors slowly opened. Lu Jiuyuan did not hesitate and stepped inside. As he entered the palace, the entire world seemed to spin, and he soon found himself in a void. Just as Lu Jiuyuan was processing this, an old man appeared before him, his eyes lighting up when he saw Lu Jiuyuan, and he spoke softly. It seems you have been waiting for me for a long time. Lu Jiuyuan said quietly. In fact, he had sensed the origins of the system when he broke through to a mortal emperor. Coming here was merely to validate his conjecture. Fortunately, upon seeing the other party, Lu Jiuyuan knew that his guess was correct. Indeed, I have restarted the entire universe countless times and calculated endlessly to finally bring you into existence. The old man before him looked at Lu Jiuyuan with eyes full of excitement. As for the identity of the old man, Lu Jiuyuan already knew. The consciousness birthed from the evolution of the universe's origin over countless years, also known as the cosmic will. Lu Jiuyuan said softly. Upon arriving here, Lu Jiuyuan understood that he was the child of fate born by the universe to cope with this calamity. When I birthed this will, I sensed that years later the entire universe would face destruction due to external powerful beings. Thus I needed to find a way to preserve this universe and buy more time for its continuation. And you are the child of fate I created through countless calculations and restarts of the universe. Only you have the ability to change the future trajectory of this universe from the brink of destruction. As for the so-called system, it merely mobilizes the power of the path of fate to create several ancestors for you. The cosmic will looked at Lu Jiuyuan with an affectionate gaze, as if looking at his own child. To say Lu Jiuyuan is the son of the universe is not far from the truth. After all, he carries the blessings of this universe, so calling him the child of the universe is not an exaggeration. As the cosmic will itself, it naturally possessed the power to restart the entire universe, but each restart did not change much. Thus, after countless restarts and calculations, it finally welcomed the emergence of Lu Jiuyuan, this child of the universe. So what should I do? Lu Jiuyuan pondered for a long time before slowly speaking. The cosmic will merely shook its head, then, first there are the lower realms, and only through the gathering of the lower realms can there be the upper realms, which then converge to form a continent. However, before the entire universe, a single continent is nothing. Beyond the universe there exists the Tao realm. Who can guarantee that there aren't even larger worlds beyond the Tao realm? Therefore I created you in hopes that you would have your own will and could save this universe according to your own intentions. I do not have the ability to save the universe myself. Upon hearing the cosmic will's words, Lu Jiuyuan understood. He knew what he needed to do. I hope that when I see you next time you will have become a top-tier powerhouse, the strongest of the strongest. The cosmic will laughed heartily. In the next moment the scene before Lu Jiuyuan changed again, and by the time he regained his senses the cosmic temple had already vanished. The cosmic will had expended too much power to cultivate him, and only met with Lu Jiuyuan to resolve his top tier. I hope so, Lu Jiuyuan sighed and shook his head, already formulating a plan to save this world in his heart. However, as he looked at the Dushuan continent, a hint of melancholy appeared in Lu Jiuyuan's eyes. After departing the cosmic divine temple, Lu Jiuyuan activated a temporal acceleration aura. His thoughts instantly accelerated by 1,000,000,000,000-fold. He settled cross-legged upon the spot and began deducing an immense formation, one capable of sealing off the entire universe. Indeed, Lu Jiuyuan intended to sever the universe entirely from the Tao itself. Above the immortal sovereigns stood Tao-level cultivators. So long as the universe remained tethered to the Tao, such beings could effortlessly locate it. Yet the adversary in question transcended even Tao creation itself. Finding this realm would be child's play for him. Thus Lu Jiuyuan had no choice but to excise the universe from the Tao entirely. For the universe was forged upon the very foundations of the Tao. Only by achieving absolute severance could the hidden orchestrator be denied all trace of its existence. An indeterminate span of time elapsed before Lu Jiuyuan finally emerged from his profound meditative insight into the formation's design. His gaze now resolute, he swiftly returned to the Dishan continent. Upon his return, Lu Jiuyuan immediately convened the 10 supreme immortal sovereigns and revealed to them the peril beyond the universe's boundaries. He also disclosed the formation's purpose. Upon hearing it, Qianji, immortal sovereign, and the others grew solemn and grave. You propose using us, the 10 supreme immortal sovereigns, as the formation's core foundation, supplemented by 108 immortal sovereigns, 3,600 immortal emperors, and 18,000 immortal kings, to sever the entire universe from the Tao. Wan Yi spoke with palpable gravity, fixing Lu Jiuyuan with a searching gaze. Lu Jiuyuan nodded silently. Precisely. Only this method can fully isolate the universe from the Tao, thereby preventing that Tao-level entity from ever locating it. Should he find us, our fate will be utter annihilation. Then what precisely shall become of us? The Chu immortal sovereign's voice trembled faintly with unease. Lu Jiuyuan shook his head slowly before replying. As foundational anchors you shall not perish. You shall serve as reservoirs of vital energy. Yet the formation endures for only 30,000 years. If within that span I fail to ascend to power sufficient to rival that entity, then death shall be our inescapable end. Hearing these words, the 10 supreme immortal sovereigns fell into heavy silence. For eons since attaining immortal sovereignty, they had not faced a predicament so utterly beyond their control. Will you go alone? Ye immortal sovereign gazed at Lu Jiuyuan, sorrow deep in his eyes. Lu Jiuyuan shook his head again. The outer cosmos is far too perilous for any of you. Of all beings in the universe, only I possess even the faintest hope, within 30,000 years, to ascend to that transcendent tier. Moreover, should I refuse, our time would dwindle further, perhaps collapsing well before 30,000 years, plunging us irrevocably into oblivion. At Lu Jiuyuan's words, the 10 supreme immortal sovereigns collectively nodded in grim assent. Still, not all may willingly consent to become formation anchors. Yuanling, immortal sovereign's expression darkened as he voiced his concern. It matters not, Lu Jiuyuan replied calmly. I never intended to seek their consent, nor do they possess the strength to refuse. The 10 supreme immortal sovereigns paused, then acknowledged the truth of his words. Even united, their 10 might not subdue Lu Jiuyuan. Against others the disparity would be absolute. Then swear a Tao oath. Should you attain the power to shield us, you must not renege. Gui Meng, immortal sovereign, fixed Lu Jiuyuan with icy resolve. Lu Jiuyuan hesitated briefly, then gave a firm nod and swore the Tao oath. To cultivators of their stature, heavenly oaths held no binding weight. Only a Tao oath carried true constraint. Only after witnessing the Tao oath did their hearts ease, genuine relief settling over them at last. If so, let us gather all participants. Judging by prior assessments, the required number of cultivators is already sufficient. What remains is formation deployment. Bring every cultivator before me. I shall employ a secret art to transform them into formation anchors. Upon transformation, their consciousness will lapse into slumber, until I restore them in due course. Lu Jiuyuan addressed the 10 supreme immortal sovereigns directly. Please escort them to the universe's periphery when the time comes. Understood, we shall see to it. Qianji, immortal sovereign, and the others affirmed with quiet nods. As the most exalted cultivators present, their involvement would conserve Lu Jiuyuan's precious time. When summoned, none yet grasped the gravity of what awaited, until Lu Jiuyuan declared his intent to transform them into formation anchors, severing the universe from the Tao. At once unrest stirred among the assembly. As chaos threatened to erupt, Lu Jiuyuan stamped his foot, unleashing a terrifying aura that surged outward, quelling every cultivator present into immediate stillness. Only once silence reigned did Lu Jiuyuan speak again. Esteemed peers, I, Lu Jiuyuan, have cultivated for less than a millennium, yet stand now among the immortal sovereigns. And if I do not depart, our universe shall soon lie exposed before that entity. Then even resistance would be futile. Our hands bound, our will broken, leaving us helpless prey. Today he dispatched but a single artifact, and even that overwhelmed us. Were his true form to descend, defiance would be impossible even in thought. For your family's survival, for the eternal preservation of our home, I, Lu Jiuyuan, must go. I know many fear I may flee, but my own elders and kin shall likewise become formation anchors, remaining here within the universe alongside you. Here and now I swear upon the Tao, should I attain the power to safeguard our universe, and yet withhold it, let the Tao unleash supreme thunder tribulation to erase me utterly. The moment his vow echoed across the void, the cosmic expanse reverberated, a profound tremor that left every grand cultivator awestruck. They had not anticipated such absolute commitment. That tremor signaled the Tao's acceptance, binding Lu Jiuyuan's fate inextricably to theirs. Together they would live, or together they would perish. Having heard his words, they could no longer withhold their hard-won respect. Truly no alternative remained. Lu Jiuyuan's plan stood alone as their sole path forward. No sooner had Lu Jiuyuan finished speaking than she stepped forth, the first to volunteer. Now herself an immortal sovereign, she offered no hesitation. Lu Jiuyuan immediately inscribed formation runes upon her soul with divine precision. As each rune blazed into place, Lu Jiuyuan gestured, and Lu Shi's form shrank, rapidly condensing into a radiant formation anchor. Seeing Lu Shi step forward, the other cultivators followed suit without delay, each receiving the sacred runes under Lu Jiuyuan's sovereign authority, then transforming into anchors in turn. Even with Lu Jiuyuan's unparalleled might, this monumental undertaking consumed an entire month. When the month ended, every cultivator present, save the 10 supreme immortal sovereigns, had been transformed into formation anchors. Attend to your charge, convey them to the precise coordinates I now impart. Lu Jiuyuan closed his eyes, transmitting the designated positions directly into the minds of the 10 supreme immortal sovereigns. As the universe's chosen son, Lu Jiuyuan commanded the will of the cosmos itself, granting him the omniscient perspective necessary to weave a Tao-level formation capable of severing the universe from the Tao. The 10 supreme immortal sovereigns nodded and departed, bearing their anchors toward the appointed sites. With each arrival, Lu Jiuyuan drew upon cosmic will to draw the anchor into place. Another month passed. At last the 10 supreme immortal sovereigns delivered every anchor to its ordained. They returned to the universe's heart, where Lu Jiuyuan awaited them. Before you begin, how shall you proceed? Qianji, immortal sovereign, asked. Lu Jiuyuan paused, then answered. Once the formation activates and the universe is severed from the Tao, I shall absorb the artifact's latent power, ascending beyond immortal sovereignty. Beyond that, I walk uncharted ground. Yet this remains our sole lifeline. I understand. Qianji, immortal sovereign, exhaled deeply, nodding with quiet relief. As all anchors took their designated stations, Lu Jiuyuan commenced the final rite. Under his sovereign's spiritual sense, iridescent formation runes bloomed across the bodies of the 10 supreme immortal sovereigns. This feat succeeded only because they offered no resistance. If they had opposed him, even Lu Jiuyuan would have paid dearly to forge them into anchors. In time, the 10 supreme immortal sovereigns were refined into palm-sized anchors, radiating overwhelming power and shimmering with prismatic light. Once transformed, the iridescent anchors drifted autonomously toward their assigned stations. The instant each anchored, Lu Jiuyuan invoked cosmic will to interlink them all. In an instant, countless beams of prismatic light surged inward from the universe's farthest edges, converging seamlessly with every anchor. Swiftly the outer formation coalesced. Immortal kings, immortal emperors, and immortal sovereigns layered concentrically, culminating at the 10 supreme immortal sovereigns' anchors. Lu Jiuyuan traced arcane sigils with his fingers. Then the combined formation energy of 108 immortal sovereigns, 3,600 immortal emperors, and 18,000 immortal kings flooded into the 10 supreme immortal sovereigns' anchors. With all anchors linked, the formation achieved completion. A thunderous detonation erupted, the 10 supreme immortal sovereigns' anchors unleashing cataclysmic force in every direction. The anchors formed concentric rings, immortal kings on the outermost layer, immortal emperors within, and immortal sovereigns at the core. From the outermost ring, a devastating wave of power surged forth, sealing the universe from all beyond. In moments, a blinding radiance flared along the universe's edge, marking the final absolute severance from the Tao. Having completed the formation, Lu Jiuyuan extended his hand. The floating orb responded instantly, hurtling toward him and settling gently into his palm. He cast one last lingering gaze upon the universe, upon the Dixian continent, and upon Li Qingping, who had just awakened. Only then did his expression harden with unshakable resolve. He bore reasons he could not ignore, and victories he could not afford to lose. With that he turned, and strode resolutely away, departing the universe moments before its final isolation. Li Qingping stood before Qinglian City in Tianling Prefecture of the Dixian continent, gazing toward the void beyond the cosmos. After a long silence, she smiled softly, placing a hand upon her abdomen, and whispering, "Little one, for the days ahead let us wait together, for your father's return." Where longing lingers in the heart, reunion is never truly beyond reach.